Live. Hello everyone, welcome to the day 2 लाइव वॉच पार्टी ऑफ PMWC। डे 1 में बहुत मजा आया तुम लोग के साथ वॉच पार्टी करने में, तो वापस में आ गया डे 2 का भी करने। आज बहुत मजा आने वाला है। आई होप यू गाइस आर एक्साइटेड। मैं तो भाई बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ। तो लेट्स बिगिन। बताओ चैट में, हाउ वाज योर डे गोइंग सो फार? हाउ वाज योर डे गोइंग? अल्फा 7 आज आज तुम लोग बस देखो यार, आज मस्त देखो। ओए प्लेयर सेंटर कर रहे क्या? नहीं नहीं, बस बस क्या बोलते हैं, होस्ट वगैरह बातें चल रहा है। लेट? अरे भाई मैं 1 मिनट पहले स्टार्ट कर दिया स्ट्रीम। 4:29 को स्टार्ट कर दिया मैंने स्ट्रीम। फिर भी बिमल भाई को घमंड है भाई लेट स्पैम करने का। स्पैम नहीं, सॉरी, लेट कमेंट करने का। प्रेइंग फॉर गॉड लाइक एट द स्टार्ट ऑफ द डे। ब्रो कर लेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। अगर नहीं कर पाएंगे ना तो फिर भी फैन फेवरेट वोटिंग से तो आ ही जाएगा गॉड लाइक। टेंशन ना ले, पक्का खेलेगा। डी प्लेस क्या बोलते, दोती बोलते। लोबित भाई रुक जाओ, डे 1 से खुश मत होना। डे 2 पे यू नो वियर्ड थिंग्स हैपन। व्हेन आई से वियर्ड इट मीन्स कि डे 1 पे जो टीम्स चोक किए हैं वो स्टडी करके आएंगे और बेटर खेलने के लिए। तो समझ रहे हो, जो डे 1 में डोमिनेट किए वो डे 2 पे भी डोमिनेट कर सकते, नहीं कर सकते। आई हैव सीन सो मेनी ऑफ दिस टूर्नामेंट्स। एक्सपीरियंस से बात कर रहा हूं मैं। 1v1 आजा सुशाल भाई। क्या यार भाई, क्या फ्यूचर में BGMI से PUBG वापस शिफ्ट हो जाएगा? शिफ्ट वगैरह तो नहीं होगा, बट टूर्नामेंट्स में तो इंडिया को इनवाइट वगैरह मिलेंगे। दैट विल हैपन फॉर श्योर। आज फैल्कन्स खेलेंगे। यस गाइस, जो भी फैल्कन्स को देखने आए हैं, आज फैल्कन्स खेलने वाले हैं। आज खेलने वाले टीम्स को मैं दिखा सकता हूँ शायद। एक सेकंड, दिखा दिया गया ऑलरेडी। लेट्स सी, जब मेरे को मिल गया ना मैं दिखा दूंगा। तो एक बार ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स वगैरह देख लेंगे अपन। अरे मेरे को चैट सेपरेट करना है सबसे पहले। लाइव चैट साइड कर देता हूँ मैं, इसको भी साइड कर देता हूँ मैं। अब इसको फुल स्क्रीन कर देते हैं। अपने को पॉइंट्स टेबल, ये कल का पॉइंट्स टेबल है। 57 इज बेसिकली क्वालिफाइड इन माय ओपिनियन, बट इट्स ओके। फिर भी कट ऑफ एक बार बात कर लेते हैं। आई थिंक कट ऑफ 65 के आसपास रहेगा टॉप 12 का। मैं टॉप 12 की बात कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? क्योंकि जो भी टॉप 12 में रहेंगे 24 टीम्स में से वो 12 टीम्स जाएंगे फाइनल्स में सीधा, एंड जो बॉटम 12 रहेंगे वो +4 इनवाइटेड टीम्स खेलेंगे सर्वाइवल स्टेज। तो भाई डी प्लेस किया, टाइनबा, जेवियर, 4 मिरेकल वाइब्स, अल्फा 7, दे नीड 30 अराउंड 30 नहीं सॉरी 25+ पॉइंट्स टू क्वालिफाई। वो कर लेंगे बहुत आराम से। बट जो 35 पॉइंट्स में है वो थोड़ा कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा नेक्स्ट 6 मैचेस में, और एल्स वो भी ट्रबल में रह सकते हैं। जो बॉटम में है वो तो बूम बाम करना पड़ेगा, तभी क्वालिफाई हो पाएंगे। एंड द वन टीम दैट आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि कमबैक कर सकता है वो है बूम स्पोर्ट्स। बाकी विल सी व्हाट हैपेंस। बाकी आज खेलने वाले टीम्स भाई कहाँ दिखाए ये लोग? वेयर इज ग्रुप ग्रीन? वेयर इज ग्रुप ग्रीन? वेयर इज ग्रुप ग्रीन? वेयर इज ग्रुप ग्रीन? ये लोग दिखाए नहीं बे, ये लोग दिखाए नहीं भाई।
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन
Probably
बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
तब
कैजुअल
बात कर लेंगे। हेलो स्पाइक भाई, लव यू। कट ऑफ 67 पॉइंट्स, दिल से गॉडल। 67 इज अ गुड केस ब्रो। आई वाज सेइंग 65, बट या 67 भी हो सकता है, समवेयर अराउंड दैट नंबर। स्केर्ड फॉर ब्रूट फोर्स इन ग्रुप रेड। ब्रूट फोर्स शुरुआत नॉट सो गुड भाई। आज वैम्पायर, आई एम एक्साइटेड फॉर वैम्पायर एक्चुअली। आज वैम्पायर एंड फैल्कन्स IHC ऑल्सो। अरे भाई आज भी बहुत खतरनाक खतरनाक टीम से, आज भी। आज ग्रुप, आज टाइनबा भी खेल रहा है भाई, आज टाइनबा भी खेल रहा है। और क्या चाहिए, मजे ही मजे। आज दो चाइनीज टीम्स खेल रहा है, टीजेबी एंड टाइनबा। टीजेबी एंड टाइनबा दोनों खेल रहे। कल एक ही चाइनीज टीम था, फाड़े वो लोग। आज और एक टीम आया, क्या वो भी फाड़ पाएगा, वो देखना पड़ेगा अपने को। द मैच इज अबाउट टू बिगिन। Is there prize pool in league stage? Yes, $1 million. $1 million. Sorry. Exactly मुझे पता नहीं है स्प्लिट क्या है, बट या प्राइस पुल है भाई। टीजे भी बहुत फाड़ने वाली टीम है, बता रहा हूं मैं। It's gonna be very interesting. फैल्कन्स को दिखाओ रे ब्रो। लाइक मैं कितना तारीफ करूं इस वर्ल्ड कप का। By far the best cup that I have seen. This is by far the best cup that I have seen. टोनी के भाई आज 4MV भी खेलने वाली है। आज ग्रुप कौन सी ग्रुप्स खेल रहे हैं आज? आज ग्रुप कौन सी ग्रुप? रेड एंड ग्रीन खेल रहे हैं आज। आज खेलने वाले टीम्स को देख सकते हो आप। 4MV, IHC, बीकेजे, ब्रूट फोर्स को आज बहुत खतरनाक खेलना पड़ेगा, तभी कुछ हो पाएगा उनसे। जेवियर ई स्पोर्ट्स डीप्लेस किया। हरामे ब्रो। मैड बुल्स इज अ टीम ब्रो। मतलब मेरे को पर्सनली बहुत पसंद है ये टीम, मैड बुल्स टीम। रिजेक्ट हो गया, कल फाड़े, आज भी फाड़ेंगे। टैलेंट ई स्पोर्ट्स, ये थोड़ा एक्सपेक्टर
एंट्री अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
टीम फैल्कन्स पक्का परफॉर्म करने वाला टीम है ये। टीम लिक्विड इज लूप्स ई स्पोर्ट्स, जिनको भी नहीं पता, ब्राजीलियन टीम है, ये भी फाड़ने वाली टीम है। टाइनबा कल फाड़ी, आज भी फाड़ेगी। इतने लोग कैसे फाड़ सकते हैं भाई? कोई तो चोक करना पड़ेगा, वही देखेंगे आज कौन चोक करेगा। टीजे भी मारने वाली है, वैम्पायर भी मारने वाली है, यूडो अलायंस भी कल कमबैक किया, मोमेंटम सेट हो गया। एनीथिंग कैन हैपन ब्रो। इट्स गोना बी अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग डे। बहुत फन रहेगा। कल क्या मैचेस थे बे, मैच 1, 2, 3। आज भी ऐसा मैचेस होंगे, उससे बेटर भी हो सकते हैं। स्पाइक ब्रो सुख है क्या? सुख नहीं है ब्रो, सुख नहीं है। और मेरे लिए भी सुख नहीं है बिना सुख के भाई। टॉप भाई क्या पहन रहा है ये हाथ में? ये क्या है गाइस? ये क्या है इसके हाथ में? क्या है? व्हाट इज दैट? एक पूरा ग्लव, जिम ग्लव पहना क्या उसने? इज दैट अ जिम ग्लव? मैं गेम का वॉल्यूम बढ़ाऊंगा मैच स्टार्ट होने के बाद, ठीक है? मैं पहले ही बता रहा हूँ कि फिर स्पैम कर देंगे तुम लोग। मिसिंग योर रैंक पुश गेम प्ले, गॉड एक्स ESA ब्रो। चेंज ऑफ कंटेंट ब्रदर, वो भी करूंगा मैं नेक्स्ट सीजन, जब टाइम मिलेगा तब करूंगा मैं। मार्क दिस डेट, जुलाई 20th 2024। टुडे आई स्टार्टेड माय C++ कोडिंग जर्नी। आफ्टर 1 year I'll do a super chat with my own salary. Let's get started Spike bro. निखिल चौधरी, दिल से फुल सपोर्ट भाई। Don't give up, okay? The journey is not going to be easy for you. There will be roadblocks. Take a day or 2 breaks. उसके बाद फिर कम बैक करना भाई, गिव अप मत करना। एंड ऑल द बेस्ट। आई विल वेट फॉर योर सुपर चैट। बड़ा वाला मत करना, ठीक है? पैसे ज्यादा हो गया, बल्कि 40 वाला कर देना, चल जाएगा। वेबकैम साइज स्मॉल करो। कल तो स्मॉल किया था मैंने, और कितना स्मॉल करो? क्या इतना कर दूं क्या? अब कुछ और कर देंगे। अब कुछ, अब सही है क्या ब्रो?
finishes but not converting with a decent chunk of limbs. I'm looking at sort of 6 or more as being a decent chunk, right? It's just a little bit gory.
जॉब प्लस स्टडी प्लस ई स्पोर्ट्स को कैसे हैंडल कर सकते हैं एक साथ? सचिन ब्रो
that third place on the
Don't
first
sleep.
Miramar with 10 eliminations. which
Just
they
don't
were
sleep, bro. It's that easy. Just one answer.
that, but it's
Just don't
few
sleep.
far between right now. We know that Brute Force can do it. They are the
If you don't sleep, you get 8 hours extra time every day. You know?
Winner. So to be
Simple.
towards the
Just
lower
don't
end
sleep.
of the table, not really as a luxury.
नहीं कर सकते bro.
They are
तीनों
moving into the
manage नहीं कर सकते.
3 games with 0 points.
We're all human.
In a tournament like this, especially 3 days, that's all you
Just
got.
because you want to do
Two, right? You got 2
multiple
days playing
things.
total, and this is their last day.
कहाँ से? दिन में 24 hours होता है, उसमें
Yeah, you know, in a tournament
सोना
like this,
पीना खाना ये सब हटा के जो टाइम बचता है उसमें जितना हो सकता है उतना करो.
That's about it. You got to pop off all the rest. So for a team like Brute Force, they've definitely, you know,
Don't burn yourself
all
out
of their
by
best
doing all the
in week
things,
one. They have
multiple
to go
things.
off today. Now another team that is in Group Red, right above them.
फिलहाल मेरे को PMWC करना है, रैंक पुश भी करना है, घर भी संभालना है, बाहर जाके बैडमिंटन खेलना है. भाई सब एक साथ नहीं कर सकता हूँ, मतलब कर सकता हूँ करने के लिए, बट लॉन्ग रन में नहीं काम करेगा वो. You need to chill out, man. When are you going to live stream in Telugu? I think after PMWC, bro. After PMWC, I'll be streaming.
And they obviously have got a lot of very talented players.
God bless.
But at the moment, I feel like
It's good to see all the OG players, man.
it's not the sort of team that you look at.
Ziol bhai.
Certainly from EMEA, when you're thinking
क्या
about
ले?
the best team.
मिलूंगा भाई से मिलूंगा मैं.
It is definitely a team.
इसका कंट्रोल्स मेरा कंट्रोल्स थोड़ा सिमिलर है.
Directly avoid the group
मैं मिलूंगा
stage,
इससे.
but the survival stage later on. That's what I'm going to be looking for.
ब्रो डे में कॉलेज और नाइट में स्क्रिम्स खेल के कुछ हो सकता है क्या? समझा नहीं, मतलब क्या होना चाहते हो तुम? अल्फा 7 के स्पॉन्सर है इन्फिनिक्स GT 10 Pro वाले, इसलिए 3-4 मंथ से उसी पे खेल रहे हैं वो. पता नहीं, मुझे उतना नहीं पता इंफॉर्मेशन उसके रिगार्डिंग. हो सकता है बे. जितने भी टीम्स इधर खेल रहे हैं वो सारे अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं वो खेलने के लिए उस डिवाइसेस में. तो आई मे बी बाकी टीम्स भी खेल रहे हैं, किसको पता. Falcons playing with East, not playing with Nerzed. Nerzed is on a break right now. East को try कर रहे, देखते क्या होगा. It's day 1 today. If things go well, they will continue with East. थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया तो ऑब्वियसली वो फिर बुलाएंगे उसको. अरे Falcons is a very balanced team यार. वो लोग मिस्टेक्स नहीं करते, बहुत रेयरली करते हो मिस्टेक्स, मतलब करते मिस्टेक्स. आफ्टर PMRC में Falcons बहुत मार खाया है. Top was disappointed actually. तो change was necessary and उन लोग ने change किया. If I'm not wrong, East ही खेला था ना PMRC. मेरे को अच्छे से याद नहीं आ रहा है. I think East ही खेला PMRC. मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा है. I think, yeah. कोई मेरे को बताओ चैट में if you guys know the complete details. फेस कैम ही ऑफ कर दो. अक्की प्लेस ब्रो. ठीक है ब्रो, ठीक है. डॉक रेंज प्लेयर है क्या इंडिया में ब्रो? कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते ब्रो. डॉक इज इन अ होल डिफरेंट लीग इन माय ओपिनियन. You can't compare Dog with anyone. If you want to really compare players, if you really want to compare esports players, just compare stats, bro. You can't compare skills. इसका skill better है, उसका skill better है, भाई ऐसा compare नहीं कर सकते. अरे that was Neymar, right? Wait a second. अरे वो Neymar था ना? ओए. This is Neymar, right?
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
नेमार ही है ब्रो वो. That was Neymar. क्या बात है ब्रो, क्या बात है. अन्ना रात्रि आयतुना ना रात्रि आयतुना नल्ला अडल
However, looking towards the top of the tables, it's actually a lot more volatile.
నాకు అర్థం కాలే బ్రో శ్రీయర్ షా
Right? It can either
నాకు అర్థం కాలే
it depends really if you have a clear front runner or 2 or 3 teams vying for that top spot.
भाई काश में उधर होता तो
एंट्री अच्छी
शायद
है लेकिन
नेमर से मिल
बैठने का
पाता
तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है
उतना पब्लिक भी नहीं है उधर
Over this amount of games, maybe a little bit less.
कोई बात नहीं
Might see like a 25 to 30 point.
never let you down spike bro let's get started yes bro let's get started
52 points, 49 points towards the top.
चलो मैच स्टार्ट हो गया ओ बॉय
But it could be that it's just
देखो मैच 1 is the most crucial match
that has a big impact
because Sandhawk यार Sandhawk is
sort of ends up, right?
I don't like
First
Sandhawk
place,
but it's part of the game
finals,
if I have
as far as that goes,
अगर मेरे को भगवान ने कुछ विश दे दिया तो मैं बोलूंगा भाई डिलीट Sandhawk weekend from PUBG Mobile and BGMI यही रहेगा मेरा विश मजाक कर रहा हूँ बस सीरियसली यार मेरे को बहुत आरएनजी लगता है दोनों मैच कहीं भी चले आता है कल भी सर्कल कहाँ बनी वो वियर्ड सर्कल्स बनती है देखते हैं the match 1 has begun let's go guys
what we're going to do with dual gaming chipsets and a 144 Hz AMOLED screen the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS which is
BGMS सीरीज का परमिशन नहीं मिला ब्रो मुझे जब मिलेगा तब करूंगा मैं
and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC I'm ready to be visually stunned by the
कल गन फाइट्स देखने को नहीं मिला सैनहॉक में क्या आज देखने को मिलेगा
And I know
देखना
you guys are so pumped up for day number 2. But you know what? We're going to take a little bit of time here. That's right. Psych! We're going to get these players just a little bit more warmed up for today. So, you know, you were talking about D plus Kia. If they doubled their points, I do agree. I think that they will be able to win that.
14 would be that measure, right? That's on one day's games. They got 57, 2 times 57, as everybody knows.
Of course.
14. That might not be as prevalent. What would that be over 12 matches? So a 10-point average basically is where I tend to look.
अबे रीस्टार्ट कर रहे मैच ये
per game, which is pretty nuts to be able to achieve that.
पहला कनेक्टिविटी इश्यू मैच लगता है
Point average
कल नहीं हुआ आज ही हुआ
middle of the pack. To be able to put 4 points over that every time is kind of nutty. And D plus Kia currently not at that metric. If you see a team that is over 10 points per map,
भाई थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ ना अरे मैच स्टार्ट होते ही बढ़ाऊंगा ब्रो और कितना बढ़ाओ स्पाइक बाय प्राइस पूल कितना है $3 million
He looked excited. Actually, he looked like he always does. Just so chill and relaxed.
he's
like
such a chill guy.
He's so chill. He's just like walking around.
Rehost, yes, it's rehost.
Like, oh yeah, we just came to get some more money this year, just like we did last time. I mean, I don't think anybody expected Vampire to have the performance mid-season that we saw last year. And man,
क्या लगता है guys? आज कौन सा टीम dominate करेगा?
Playing foosball in the players' lounge, like he's just like, ah man, I'm ready.
Let's see what you guys think.
Absolutely. Well, I spoke to Sertani earlier this morning. Coming into this tournament, he is aware.
आज परफॉर्म करने वाला प्रेडिक्शन भी एक बार देख लेते हैं.
Kind of performing as strongly as they do.
यहाँ कोई भी नहीं बोलेगा एल मैनेजमेंट अरे बहुत प्रोफेशनल है ब्रो ये सारे ये लोग को उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता इन सबसे बहुत आगे जा चुके हैं ये लोग
That is what he was going for. They had an adjustment in their IGL structure at the start of the year, moving into PMGO. So they have actually
Falcons, Vampire Esports,
with Stones taking
by Gordel
of the IGL, and he's been adapting to.
Hello, bro.
The thing that Sertani is focused on, and by the way, I think this
looking forward to D plus Kia today.
Is
D plus Kia
creating.
If I had to pick only one team today, after seeing D plus Kia yesterday,
right, giving them that platform,
I would like to go with D plus Kia to be honest.
Results a little bit late.
बहुत crazy खेला.
Just create strong cohesion, strong.
But I'm not gonna go with D plus Kia.
And the ability for those.
I love challenges.
Because if you don't have that.
Meditation कर रहा है क्या सो रहा है?
I mean, I think it's all about just having players focus on their best opportunities, their strengths, right? And for a lot of times we see players.
I think I'm gonna go with Falcons here.
Gunners. A lot of times they just stick
just because of top.
But
I'm gonna go with Falcons today.
On, hey, where should we go? Map everything.
Falcons #1 today. #1 possible नहीं है क्योंकि already 6 matches खेले कल. बाकी teams. मतलब best performance आज Falcons का हो जाए. मैं चाहता हूँ. मैं personally चाहता हूँ.
One of those players.
Let's see.
For sure. So that's always interesting. One of my favorite things to do every time I talk to
Vampire अच्छा करेगा.
Just like, all right, guys, how do you feel?
इतने सारे favorite teams है इसमें.
They're just like, feel good. We're excited, ready to do this stuff. Then I always ask them, okay, right? If you
ब्रो
guys
बता रहा
don't
हूँ
do
टीम
good,
लिक्विड कोई हल्का टीम नहीं है.
you know what I'm saying?
Danger
Like,
team
whose
है bro, वो
fault
भी.
is it? And they always look
Wow.
at somebody or someone gets quiet.
पता नहीं मेरे को लग रहा है आज
You
का
don't
लॉबी
listen to
थोड़ा
your
और
IGL,
तगड़ा
do
दिख रहा है
you?
मेरे
And
को आज का लॉबी.
everyone just starts laughing
Yeah.
because they're just like, oh, I'm like, okay. When
कल थोड़ा
your IGL says to
NRX
push, do you not
ये
push?
थोड़ा उतना
And they
अच्छा
go, no.
कंपटीशन नहीं
It's
दिया.
like, we tell him to stay and he pushes.
आज
you know?
कंपटीशन ज्यादा लग रहा है मुझे पता
It's
नहीं क्यों.
crazy how those things still happen even though there's so much on the line. PUBG Mobile is just crazy when you get into that end zone and there's just so many teams around you.
Absolutely, where every single team is going to be paying attention to one team in particular. The team at the top, it's D plus Kia.
अन्ना
Absolutely.
नाकु कुड़ा मूड अरे क्रैक ब्रो वाट What is that device? That device is Infinix GT20. ऑफिशियल स्पॉन्सर है इस टूर्नामेंट का, इसलिए उस डिवाइस में खेल रहे हैं. ब्रो दिस गाय इज इनसेन ब्रो. बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहा है. अरे पूरा टीम बढ़िया खेल रहा है बे.
포리코 같은
포리코.
경우에는 이제 멀티플레이어이고 저는 이제
사운드 बढ़ा दे
스카우트랑 서포터를 맡고 있습니다. 이전 연도랑은 확실하게 다른 느낌을 가지고 있고요. 다른 점이라고 하면은 작년에는 조금 더 안정적이고 탄탄한 점이 보였다라고 하면 이번에는 굉장히 공격적인 게 많이
भाई
다른
आईक्यू सोल क्या लगता है डोमिनेट कर पाएगा इनके सामने? डोमिनेट तो नहीं बोल सकता हूँ, but they can.
경기를 보여드리게 됐는데 다소 아쉬운 모습들이
They are the best
많이
contenders
보여졌어서
for our
그 정도
country.
많이 하실 것 같아요. 그래도 이번에
In my
월드컵에서
opinion.
꼭 좋은 성적, 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있게 준비했으니까 많은 응원과 사랑 부탁드립니다.
Hell yeah, that's what we're looking at. D plus Kia current leaders, of course, on the table.
D plus Kia
57 points.
2.0.
They're the bar to beat right now. Hopefully, they can keep things rolling for today.
Yes, sir, indeed. And you can just see it. You heard we saw in the interview right there. You know, he said, I think a lot of our fans are worried about us right now because we've kind of
भाई
been
ये सब
struggling in some
लड़की
seasons prior
है
to
या
this. But I
लड़का?
don't think they're worried anymore.
मिर्जा
with
bro?
a performance like that
Are
as
you
day number
serious?
one, what more could you ask for?
What?
Starting off with that chicken
क्या
dinner,
comment
10
पढ़ लिया मैंने?
eliminations. That's 20 of their 57 points here.
Let's
So,
spin this comment for
it's going to be
fun.
interesting to see if they get that northwestern circle in
true.
Sandhawk once again. That's going to
इस
pay
एंगल
off
में लड़की
big
लग रहा है
time
बे
for
तुम्हें?
them. Now, if they don't get that zone, John,
कोई पसंद आ गया क्या?
do you think that they have a possibility of having a similar performance they did yesterday, or
I think that's almost impossible to say.
Right.
Action
I
and
think
top
that you
ora.
can't really read
It's
too much
over
into it,
9,000.
from yesterday. What we did
It's
see is
over
that they were able to
9,000.
back up their result in that first map
999.
with two other high-profile games. Right, you have
Plus.
an 11 elimination game in the second Erangel, followed up by a third Erangel with 12 eliminations.
एंट्री अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
That they definitely do have more.
Truck_OP, thank you for the $5 donation, bro. From today, I am not gonna watch
You
Indian
always have to put that
esports
question mark
Godel.
on there, right? When
क्यों भाई
it is
क्या हो
going
गया?
to shift towards you on that high ground on Sandhawk, are you
क्या
gonna
हो गया?
make the
It's
transition?
just a start, bro.
Historically, I
एक
think that the best example of
मैसेज
teams not
deleted
being
by
able to,
WBG. अरे भाई क्यों
transition
यार
as
मॉडरेटर क्यों डिलीट कर
effectively,
दिया
I think
मैसेज?
towards the end of their tenure as a
मैं
big
जानबूझ के
roster,
उसको टैग किया.
with the Gladiators coming
Yes.
through, and they started
Drag,
to
bro,
really
why-
struggle
why-
about. Well, to be honest,
why?
they started to
Just
struggle
one
whether they
bad
got
day,
seven
bro,
or
it's
not
okay.
on that northwestern island, but their transitions were always being cut
They
down.
got a new coach.
And they really kind of struggled to leave that.
They
sort
have
of
a new
position.
addition, Punk.
So maybe we'll see the same thing with D plus
Maybe
Kia.
with
Maybe
time,
we won't. I think it's
they
too
can do
early
better,
to
I
say,
guess.
given that we've only
पता नहीं,
seen one
देखते हैं.
Sandhawk played.
yeah, since we've seen that with Sandhawk play,
I noticed many
it
players
really
are
is
not
a little bit of a
using
gamble
pillow.
when you land on that northwestern island.
But
If
some
you
are.
get that
देखो,
zone,
एक
your
बंदा
chances
pillow
of
use कर
popping
रहा
off
है.
are
मैं
crazy,
pillow
but you
use
have
नहीं
to still
करता.
perform, and they did, right? Double elimination, chicken dinner. is
काश
everything
voting
they
से
hope
trophy
for,
मिलती,
but if it
God,
doesn't
like का
go
no
your way,
competition होता.
it is quite difficult.
come on,
And
please.
The thing is, you know, we saw D plus Kia, they got that zone, they performed
trolling,
as
no
expected,
trolling here.
as they should. You know, next game though, 16th
चलो.
place,
Match
0
one.
eliminations. You know?
Let's go.
If that happens today, where they actually struggle in Sandhawk, I want to see that flip in reverse.
Why they're playing
right?
with new account?
Aaron Gale just
Usually
go
इतने
crazy
बड़े
and play
tournaments में
everything
क्या
out of
होता
the
है?
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be.
Usually इतने बड़े tournaments में क्या होता है?
Follow that up with some big
Admins नया accounts create करते हैं
and not to mention
for all the players just for this tournament.
I mean, in general, obviously, they have performed.
So
very well yesterday.
इस account
I
में
think
ना
that
skins
is
होते,
inarguable.
ना fancy कपड़े होते.
Tiampa as well.
ना लैग होता ना कुछ नहीं होता इसके अंदर, बस गेम खेलो स्मूथली, ट्रॉफी उठाओ, पैसे कमाओ और निकलो बस, समझे?
And get 16 elims. It was a third place on that first Erangel.
ये सारे खेल रहे इसमें Infinix GD20 पे.
I feel like the show on that match was kind of stolen by them, right? Because you had Alpha 7-1 from C block. There was a pretty crazy finish there.
What is controller in front of players? अरे वो कुछ कैमरा साउंड का होगा.
Mark on that Erangel. They're going to be looking to make their mark here again.
चलो भाई.
On Sandhog as well, as this time we
Hopefully
may actually be going.
वापस rehost ना हो.
And we're ready to get it going here. You can see that plane going right down.
भाई 2000 लोग देख रहे हैं, 1000 लाइक ही हुए यार. फटाफट 2000 लाइक कर दो. Let's go.
Anywhere that they want to, and I am looking, and we can already see some squads jumping out really early.
By imagine
here.
Admino joining Soul in place of Soulmine. Why should I imagine, bro? They are happy where they are right now.
East side of the map. Oh baby, it's day number 2, the last day for Group Red. Let's see what they can do.
Mad Bulls, the new entry to today, and Besiktas Black, that old hat from yesterday.
The question remains.
I don't know why I'm calling them old hat.
Any gunfights
today? They're going to be coming on in Vampire out over towards Ruins and Tambang. Looks like they're not going to be super contested there. Obviously, a lot of rotational paths available to them from that area. They could swing down south past Painan, move up north to that island. I quite like that sort of area.
4MV का fight है, reject हो क्यों से?
Painan potentially a little bit of trouble there. As Reject are split a little bit further north with 4MV taking up Painan mainly, but Duello might have a look in quite early.
ये क्या कर रहा है reject हो क्यों? एक ही बंदा आया, पेल लेंगे उसको पकड़ के.
He wants to because all the rest of his players and teammates are quite a distance away from him, and that's kind of that Painan split, you know, because Painan you could definitely split loot a little bit, yeah, but you definitely want some players to kind of get some of those surrounding areas. We do not have a
कल लेफ्ट गया सर्कल, आज राइट गया, मतलब उतना भी राइट नहीं है, to be honest.
So teams like
थोड़ा central right
are going to have to get moving pretty quick here.
For sure. I'm looking up on the north side as well there. Tiamba and Brute Force pretty close.
कल का सैनॉक में डीप्लेस किया निकाला था ना?
There is basically an encirclement going on right now. Tiamba going to have to fight to leave unless Brute Force move early.
Oh boy, so let's see what happens. You got Vampire Esports.
Bro, इसका नाम टॉस पिक है. मैं हर बार मैं टॉक्सिक क्यों पढ़ता हूँ इसका नाम? इसका नाम टॉस पिक है.
You know they want them in force. You know they want that DBS.
I need help, bro. I need therapy.
Towards the end.
बहुत खराब हो गया मैं बंदा.
Team Liquid, dead center of the map right now. They are in a great spot here, and not to mention D-Xavier over near in Paradise Resort. They're going to have
Vampire Esports that they momentum पकड़ लिया ना तो बहुत डेंजर बन जाएगा वो टीम.
They're coming in fresh, right? So
Oi!
We're already starting to see some shots ring out from Brute Force.
Yeah, this is still on that north side.
Very crucial day for Brute Force.
Fully grouped up over towards Cal after dropping a little bit more disparately. Brute Force not going to fully engage onto this fight, and you can see exactly why now, because they are vulnerable. They are
पकड़ेंगे.
Engagement, and Neos
is in
danger at this stage.
पकड़ लिए भाई.
Straight on out.
Why are you poking Tainba, bro?
Response from Cal.
Tainba तो हाथ डाल देगी bro.
As soon as you take shots without the backup, you are going to feel the pain, and Tianba will make it happen.
Neos
अकेला नहीं जाना था bro.
He knew it.
Okay.
As soon as he did that shot,
he got punished.
He hit that 180 and started sending it at full speed.
उसको समझ में आ गया था.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, he's like, wait. I was just kidding. It was all a prank. Freepod tried to help.
Face cam बढ़ाओ bro. एक कम करो बोलता है, एक बढ़ाओ बोलता है.
Split loots.
चल थोड़ा बढ़ा देते हैं.
Don't want to start those engagements because if you're going against 3 or 4 players that are pretty grouped up, you're in big trouble. And we saw what happened.
4MV का AGL doc है. Yes bro. Doc है.
Getting a little bit close to the fire there. Roasty toes, but nothing more than that just yet. Yappy out the door, will not be able to find the shots. Being diverted around. TJB moving fairly early, actually, it has to be said, into this circle. Trying to move past Team Liquid, who have regrouped to the northeast side of that quarry.
Well, they definitely know where all these teams are, so they got a lot of intel on that one. And very fortunate for them, they don't lose a player. And a lot of times we see rotations like that. Teams will sacrifice maybe 1 or 2 players in the process, but fortunate for them, they're going to be just all right.
So quick, yeah, so quick.
Teams that are still outside of this circle, will still need to make their way in. Vampire, D+ Kia, a lot of names here. So we'll see how they decide to
go
make
Falcons.
This rotation on in. Now, we already seen some squads on the move. D-Xavier have left Paradise Resort. They looted very quickly and are looking for a more central position.
teams starting to group up.
Infinity
towards the
Nozy
center
का
now. Boot
गेम
camp
प्ले
has
डाउन हो
been
गया
evacuated.
वैम्पायर जाके.
This Northwest
Yeah,
Island,
yeah,
pretty
I also agree with
slow
you.
on the move at the moment. Talon and D+ Kia.
But Vampire Esports का
their
management
move.
बहुत तगड़ा है बे.
We're on board with DXA.
If they are letting him play, that means कुछ तो सोच समझ के खिला रहे.
Side of this circle, it controls
समझ
a
रहे
lot
हो?
of the territory around them. In general, it's that the compound that sorry,
Let's
the
not jump
DXA
into
are in,
conclusions.
and the
देखते.
compound out to their west, those two junction compounds that have a lot of control. But for my money, I'd still be out on the hills. I don't think you want to be committing towards the indoors when you're not sort of slap bang in the center, and you know a lot of teams are going to be putting pressure on. I think on this
So far
northern
एक ही
side,
बंदा मरा है ना.
for
Brute Force
DXavier,
का.
I like that Paragen still has that outpost, right? Out to the east, it gives them a foothold outside of their compound.
Who is
because you
better,
do not
4
want to be
finger
boxed in
या
this
5
early.
finger?
Yeah,
Bro,
you can tell they are just trying
it's
to get
not
as
about
much
the number of
information as
fingers,
they
bro.
can,
It's
and
about
we're
the
seeing
player.
them move away from that spot, which I definitely
मारने
think
वाले
is
2
a
finger में मार
good
देते हैं.
decision
5
here.
finger
And
को.
that's the problem is,
It's all about
you
the
know,
player.
Sandhawk, it's such a small map. You don't want to overcommit and get greedy, if I say so, right? So sometimes you're just like, oh, this spot is good, but if we just move up this next hill, it'll be a little bit better. You get into engagement, get third-partied, and you're out of there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can say that maybe we didn't know how many teams were going to
What
move
about
around the north,
NGX
but
team,
they
the
dropped
OG
out late.
team
They should
who
have known there was a lot of
previously
teams to their
dominated
south.
everyone in
So making
PMGC.
this move now, I think
They
it's
did not
wise.
qualify,
Now
bro.
put 2
From their
players,
region.
for DXavier out
उनका
over
region
towards
से
the little
NRX
closer to
आया.
the barn, which I
NGX
much prefer.
could
So I
not
think that's a good
qualify.
decision coming through from them. Talon have now left Hartin and are over to the mainland. They're playing
NGX का
on
Lord,
compounds
one of
just to
my
the south of that north bridge.
favorite players
which
है.
means
बहुत
that
बढ़िया
if
खेलता है
D+
वो.
Kia opt to rotate past that ground, it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, so they're gonna have to gatekeep, you know, 2 monster squads.
STE ఎక్కడ bro? STE is Falcons bro. Like if you are mostly जो STE का पूछता है मुझे, they're mostly asking about top action, IC and NRZ.
The 4S strategy
So
is
that
what I like to call
lineup
it there.
is
Snake, Smoke, Stun.
now
and Snake.
representing Falcons.
I like it. Okay, all right. I'll be drawing on that. I think that's quite inspiring. Maybe we could add silence.
Do you think Falcons has
Oh,
become
yeah,
an
Silence,
even
the
more
5S
strong
strategy.
team
Very
with the addition of
interesting.
East?
Very interesting here. Uh-oh.
I don't
Brute
think so.
Force popping some shots
They did not become
downrange.
strong.
That's what got him in trouble in the first place. So Brute Force needs to be
They were
calmed down
already
a little
strong.
bit. It's too early to get into an engagement.
They are the same.
If you see an obvious player where you know you can get that knock and thirst,
Actually,
yeah,
to be
take those
honest,
shots.
after East
If
Edition,
not, just
down
hurry
हुआ
up and
इनका.
wait, because if you do get into a fight in
Maybe
Sandhawk with
previously
this
हुआ
type of
शायद,
zone,
पता नहीं क्या चल
the
रहा है.
chances of both of you getting third
As long as
parties are
top
just
and
so
action
high.
are there in the team,
Let's talk about
bro,
something you
वो
said
team
earlier.
weak
with
में नहीं आ
Brute Force.
सकता.
And you're talking about you can't be making an over-aggressive play unless you know you can get the knock and flush. Brute Force, right?
Because they
Neos
have
early on,
9,999 plus
plus aura.
aura.
Today,
That
was
is
that they
enough.
felt like they were just making these mistakes, and that's just happened again. This is not good news.
Where
for Brute
is
Force.
Steinbach?
Not good at all, yeah, especially considering that I think they are the lowest performing team in Group Red.
वो
Right?
पूरा
So,
ऊपर है.
yeah, they're going to have to really give it all they got today if they want to make sure that they're in that top 12. And the problem with that is when you have a rough day one, every team tomorrow knows exactly how many points they need to pass you up. Right?
Absolutely.
So if
TL
you're Brute
Mythic.
Force, you cannot afford any mistakes. Losing a player early on is going to hurt. But we can watch D+ Kia. D+ Kia, like I said,
D+
if
Kia
they
कल
don't get that
कल
circle,
पूरा zone
it's
उन पे
a
बनी,
tough time to get
तो
into
थोड़ा
the zone.
फायदा हो
And
गया
that's
उनका.
exactly
अब
what's
देखो.
happening. Talent Esports
सफर
is
करेंगे
staring
अभी zone
right
जाने
at
में.
them and just trying to make their lives miserable.
D+ Kia having already lost a player as well. They're trying to move over this north bridge.
Zen Levi,
I'm not
thank you for the
entirely
membership,
sure
bro.
that this was the right call to make. The moment Vampire actually
They are
had
falling
made
back.
a slightly better rotation over the trifecta compound, I feel like D+ Kia had the option to
उतार
even
दिए
swim
बे एक
across
को.
over towards boot camp,
Yep,
which
yep.
in general, you know, if you have that scouting, which
Talent
they should have done,
Esports
have being on that high
was
ground,
so ready
is a fairly simple
that
rotation.
moment.
It's definitely going to be in the playbook. You could even have moved
Wait,
south
Brute
off the
Force
trifecta.
versus
Oh,
Xavier. अरे
getting taken down.
Brute Force
try
बाहर हो
it.
गए बे.
They try it on, and Xavier rolls straight on through them. Really strong stuff. I'm not entirely sure how that one started. I think Xavier moved down south towards Brute Force.
उनको एक chicken
but
निकालना ही
either way,
पड़ेगा Brute Force
another
को.
poor performance
अब
from
तो
Brute Force.
K भी
is
गया
now the
D+
book.
Kia का.
Terrible performance right there. Brute Force, not what
Falcons
they were hoping
versus
for
Reject
at all.
Tokyo.
So they're going to have to make it up here. And that's, I think they get, like I said earlier, I think they punched
चालू
out
हो गया
all
भाई
their
हर
bad
जगह
games
fights.
yesterday. So they can't just have good games here today. They
Close
have
range
to have
fight. Cameraman,
incredible
please
ones
दिखाओ यार
if they
वो
wanna make
fight.
it. But
मेरे
we're
को ये
seeing
गाड़ी
Team
नहीं देखना है.
Falcons and Team Reject go at it.
Please.
That is a huge fight. Action getting knocked down. It's going to be a close one right here. So we'll see what
Yes, हो
ends
गया
up happening
cameraman.
with that, as we're also seeing Talon take out D+ Kia.
Yeah, they are continuing that.
Cameraman को
pressure
गाड़ी
on the
दिखाना है bro.
rotation. On
ठीक
the
है भाई.
northwest side of the central area of teams, this is where the
The
fight
talent का
between
fight चल रहा है.
Reject is
Finally
Reject
दिखा
and
रहे.
Falcons
Here
is
it is.
happening. As we jump on board with it, you can see
उठ
Falcons
गए,
all
उठ गए.
four of them
Falcons के सारे
alive,
उठ
but
गए.
East gets knocked,
East
meaning
knocked.
there's 2 on the floor here, 2 in the dirt.
Reject हो गया
One
का एक
player
confirm हुआ
already
Divine.
fully flushed. Divine for Reject is out of it. So 3 players active for Reject. These reses need to come through from Falcons to maintain pressure.
निकालेगा,
forward.
Falcons निकालेगा
Icy
भाई.
starting to bleed out, but does get res, so they're back up to 3. East not in just yet, but Action has the nade in hand. In comes the Reject roll. They look at a move downhill now, slowing the res. They are still as 3, but Sara's down in the back line, meaning it's only 2 players up for Reject. They're up and in the face of Falcons right now, and Falcons
2v3 है, 2v3 है.
gonna bide their time. They don't need to put too much pressure on Reggie.
Reggie knock, खत्म है, आखिरी बंदा है.
It's all on Duello, and he falls flat.
Go Falcons. Third party कहाँ से?
Team Reject.
4M भी आ गया भाई.
The third
लग
party,
गए, लग
like I
गए.
said earlier,
लग
if
गए
you
भाई.
get into an engagement early on, you're going to be in big trouble. So let's see if Team Falcons can hold on.
Falcons trying to pick the pieces back up. There is an interesting thing that's happening on the north side that I'll touch on later as well. But in the meantime, Falcons just getting run over. And this is Sandhawk all over. Third parties. And 4MV just making mincemeat right now of Falcons. One player now standing in their way. Action, the last to
There is
have
absolutely
something to
zero
say
chance.
About this one. And
Apex.
Apex cooking
Zero
the
chance
nade.
Falcons can survive
Down
this.
it goes, and over the top, doesn't get the knock. Action with the DBS, but it's not going to matter.
Bro,
I was talking about something that was
perfect
happening in
third party
the
पे.
north.
Well
That
played
was
for MV.
Ciampa moving
Perfect
over
third party.
from that tap mock cow engagement and taking on Talon on the bridge guard, right? Talon and
क्या तूफान की तरह है बे 4MV?
now on one player.
Unbelievable.
Falcons
You know,
को 4
these
point
teams did
मिला
their
इस match
homework,
में.
and they did it so well. Tiamba had to know that, hey,
Wow.
D plus Kia, we know where they're coming from. And not to mention, we want first place. We want to make it happen. So if we can make D plus
They won the
Kia's
fight,
just a little bit
but
more
at what
difficult,
cost?
that is how
At
you do
what
it right
cost?
there. But the big thing is the zone has now shifted even further to the east.
Absolutely, you've got
यार.
some really strong positions out on the east
जरा
side.
क्या खतरनाक start हो गया Falcons का. ना, 4MV be like,
First day for them, remember?
don't
And if they
celebrate
could
too
start
early, bro.
things
We are-
off with
we
a
are still
good
here.
game here on Sandhawk, it would be brilliant.
D
Now on
place
the east
किया,
side, they've got
एक ही
two
बंदा
really
बचा D place
strong
किया का.
positions. At the moment,
Osal
I think
गया,
TJP
K गया.
are going to be under the most pressure as the circle
Chips
shifts out
गया.
to this east.
Yes, they
Nalvo
are.
अकेला
So
बचा
let's
है.
see what they're going to be able to do here. Mad Bulls on the rotation now coming
Top
in.
ने
for the
3
first
frags
time
निकाला इसमें,
here
इस-
in this
उस fight में.
tournament. Group Green on the move. So let's see how they're going
Top
to be able to make it
1v3.
happen in Sandhawk. They have a
Reject
very
Tokyo.
open rotation here. So they should be able to make it through Bond. And it's very typical of a circle like this. Anytime you have a hard shift, you see a
I
lot
was
of
rooting
teams
for
of
Falcons,
that
yeah.
zone go all the way to the hard shift side.
It's like
and it
a
looks
it's like a
that will
punch to my
work out for them.
stomach.
Meanwhile,
वो बाहर जाने के
I
बाद.
mean, these
Ah.
teams are practically stacked on top of each other. They are so close, just waiting for that next zone.
What's really interesting about this zone is that the whole of the west side of it is kind of covered by quarry, right? And what this does is that any team that's approaching from the west, and obviously you were talking about those wide swings, I think this is going to
Spike, check
exacerbate
your
that.
comments, Suk,
If
in
you're
the
trying to
comment
move in
section.
from the
Bro,
west,
Suk,
it really
come on, यार,
linearizes
Suk
your
क्यों आएगा
approach,
मेरे
right?
comment
Normally,
section में?
you're
क्या
worried
बात
about
कर रहे हो?
120 degrees
That's
or
right.
so on your back, right?
What are you talking
but
about,
here,
यार?
you can really look at these narrow alleys. You've got essentially discrete approach points as opposed to having a continuous approach from behind. So the teams out on the west, they can rely on
Full
quality for
cinematic
cover,
camera work.
but
I know,
it
I know.
also means that they have
But
very
I'm still
direct
mad
and
कि
fast approaches
कैमरा मैंने
towards
पूरा
them.
fight नहीं
That's
दिखाया.
right. You're going to have teams surrounding you or encapsulating you like pretty much from all around. So you got to be able to have your head on a swivel and you got to pick your fights perfectly. Now we're going to watch Tianba.
दोनों Chinese teams मचा रहे.
They got 4
They are surviving 4 man
eliminations so
strong.
far, and
TJP
they're
versus
still
Vampire
in
Esports
the
चल रहा
blue
है.
zone. This is stage 3. It's
इधर.
starting to hurt a little bit, but it looks like they're
Schwabs
going
need to get
all
revved.
the way around this shoreline towards the edge. But now we're starting to see teams get a little bit antsy here when you're at
Flower
this
C
stage,
का बड़ा भाई.
too
Flower
much time,
H.
you feel like you got to start moving, and TJP is looking to try to pick off some of these vampire
एक frag मिल गया.
players. Maybe not. Second thoughts.
Vampire trying to push in around the south side of Quarry. They have been moving across for quite a while now. They tried to move up towards TJB's position, but it was Besiktas Black who were able to take the shots and
Next
stop them
time
from
से
doing
Falcons
that.
का नाम मत
Vampire
लेना.
now on 3
Ruman bhai,
players,
come on
but
यार.
They have got their foot in the
Don't
door,
be
right?
so
They are right
superstitious.
back towards that quarry, and this is a pretty interesting shift actually. It keeps a lot of those teams already in.
Yes, so it's a perfect zone for so many of these squads, even Vampire.
शायद तुम कल का stream नहीं देखे.
Or just inch their way
जिनका
in.
भी नाम मैंने लिया, वो सारे top में बैठे.
Still out of this one though. They got to get moving here. Not to mention Tianba, they've been in the blue zone for majority of this game.
Tianba को 4 kill मिल गया.
Now they're going to start making their way in, and it looks like they're going to have
किनको
to
मारा
get
बे?
through
अरे
Mad
Bond ने
Bulls
मारा
first.
आज भी यार.
Yeah, potentially
Yep,
a little bit
yep.
of an obstacle, that wide swing from Mad Bulls. But if they can find Tulika on his own,
Ooh, it's a tough shot.
they need to get that spray to be able to really slow the Mad Bulls down, but it was just a scout. They will come across each other. They'll know that there's now a team on their border, on the west side of their approach towards the circle as they move down south, which means that they're going to be more wary of that.
Character boys, कौन निकालेगा ये वाला match?
Because you've got Alliance and Ula XIHC.
Tianba edge खेल रहा है.
Ula XIHC rather. Over
Dog
on
knock
that
है.
eastern
I think
side.
rev
They
हो
are
जाना
right
चाहिए.
now sandwiched up to the edge of the circle, which reduces the power of those compounds.
Yeah, Tianba's in trouble here. I don't think they should have made those shots at all. You don't want to be bringing any attention to you. Mad Bulls are going to be staring in that direction. Tianba's going to have to make a little bit of a
Dog is getting
blind
revved.
rotation, and there are so many squads waiting for you. You got teams like Alliance right there. So if you're Tianba, right now you're just kind of waiting. You're waiting to see if a fight's going to go off, and then hopefully come in third party that and make your way into the zone. So Tianba have to be very, very quiet here and catch that timing perfectly. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports, getting pressured from Besiktas Black. That's Tony K knocked. That's just only 2 remaining players left up for Vampire.
Vampire मार खाने वाले हैं guys.
A powerhouse in the roster as well. Besiktas Black have been making life difficult, and it will continue to be even tougher. Newsy goes down to a nade, and it's just stoned now. Newly minted, or well, at the start of this year, fresh
Just a matter of time
IGL to try and hold them together. There's a Molotov sent back their way, but Besiktas seem unstoppable in this roll-up. Newsy flushed away. That goes to TJB.
BJK is underrated, bro.
Tony K's point.
मैं पहली बार देख रहा हूँ इस team को.
Besiktas Black stone burning now in the Molotov, forced off the rock, forced back. Needs to
TJB ने
get
cover
done.
दिया.
Anything that he can, using the shack for cover. Toshpik moves on up, goes for the ground
गया
shot.
stone
Hasn't
गया.
even got that heal through. He goes for the challenge, falling back, and again relying on TJB to slow Besiktas down.
अबे TJB क्या cover दे रहा है बे stone के लिए?
And that slows it down indeed.
क्या ही cover दे रहा है TJB?
Surviving for just a little bit longer here, but Besiktas Black is on the hunt. They know just how scary Vampire Esports can be. If you can take them out early, that is what you want to do, especially considering that Besiktas Black did play yesterday. So
TJB क्या?
Stop some of these teams.
Tianba out on the east
Stone
side,
be like,
rolls
thank you
up to
TJB, thank you.
XIHC.
Tianba का भी fight चल रहा है
well. 2 knocks have already gone through. They haven't found anything in response. These flushes are starting to come through.
Tianba is getting
with some
torn
good third
apart.
parties to start off with, but it's not going to go too much further. They do get a little bit of an answer.
Nice one,
babe.
1v2.
And XC might be able to get a little bit
frags.
more profit on this match. They've got 7 limbs already. If they can take more out of Ola XIHC,
Did you guys observe one
they
thing?
can start to
DBS
say
बहुत
that
कम
this has
चलती है
been a
इधर.
very successful
बहुत
game
कम
for
लोग
them.
चलाते हैं.
But even more importantly is another team on the east starts to get lower and lower and lower. It looked like they were going for a full hold, but now it's just down to Zyo.
Oh boy, and you talked about that average a little bit earlier. Tianba have already passed it with 7 eliminations, so a great start for them. Let's just see how much further
IHC का भी
they
एक ही
can
बंदा
go.
बचा है
Now
ना?
TJB, they have the main compound
Yes, IHC का भी एक ही
in
बंदा
this
बचा है.
zone. They are dead center. Let's just see how many points they're going to be able to end up with at the end of this game.
I'm also looking at Alliance, right? They've had a pretty calm start, but now they need to start to frag out. There are only 3 players, though, on this northeastern side. It's been pretty brutal for the majority of our rosters. Only 3 teams with 4 players alive. TJB is one of them. 4MV out on that north side have a lot to fight
What
through.
crazy combo. Oh, nice one, bait Doc.
Pretty hard
खत्म,
right now.
खत्म, Mad
You can
Bulls
see we're
खत्म
on
है.
board with
Nade.
Doc himself with that magic arm of his. Those nades seem to
Xavier
always
Esports दे रहा है
find their
पीछे
mark.
से.
Another Molotov, and I don't think the Mad Bulls are going to be able to weather this one, but there's an off-angle shot coming through
Bro,
from
Doc.
Xavier.
The Xavier did great yesterday. They're looking to continue that here. That's his talent out of there. Only 10 teams remaining. And folks, if you go out right now, that is 0 placement points. The pressure is starting to rise. Mad
जब
Bulls
4MV का एक
putting
बंदा
some
knock
shots
हुआ था, I
from
thought
the blue
Doc
zone.
knew कहाँ से
Their
मार रहे हैं
final
Xavier
remaining
Esports.
player, is he going to be able to get the knock?
Ooh,
So
dear.
close.
And he goes down to an off-angle there as well. 4MV taken
गया
off the
4MV बाहर.
map, as does the player out to the north for Mad Bulls. Alliance remain in with 3.
competition, bro.
Xavier with 3. Team Liquid with 4 on
competition.
this northern side. It is going to be a bloodbath, but importantly, TJB have lost a player as well in the middle.
Oh boy, and now the zone centers up again on TJB. So TJB did lose 1. They have 7 eliminations so far, so a great game for them, but all eyes are on
TJB
their
का 7
spot.
frags
See
है
if they can hold it down. Meanwhile,
एंड
Team
जोन में एक ही टीम है वो है TJB.
the champions here from PMSL Americas.
ऐसे लड़ रहे थे, एक जानवर जैसे लड़ रहे भाई सारे.
Molotovs. You know that they have
एक
been
से बढ़कर एक.
waiting to catch up to
नया
Alpha
Xavier
7,
Esports
the
गया.
Brazilian brothers, and they take out the Xavier.
I feel like this is Team Liquid's game to lose now. With
Judo,
TJB
कल का momentum
sort
आज
of
भी
on the ropes,
continue हो
not
रहा है
being
इनका.
able to
7
hold all
finishes,
the
3
angles
man
they'd
strong.
like. Fragments of teams spread across the south here. It's Team Liquid who can carry this momentum forwards. They just need
This
to
is a
keep
Brazilian
everyone
team.
alive, play for one another, and get rid
दो
of
frags,
Alliance.
4 man
That's
strong
their
है, ये भी
major
निकाल
barrier
सकते
right
हैं.
now.
Let's see if they can do it. They see if they can do it, because you have TJB from those compounds just staring at this area, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to shoot at
I think नहीं
anything
निकालेगा
that
TJB.
moves. Just play keep away at this point.
But
Meanwhile,
we'll
you got
see.
Besiktas coming on from down the hill, gonna start climbing their way up little by little. That compound is very susceptible to pushes here. So TJB, even though they
I
do
think
have
Team
the
Liquid
dominant
निकालेगा ये match.
position, I'm gonna give the edge to these teams playing the hills, to be honest.
Ooh, Team Liquid actually shrinking down from their position and moving along the west.
That is smart.
Using that terrain, sweep through. Stoned first to face. He's going to have to
Stoned,
reposition,
yeah,
but it's not
Stoned,
going to
yeah.
work out. Besiktas able to finally put the nail in the coffin. And that gives away Besiktas' position further through. Team Liquid sweeping. I
कहाँ से
think
पड़ी
it's
इसको?
one
लग
of the
गई.
best decisions that they could have made.
टाइन बा.
Although it does get rid of a lot of off-angle threats with
आखिरी
TJB's
बंदा है
central
टाइन बा का.
hold. The question is, what can Team Liquid do with the outer position?
क्या लगता है बॉयज
Team
कौन
Liquid
निकालेगा
trying to
winner
summon
winner
some
chicken dinner?
eliminations here, and that's what I was talking about. Is that compound is basically in a bowl, so all these surrounding areas.
Team
and
Liquid,
you can even see Alliance
TJB,
so close, but has plenty of
Judo
coverage.
Alliance.
Let's see if he's going to be able to get some shots on the Team
Right,
Liquid. Honestly,
solo
Team
बंदे
Liquid
दो
looking
है.
very, very
एक
strong.
Zol
Even though they only have 2 eliminations so
और
far,
टाइन बा का
I think
शान.
they're going to get a whole bunch more.
See if they're able to keep this one going. Tianba, remember, they had a great start to the match with the third-party rotate. And they're still alive as well with their
Leon.
solo representative. Leon up close now against Xiol from Alula XIHC. Only 2 elims for them. And a low HP close to him. There's only 3 players here. 1v3s are doable. The heal doesn't come through. And their SK12 is
Well
doing a
played,
lot of
well
work,
played,
but
well
it's
played.
not
और
gonna
क्या ही
be
कर
enough
सकता है
to
उसने
do the
बहुत
heavy lifting for them.
movement
It was going to be a
सब
little
सही
bit of
था.
an
सामने
outside
वाले
chance
मौका
there,
नहीं
but they
दिया.
go down. 2 eliminations on the match in 6th place.
Judo is doing
Oh,
good,
that
man.
was so close. If he was able to get that
They're doing
shot, who
good.
knows what could have happened. But Alliance shut that down, and they shut it down well. 8
BJK को बाहर कर दिया.
eliminations so far. They
Team
are
Liquid.
doing great here at this one. And now we're down
3v,
to our
3v4.
final 4 teams here for match number 1 on day 2.
And the shift finally goes
solo
away from
बंदा अभी भी है,
TJB.
bro.
They're on the outside. Oh, Shan's so
गया,
close.
ओलियो
Solo
गया.
player right on the money.
That's one.
Nice one, nice one, nice
Takes
one.
him
Nice one.
out. First player down. 1v2 now as Leon's. Are they looking for him? Do they know he's on the tree? It seems like they
Finish हो
do.
गया.
They just need to isolate these angles. The cook
Cluck
is there.
nade
Cluck's
मरेगा,
not
Cluck
gonna
nade से
be able
मरेगा.
to take the peak. He's forced
नहीं
out.
मरा, नहीं मरा,
Forced
नहीं मरा, नहीं
away
मरा.
with no damage. There is a response. The knock goes through.
What?
He finds one, and it's Shan with a 1 versus 3 for Tianba. They do not stop. It's 11 eliminations, and the solo warrior himself here to
Bro,
play.
Tainba के बंदे, they are
Team
built
Liquid
freaking
might be able to
different,
find the
यार.
knock. The flush is there. Cardozo seals the deal.
1v3
and TJB
Judo.
tried to stretch out, but it's not out of the
Crazy.
question for Shan to make it happen again.
Crazy.
Are you kidding me? Sean's got those nades locked and loaded, and TJB is feeling the punishment. Chief gets naded down to about 20% HP, and it's really up to Ayala to finish off Tianba here as fast as they possibly can.
Bro, ये बंदा solo chicken निकालेगा तो क्या मजा आएगा, bro.
Can he make something
Yeah.
happen?
अरे नहीं,
He
नहीं, नहीं,
cannot.
नहीं,
It's
नहीं,
gonna
नहीं.
be Team Liquid.
Well played,
एंट्री
मेरे
अच्छी है
पास
लेकिन
टू लेके
बैठने
आओ
का
उससे.
तरीका अभी बड़ा
On the
कैजुअल है.
back.
मैंने बोला
They
Team
come
Liquid
in
chicken.
from Group
मैंने बोला Team
Yellow
Liquid chicken.
And I'm sorry, Group
Let's go,
Green,
baby.
and shut things down.
Well played, Team
What
Liquid.
a way to carry on for Tianba, right?
I always say this,
Shan
यार, Brazilian
is
teams
exterminator.
are built
This is the second
different,
time
यार.
We've seen them do this, right? Come
Danger
in,
teams है.
not win the game.
Great
but
start for
kinda
Team
steal
Liquid.
the show. An excellent
जिनको नहीं पता
rotate
ये
out from Cal on
ex
the northern
Loops
side.
esports है.
Third party that bridge engagement, slurp up a load of those points. Dominating
Wow.
on that northeastern side and coming on through with a strong
Mad भाई,
performance to
mad.
open things up.
कल भी
But
खतरनाक
Team
शुरुआत था.
Liquid played their
Match
position
1 का आज भी
really, really
crazy
well.
start.
That sweep down on the western
Wow.
edge really played out in their favor.
Oh, it's beautifully done right there. I mean, Tianba.
Adrenaline rush यार, देखने वालों को मिलता है भाई इसमें, खेलने वालों को तो क्या ही रहेगा। और
they didn't get that circle that they did yesterday, and what do you know, right? 0 points.
टाइम बहुत बढ़िया खेली है, बहुत बढ़िया खेली।
1v3 to start off day 2. Let's go.
कल भी टाइम का एक बंदा ने 1v4 किया, 1v4 नहीं 1v5 किया शायद इसने,
Today we'll see if they're able to keep this one going.
और आज भी शुरुआत 1v3 के साथ।
They have got a lot going.
मेरे को लगा था टाइम में चोक करेगा, टाइम में बोल रहा हूँ, टीजे भी चोक करेगा।
Obviously, they had a pretty solid position to start with that circle. They were slap bang in the middle. They regrouped.
Great start, guys. Great freaking start.
For as long as possible.
Shan equal to Team U. Sexy खेला भाई ये भी। भाई टाइम में सारे के सारे एकदम डेंजर असॉल्टर से। QZ,
Still, look at this.
Shan,
what a crazy way to
Bond,
this one out. Able to get that
और आखिरी बंदा कौन है?
and then win that 1v2 when he was behind a single tree. That's all he had to play with.
That's it. That's it. And he was able to.
Anshuman Pandey, thank you for the membership, brother. Means a lot.
The big.
क्या जितने भी लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं सारे के सारे हिट दैट लाइक बटन।
I think if you're in group red, you should be scared.
ये मैच के बाद तो भाई
Team Liquid, right? Coming from
हो गया, मोमेंटम सेट हो गया मेरा भी, सॉरी मूड सेट हो गया मेरा।
Absolutely.
आपको सब गाली देते हैं, मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता ब्रो। कौन गाली देता है ब्रो मुझे? सोलो अमन वाईटी
with a good game number.
कौन दे रहा है गाली?
Eliminations in first place, they were able to get on that Sandhawk.
Oh my goodness, what's going to happen at the end?
Thank you for the 100 by the way.
You got Tianba just straight crushing it. Sean with the 1v3, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
That was very unexpected. मुझे लगा देखो इस पॉइंट पे
Possibly can.
Out of the question, be able to take the peak. He's forced out, he's forced wide, but no damage. There is a response.
इधर नहीं।
Are they looking for
जब इसने उसको मार दिया था, इधर राइट साइड में जो क्लक है, क्लक भी ग्रेनेड कुक किया ना, मुझे लगा वो ग्रेनेड से ये मरेगा, बट भाई साहब उसने वो भी डॉज किया राइट टाइम पे। देखो डॉज कर दिया, नहीं हक दिया सामने वाला, टू बी ऑनेस्ट क्रेजी मार दिया वो, क्रेजी।
They're on the outside.
It started here.
So close, solo player.
Boom.
Right on the money.
That's one.
Takes
Olio
it
had
out.
no idea.
First player down.
इसको finally दिख गया।
1v2 now as Leons. Are they looking for him? Do they know he's on the tree? It seems like they do. They just need to isolate these angles. The cook is there. Cluck not going to be able to take the peak. He's forced out.
इसके बाद क्लक को मारता है वो सबसे पहले, इसके बाद लियोन को मारता है वो। What an awareness, bro. What an awareness.
It's 11 eliminations and the solo warrior himself there to play. A knock over towards Team Liquid.
Crazy भाई।
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
This is a level of skill you need to compete in this lobby. So जो भी क्वेश्चन पूछता है ना कि can this team compete in this lobby, लेवल ये है ब्रो, लेवल ये है भाई। क्या आप एक एस्टिमेशन दे सकते हो कि फैल्कन्स और उसके बाद वैम्पायर्स के एक प्लेयर की सैलरी कितनी होगी? ब्रो बहुत ज़्यादा होगी, दोनों की बहुत ज़्यादा होगी। इसलिए ज़्यादा बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि उधर की कंपटीशन, उनके अचीवमेंट्स, उनका प्राइज मनी गारंटीड, मतलब वो लोग हर ग्लोबल इवेंट खेल रहे, इतना तो प्राइज मनी वो लोग जीतेंगे ही जीतेंगे, तो रिटर्न भी मिल रहा है ना और को, तो उनका प्राइज मनी, उनका सैलरी ज्यादा होगा ब्रो। आई डोंट नो एग्जैक्टली कितना हो सकता है, बट आई डोंट थिंक आई शुड बी डिस्कसिंग दैट ऑन माय स्ट्रीम। You can't compare their salaries with Indian salaries, okay? Because जहाँ से वो है, जो लेवल ऑफ कंपटीशन में वो खेल रहे, प्राइस पूल्स भी ज़्यादा है ना उनमें, तो ऑब्वियसली प्राइस मनी बहुत, आई मीन सैलरी बहुत ज़्यादा होगा उनका। $10 lakhs पर प्लेयर ज़्यादा हो गया, थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया। आई थिंक 10 lakhs तो नहीं होगा। If I had to really guess, it would be somewhere around 8 or 7, maybe. ये भी ज़्यादा हो सकता है। But they are representing Falcons, यार। Falcons is one of the biggest organization. पता नहीं क्या डील पे काम कर रहे वो। जितना हमारे इंडिया में सैलरीज को लेके बाहर आता है टॉक्स वगैरह, उतना इंटरनेशनल में नहीं आता है। ट्रांसफर विंडो से सब पब्लिक रहता है, बट सैलरीज कभी बाहर नहीं आते। हमारे यहाँ प्लेयर्स बहुत अनप्रोफेशनल हो जाते हैं, रिवील करते थे सैलरी वगैरह, टीम भी मैनेजमेंट भी रिवील कर देते सैलरी वगैरह, बट इंटरनेशनल में बहुत कम ही सुनने को मिलता है ये सब, और ऐसे ही होना चाहिए। 1.4 CR भाई पागल है क्या? 1.4 CR कैसे होगा सैलरी? नॉट पॉसिबल। कौन है पे करने वाला उतना? चाइनीज टीम्स भी लैन पे है क्या? यस ब्रो, वी हैव 2 चाइनीज टीम्स, टाइनबा एंड टीजेबी।
And that's the start that you were hoping for. We were saying at the start of the day, right? Like, it's all about the timing of precision. Like 4 Brazilian luchadors able to jump from the top rope using precision to strike at their enemies with a 5-star frog splash.
Falcon players are receiving $10K in a month. हो सकता है ब्रो, मे भी मिल रहा होगा, they deserve it.
Play for the victory. They know exactly what they want. It's in the palm of their hand. They're playing for the belt, man, or trophy in this case here. 17 points as Tiamba as well, coming in with 17 at the very end. Was it Shan who was able to pick up a ton of eliminations towards the end and survive a 1v2?
What is the reason India? What is the reason for no slots for India?
1v3.
No approval from government, bro. No approval from the government.
Nades. I mean, once again, I'm sorry, Boom, but you're gonna have.
But eventually it will happen.
Here from that player because those nades.
Eventually it will happen.
Out of him, TJB Esports though, being able to get those 13 points. That team, I feel like they definitely got a little bit blessed. They were in the compound for quite a long time, but they were able to be proactive. But going back to Team Liquid,
इंडिया को क्यों परमिशन नहीं है? चाइना की इन्वॉल्वमेंट है इसलिए। नो, आई डोंट नो द एग्जैक्ट रीजन, बट मेरा गेस ये है, मेरा गेस, ठीक है, ये मेरा गेस है कि इंडियन गवर्नमेंट हैज बैंड पबजी मोबाइल, राइट? तो पबजी मोबाइल में ही फिर पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए हमारा प्लेयर्स को सेंड कर रहे हो, तो समझ रहे हो? इट डज नॉट मेक सेंस। वैसा कुछ है सीन, समझा? इसलिए जो भी बाहर के टीम्स आ रहे इंडिया में, वो सारे बीजीएमआई में खेल रहे हैं।
I mean, we do. But I do want to point something out, as you did mention with Falcons, something that's really interesting is that East is now on Team Falcons, who was previously on 4MV, and after that was on Stronger, playing in PMSL CSA, but now he's playing with Falcons, and he was actually playing in this
ब्रो, तो इंडियन माइंडसेट मत रख, उन पे फेम नहीं होगा बट पैसे है ब्रो। ब्रो, मैं बहुत सोच समझ के बोल रहा हूँ, जो भी बोल रहा हूँ।
A Sandhawk thing? I'm not sure. Like,
कोई और इतना पैसे पे करेगा तो समझ रहे हो? They need to have a plan.
However, I mean, on Sandhawk here, right?
If they don't have a plan, then eventually they'll burn out all the money and they'll leave the scenario. Just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean you have to spend a lot of money, right? जो भी e-sports में बहुत long time से है, उनको पता है कितना देना सही है, market value क्या है वगैरह। तो उस हिसाब से $10K per month possible है, but still it is on the higher end in my opinion. For Falcons तो भाई they deserve it. वो लोग हर टूर्नामेंट में टॉप 5, टॉप 3, टॉप 2 आते रहते हैं, वो जिसमें बड़े प्राइस पुल होते हैं, उनको रिटर्न से मिलता है, तो भाई 10K आई थिंक पॉसिबल है, 10K इजीली पॉसिबल है फॉर दैट टीम पर प्लेयर।
This time they had to play from the outside, and it.
JD न्यू टीम है, yes bro. JD में Paraboy, Long SKR.
We can't really say that after just one match.
और 2 प्लेयर है, मैंने एक ही बार देखा, मेरे को याद नहीं अच्छे से। Rooting for TL Ayala, bro, one of the oldest players है ये सारे, Ayala, Mythic.
Southeast for D+. Talent was like, we're just gonna keep chasing you guys. So for what I want to see on a D+, if they
brother Zul का मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, पता नहीं क्यों।
Circle like they did yesterday, I want to see a little bit quicker rotations.
You're right. Sandhawk, it's hard to judge.
JD पुरानी टीम है या लाइनअप न्यू है? JD और पुरानी है, उन लोग ने एक नया लाइनअप बनाया अराउंड Paraboy, 5.5 मिलियन खर्चा करके लिया Paraboy को।
What about LHC? A reigning PMGC.
That is not a small number.
Champions.
And I know, Carlos, you were saying that you weren't really too happy
Para,
with what
Sunon,
they had and the compound they were in, kind of like towards the
Dakshin
inside of where it's huge.
and Ming SKR. Okay,
Yeah,
Ming
because
SKR
they
था क्या?
got
Not
overrun,
long
they should
SKR.
have held that in your opinion.
So it was Tiamba that eventually
Paraboy
breaks
salary.
forth and from the
You
east
can't
side.
even imagine, bro. Paraboy
Like,
salary.
Team Liquid stats coming in. But Alula,
Paraboy का salary
holding that
salary से ज़्यादा पैसे नहीं मिलता उसको.
is very difficult.
इसका
It's an
उसका brand
extremely
endorsement से
hard
ज़्यादा मिलता है
compound
उसको
hold. It's not
पैसे.
just one road in some
He's a big
scenarios.
celebrity
You have to traverse
in China.
across to be able to reinforce your team. It's
One of the
sometimes
biggest
two roads
celebrities
because of the way the compound
of
works
China.
out. A few buildings on the west side, one in the middle on that kind of fork, and then some buildings on the east side as well. Tiamba picked exactly the right compound to breach.
अरे किसी ने मिंग SKR बोला, फिर किसी ने लॉन्ग बोल रहा है. कौन exactly लॉन्ग या मिंग?
On that east side to identify exactly where the weak
John Wick bro, WYY नहीं है
Unfortunately,
JDE में.
Alula IHC fell victim to it.
Talking about
There is no way WYY joined JDE.
from Team Liquid.
Did that happen?
Looking at Sean. This was a star play.
This is
He
the
got
star
himself
player
637
of this
damage,
match, bro.
and we got a chance to see what Team
This
Liquid,
man.
the team that won, they ended up with 700 damage.
Well played, Vechan.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
We usually tend to
The
see that.
X Daddy. Thank you for the 100 bro. Bro, BGMS में power play में किसी impact player ने
Shan has only his guns
kills निकाले तो
to be able
कितना
to make
point
that
मिलेगा?
1v3 happen. It
I
doesn't
think
happen.
impact
Because
player
he had nades to be able to
impact player
start the
कितने भी
ball
frags निकालेगा
rolling,
उसको मिलेगा
being
2
able to
point.
kind of pivot around, get a few knocks here
And
and
उसने
there,
अगर power
but
play में
start things off.
kill निकाला
That's why it's
तो
so
हर
important
kill
in
का
the
उसको
late
मिलेगा
game.
4
Being
point.
able to make that 1v3 happen.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Absolutely.
जितना मुझे पता है मैं बता रहा
Something
हूँ.
I wanted to mention there at Team Liquid because we got the
An impact player would
graphic
get
is-
any frag,
it's
any
a very big contrast from
throughout
that
the
team
match,
because they were
कितने भी
willing to
frags
back
निकालेगा,
away
हर
from
kill
fight.
का
They
उसको
weren't
2
even
point
taking
मिलेगा.
shots at them. They were just focusing on
And
how to
अगर
get
power play में
inside
निकालेगा
that
तो
zone.
भाई
A big difference
I
out of
think
the Brazilian team.
3
Yeah,
points
big
मिलेंगे या
difference
4
indeed,
points
but
मिलेंगे
we'll
पता
see how
नहीं.
things will continue to progress on later on today. But for you
I
guys
think
who are
3
watching,
three
you might
points
have
मिलेगा,
noticed
not 4.
players
3
using
3
a
3
very
मिलेगा.
sick skin. The Violet Thunder set and S12K are
क्योंकि हर
now
frag को
out for you guys
impact
to
player को
pick
2
up
point
as well,
मिलेगा,
and
plus
incorporates aspects
1
of
extra point
PMWC
for
trophy,
power
which
play.
you actually see on the back of them. You see the little W in there. But you know,
I'm
speaking
correct,
of
right?
W's, we're gonna head
It's
back to
3,
our
right?
match
Not
to
4?
kick off our second match of the day. It's going to be our first Iron Guild of the day. So Hot Jukes and John Allen, take it away.
I think WYY joined 4 AM.
W.
With regards to
W's.
WYY
That's
कुछ
what I'm
news मैंने
talking about.
देखा
And a
नहीं.
big W from Team Liquid coming in today for Group Green. And remember, folks, we have a squad
JDE
and
playing?
entire
No, they are not
group
playing.
sitting out here. So
There are only
do
2
not
teams from China, that
believe
is
the
TJB
leaderboards
and
for a second, because tomorrow
Tainba.
is going to be absolute chaos. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the some of the
Paraboy
struggles
team
squads
name
that
क्या
we
है?
two are really
JDE
keeping our eyes on, you
Esports.
know. One of them is Brute Force, right? Brute Force.
2 into 2 equal to
struggled
4.
yesterday, and they start off this one with
If
a
it is 4, then it
bad
is
goose egg.
huge, yaar.
Now we are headed into
It is huge
Airedale.
then.
Let's get
Bro,
it going.
impact player को भाई
Absolutely, with dual gaming
एक
chipsets
मैच में
and
मा-
144
पूरा
hertz
पलट जाएगा.
download
Imagine
speed,
impact player ने 10
will
kill
have
मार दी.
teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also
Power play में मार दी 10 kill.
of supported devices.
Highly unlikely है.
Esports level
पर फिर भी
performance
4 point भी
officially
निकालेगा तो
strong
भाई impact player
experiences in
power
the
play में
2024 PMWC.
that would be 16
Let's
points.
get Erangel underway for the first time for Group Green.
the hell,
And for
bhai?
well, the last set of Erangels for Group Red.
That's right. That's right. It's just this one.
वैसे
and
ruling
two
इस
more
lobby में आ गया ना bro.
Red are done. And you
वैसे
do not
ruling
wanna
इस lobby
go
में.
like this. I mean,
Cheating हो जाएगा.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
स्पाई भाई उर्दू स्ट्रीम लगाओ. ब्रो कल इसके बारे में चैट से मैंने पूछा एंड कलेक्टिवली सारे इंग्लिश ही बोले, इसलिए मैं इंग्लिश ही देख रहा हूँ. मेरे को इंग्लिश कास्टिंग ही बेटर लगता है टू बी ऑनेस्ट. उर्दू में ज्यादा समझ
in that mid pack of the leaderboard right now.
चलो,
you gotta get it
match
going.
2 has
You gotta
begun.
get
Let's
it
go.
going, because tomorrow they're coming for that slot.
Absolutely, they need to pick the pace up because it all matters here. It's really short sets of games in these group stages, in these survival stages, and there is a lot of money still on the line for the early part of things. Plane path on the south side from Rapovka down to Primorsk. Looks like we're gonna get
WYY joined 4 AM
a
now.
little bit of a
He
difficult
did.
path, potentially up
Wow.
towards George.
Finally.
And it's not even gonna go
Nice
out
circle,
there.
nice circle,
Hard
nice
to
circle.
Shift on the circle here.
Yes, nice circle है
keeps
ये.
a lot of those Yaz fields in, and Stalber as well.
Kameshki's in play, baby.
Hell yeah.
Kameshki is in
finished.
play. Let's go.
गाड़ी लेके
But, look,
जाएंगे भी
everybody said be your
लूटने.
energy. I have
Stalber
not
या
seen
Kamishki.
finish
Early rotation वाले
in
teams.
years, so that'd be awesome. But you know, I think a lot of teams are going to be kind of heading for those Yasnaya fields. A lot of zones
मैं एक
like to
poll
end
भी
up
डाल
in
दूं
that
क्या?
area there. So we'll
English
see
या
what happens.
उर्दू?
Team Liquid are in a great spot near Lepovka. You've
तुम
got,
लोग को
of course,
result तो
Talon
पता ही है
picking up
already.
Yasnaya.
Just for the
But you
satisfaction,
got squads
मैं डाल
like
भी सकता हूँ.
Vampire, right, all the way near Primorsk.
Falcon
They
है क्या
have
Spike
a
भाई?
big
Yes bro,
journey ahead
Falcons
of
है.
them.
speaking of teams that didn't do so great, right? Vampire in that first
उनका
match.
मैच 1 खराब गया,
Their
मैच 2 अभी
approach,
चल रहा
I
है.
felt like it kind of just didn't have any wind in its sails to start with. It was a lot of grouped up teams, to be fair, and that's kind of what I was talking about with the linearized approach to the
Time
left
देखो,
side of that circle that you had to take.
69 points लेके
A
बैठा
lot
है.
of teams are also going to be packed in behind you, so when you're taking that
मेरे को लग रहा है टाइम पर सेंचुरी मारने वाला है गाइस आज.
navigate, Vampire definitely felt
आज टाइम पर सेंचुरी मारेगा.
they didn't have their back clear. It was Besiktas Black who were able
They are
to
just
take
so
that.
strong,
Yeah,
यार.
you know, Vampire to me,
So
they just
strong
look
and
like a team
consistent.
that's coming in for the first day. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sure.
not a overwhelming performance, just a little bit
Previous
of
global
synergy
tournaments
here,
में
some
China
little
का
slight mistakes.
थोड़ा decline
And,
देखने को
at
मिला,
this
but
stage, especially we're
I
having
think
an entire group
Tainba
that
is
has
here
already
to
played. They're hot. They're ready
lift-
to go.
lift
Any
that
little
up.
slip-ups,
Last
you
time,
are going to get taken out.
Suk
So,
ने
yeah,
अच्छा खेला.
Vampire need to definitely step it
WBG
up
से.
here. We heard Sertani, or you talked to him, and he said,
think
what,
इस
they're
बार
looking
Tainba
for at least top 8.
is gonna do
In
it
the
for China.
finals, that is not for the
Oh,
group stage.
okay.
डाल दो
I
पोल
mean,
ओके
yeah,
डाल
in
दो.
general, top 8 is kind of where they would be happy with as a result at the end of this tournament, and I think that's kind of what they're focusing on. They're focusing on creating that foundation to be a
डाल दिया मैंने पोल.
titanic international team, right? That's kind of what matters, and hopefully we'll see that start to emerge here. And you can never judge a team coming into a tournament off one game.
That's true.
But
मैंने
I
English
think
बोल
in that
किया,
last
बाकी
match
देखते
there
हैं.
was a pretty clear lack of attention given to their back.
Well,
right?
it makes a lot of sense. I mean, especially considering that, you know, they are our last year's mid-season champions, so a lot of
Sure.
expectations are going to be on them. And, of course, we're going to be scrutinizing the teams that we have high expectations for. And, you know, Vampire
ये
is
match कौन निकालेगा,
definitely
guys?
one of those squads. So
ये
it-
match
it's
कौन
one
निकालेगा?
thing, right,
By
to win a championship, it's
correct
another to
pronunciation.
defend it, you know?
That is true.
Tianba. Okay, it's
That is true.
not
You've got-
Tainba, it's
Yeah, all
Tianba.
sorts of logistical
Okay,
problems.
thanks
They
bro.
gotta get that back-to-back. That back-to-back. And it's
I mean,
they
they did it
Tianba
once.
They did it once. That's
gun
right.
power is top
That
notch.
is
Yes
right.
bro,
So,
they're
let's
very
see
strong.
if they could do it once again. Now, I'm looking at the circle here. We see teams, I think, very, very comfortable with it because there is that northern island still available, and there's a lot of different routes that these teams can take to make it to safety.
Even Paraboy
But
shifted
at
to
this
four
point,
finger.
I think
Don't
a
you
lot of
think
these
Jonathan
squads are a little bit
अपना
slow on the
ego
rotate.
mindset,
Meanwhile,
bro?
Team Reject
It's-
trying to take out Tiamba. Oh,
लग
Reggie
गई.
getting
भाई रेजी को
caught.
क्या हो गया आज? भाई गलत पकड़ा जा रहा है
Tiamba
वो.
with an early opener. This is
Reggie is a
team
star
that's
player of
starting to
Reject Tokyo.
Turn heads, right?
उसके बिना
I don't
team
think
थोड़ा
many
समझ रहे हो?
people would
बहुत
have put
weak-
Tiamba as a
weak दिखेगा.
top team. In terms of like predictions coming into things, which I mean, to be fair, they did win PEL, so it's
Bro,
reasonable
fingers,
that they
personal
are
preference है
performing
players
as well
का.
as they are right now. But I feel like a lot more attention was being given to the Falcons, to the Alpha 7.
बाकी we'll see. I don't think Johnny is gonna shift to
But Tiamba
four fingers
reminding
or
us
five
just
fingers.
why they are
He does not
such
need.
a-
He's
a
super
big
happy with
name
two
in the
fingers
international scene.
and super
Cool,
confident.
That's how you do it right there. I mean, they crushed
Paraboy
it in game
shifted.
number 1 today. They did a great
sure.
job yesterday.
उसका reason
and
सिर्फ
already
Paraboy को
starting
ही
off with
पता
an
है.
elimination. 69
जब मैं जाऊंगा
points
चाइना
right
मैं
now
पूछूंगा
on that
Paraboy से,
leaderboard.
what's the reason?
Nice. I mean, these guys are not messing around. Now, teams like, you know, T plus Kia, they need to have a good bounce back game here because this is their last day they're going to be playing in, at least in this stage. Alliance starting to take some shots downrange. Looks like they got a nice knock near Potato Hill. And they are
Paraboy is
just
playing
setting
now
up
five finger. पता है मुझे,
nice
4
and
नहीं है,
pretty,
5
and
5
that
खेल रहा है
is
वो.
going to be Harami Bro. They're going to lose a player.
Yeah, to Alliance as well, which is going to slow them down on that southwest side, playing around that Potato Hill
And उसने
position.
improvement
Losing a player
किया भाई
again.
अपना
This is
gameplay
their
में.
first day as well. Harami Bro did not have, I believe,
5 finger shift
a
होके बहुत
great
improvement
first
किया
map. They
उसने
didn't get any
अपने
point.
gameplay
Well,
में.
the opposite of great.
He's a very
map
hard worker,
is
guys.
The worst possible result.
वो
First
दिखने
map,
में बहुत
getting
cute
0
and sweet
points,
दिखता है,
and
but
it looks
बहुत
like they're
time
not
देता है
off
वो
to
game
another
को.
great start either. I'm a little bit worried about this team. I mean,
हर रोज
they-
उसका
they
routine-
get through, I think,
उसका routine में 2 घंटे का
champions
training
from
रहता है,
SCA,
जो मैंने
right?
सुना है.
And it's just not happening for them so
1.5
far
घंटा
at the
तो
start of these first
पक्का
2
करता है वो.
matches. And you
कितना
can't let many more
कितना
get away
busy
from
schedule है पता है
you
Paraboy
if
का,
you
फिर
want
भी
to be in those top
his
12
love for this
and
game
make
is
the finals
still
directly. Maybe see
on
them
his
in
top
the surviving
priorities.
stage. Over to the circle we go as Talon moved into Yasnaya early. They've been in there for quite a while now, and they're starting to have neighbors move in. It's going to be pretty difficult to isolate these positions. Yas Fields being a big factor here, with D plus Kia taking up a really strong compound on the west side of the
I'll ask you guys a
east
fun
side
question,
currently
okay?
Being dominated
Who is
by
the-
Team Liquid, although
who
it
is
looks
the
like
goat
they might want a little
of
bit of a
goats
scrap with Besiktas up north.
for PUBG
Okay,
Mobile मोबाइल
Meanwhile, speaking of scrap,
और
look at that
BGMI
Mad Bull
नहीं BGMI
taking
नहीं
on
बोल
some
सकते
shots onto Harami,
कंप्लीट
Harami,
इस
down to
बैटलग्राउंड्स
3
मोबाइल
players. You can
गेम
see
का
them late to the party
गोट
here,
ऑफ
and
गोट्स
they're
कौन
just trying to find a spot. Looks like they're going to commit to Alliance,
जिम्मी गया
though.
ओलियो गया
And Leon is now, it looked like he thought he was going to go into that dip, but instead, turning at the last second. They're going to give it up
Two man
to
खेलने वाला है
Harami Pro.
All right, okay. It
टू
looks
मैन
like
आगे बढ़ेंगे
Harami
यूडू
Bro are starting to take things back into their own control. Two
Biggest celebrity
eliminations
of
now on
PUBG
the
Mobile.
board for the one that they had taken away from them, and
Top,
two players from
Doc,
Alliance have gone
Paraboy.
down as well in the midst of this scrap. Mad Bulls have yet to find these pickoffs, and they will continue to just trudge up north for Harami Bro. There's 3 players alive.
Yeah, Harami Bro taking a place we like to call OP dip, right?
सबसे
And it's a
पहले-
pretty
सबसे
good,
पहले-
strong spot. The problem is
I
you have to
personally
commit
feel like
to it
सबसे पहले
when
आएगा
the
Paraboy,
zone
bro.
is in this area, right? They lost a
I'm talking
lot
about all around the
of
world.
resources there. Their
सबसे
vehicles are
पहले आएगा
smoking
Paraboy.
out, and the zone
उसके
can
बाद ही
still
कोई
go
भी.
all the way north. So very interesting for them to hard commit here.
सबसे
They
पहले
did
आएगा
get some
Paraboy.
eliminations in the process, so definitely take that
उसके
to the
बाद
bank.
order
And I think they are getting a little
उसके
bit
बाद ही
antsy
आएगा बाकी
considering
सब.
that they lost one
Top,
and had
Doc.
a bad game one. So sometimes you gotta take some risks.
एक्शन
and this
ये
time
सारे
paid
उनके
off,
बाद ही आएंगे
at least for now.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see where this next circle goes. Vampire now moving past Pachinki a little
Hey.
bit
लक्सी
slow
जक्सी
to get in.
Bro,
but
लक्सी
another
जक्सी
easy
अगर अभी
shift
तक
keeps Lepovka in it.
इस लेवल पे खेल रहे
Try to get Kameshki.
Influence
Not
कर
this
रहे
time around. We've got 2 more
तो वो
chances,
होंगे
though.
उनकी
2 more
regions में
rolls of
definitely
those
they are
dice, so we'll
goats.
see how that goes.
But I'm talking about
Vampire on
all around the
southwest
world.
side, close to
जो
4
influence-
MV who dropped in
जो
military
following
base. They've been moving up for quite a while
Paraboy ने
now,
दिया है वो
and
किसी ने
they're
नहीं
gonna
दिया
try and
मेरे को नहीं
punch
लगता
in on that western edge around that
Paraboy
hill,
without a doubt,
trying to
yeah.
navigate
No doubt, bro.
this treacherous
If you're
terrain
doubting that,
and
then
push in
you don't
near
know.
DXavier,
You don't know.
south of D plus K, who are
You're a
we think
newcomer.
they're really strong compound
तो
on the
सबसे
west
पहले
side
से
of
है,
Yas Fields. Probably rightly so.
वो सब Paraboy
Don't want to be
बोलेंगे.
locked into going for a full rotate straight across Yas Fields when a lot of those teams on the south are going to start to post up.
Yeah, you can see a Vampire trying to find a good spot here. They're getting shot at. For Miracle doing exactly what they're supposed to over here by Potato Hill. Just
Goat of goat
if you see
Johnny.
anybody get close, just play keep away.
Bro,
and
I'm talking about
Vampire are definitely going to
all around the world,
that.
bro.
They're going to be just still
India में
hunting down
definitely
spot. Actually, I think
the
they might
answer
just
is
hold up
Johnny.
this edge here.
but I'm
Yeah,
talking
just
about
kinda
all
hold it
around the
down
world
for
then
now
it would be Paraboy
and figure out where this next zone is going to go. So they're going to stick it in that compound for now. Meanwhile, looking up north, Team Falcons are starting to make their way down into the fray near Yasnaya.
Yeah.
This was actually a very fortunate zone shift. by
Who
the
do you
way, for
think-
Brute
who do you
Force
think players
over
like
there to the
Top,
north? So they
Action,
went north, they would have been in
Doc,
big trouble. So
Yeah.
who do you
I'm gonna
think
say it honestly.
इस
I
level
think
के
if Brute
players
Force
look up to?
does bad this game, we might not see them here.
Who
or
do you
might see
think
them in the
they
survival
look up
stage.
to?
Yeah, it might have to be. We'll have to see if that is going to
People
be the
like
case.
Paraboy
A
only.
knock sent over
Just
towards
because उनका
the
performance अभी नहीं आ रहा है,
I'm not
doesn't
entirely
mean
sure who was able to pick that
उन
one
लोग ने जो
up.
legacy छोड़ा है
And it was a flush as
वो
well.
भूलते नहीं bro. This is
A
esports.
little bit the worst for wear. 3 players alive and actually a lot of damage being sent their way. Tianba.
जो level set किया,
of course it- Who else is it? gonna be?
XQF,
Tianba,
Nova,
taking
वो level
fight.
कोई नहीं भूल सकता.
Bulls as well.
Xavier,
Is that DXavier just getting picked apart slowly?
little
I
by
think it
little.
is. At range.
They're down to
Seven
one.
shore
They
goat
tried to
ओए.
send- They tried to
Back,
send into the
निकलो
middle.
इधर
It
से.
didn't work.
Seven
Yeah,
shore
this
goat
late
निकले.
of a rotation is just
ऐसा
not where it's
possible
at. I mean,
ही
there's still
नहीं
16
है.
teams remaining. You
हर
gotta know
साल
that if you're late to
हर
this
कोई
circle, you gotta
अगला
just play
बंदा
it because
MVP
everything in
होता
the middle
है.
is already taken.
फिर तो ऐसा
Unless you're solo and
kills
sort of
पे
going for a last
टोनी
ditch
के
attempt kind of play, right?
top
But it's
या
still too early. It's only
50
stage
के
2.
You're right,
साथ.
absolutely.
But
yeah,
Tony
it
is also
is
one of the-
definitely
one of the
a
top
little
players
bit,
है.
let's
But
call
the
it
question was not that,
interesting
right?
decision for
Johnny
DXavier
better
to
than Paraboy.
make that
Bro,
one go for them. They do
please.
still have one player alive. They're
We are
out
not
of
here
it
to
just
compare,
yet.
bro.
We've seen what
No one
a
is
solo player
comparing
can do
here.
with Jean,
Who is better?
but those performances are few
The
and
question
far
was
between.
who is the goat
Tian, but
of goats?
holding down in a
सबसे
pretty central
बड़ा
position.
influencer for this game कौन है?
Yeah,
All around the
DXavier, they
world.
started the day in third place, right? In third place, so they had a
True.
great day, number one, and now we're starting to see them fall little by little here. Another rough performance here in game number 2. At least it was looking like. Let's see what Lamborghini could do. This zone does not help them out. That is for sure. And what I say,
And we are
right,
not
yes,
even talking about
Naya
Alpha 7
Fields,
players,
it looks
यार.
like that is
कब
where
से
this
वो
could
रुला रहे
end
lobbies
up,
को,
and it's
ऐसे
very
lobbies को.
fortunate for Talent to be in the position they're in right now. But you know,
Paraboy
teams
उस level को carry
on
करता
the
है, मैं
southern
बोलता हूँ.
edge, I'm looking at you, Brute Force.
चलो
Right,
भाई,
you're gonna have to fight
मैच
your
बड़ा
way into this
इंटरेस्टिंग बन रहा है.
Yeah, it's going to be really
16 teams
tricky
surviving.
here. Mad Bulls in a really strong ridge line, but the difficulty is
बहुत
defending
लोग मर
it
रहे थे
from
ना?
that side. They're going to have their wits about them. DX Xavier losing.
How
did
did
he
it-
get a res there? I don't know, but oh no, there's
एक
a
भी टीम
replay.
कैसे बाहर नहीं हुआ अभी
Okay,
तक?
I was caught completely off guard. I was looking at the map feed there. But yeah, that's
भाई
how
देखो भाई
DX
आ
Xavier
गया
lost
कशली
a lot
लोंडा आ
of
गया बोल
players.
रहा है सन्नी लियोन
Moving
greater
on
than
up
greater than
north, Mad Bulls
Parry
now
boy.
in a position to
Not
try and
Para boy,
defend
Parry
their
boy.
south side ridge of Yas Fields. Could be pretty profitable if they're able to hold on to it.
And let's see right now for America.
Nice one dog, nice one.
Getting some
तुम्हारे
nice
दो बंदे नॉक पड़े हैं थोड़ा आराम से
They're bringing
प्लीज.
some work here.
Western Edge.
Yes, they are.
Third party from D plus Kia coming in from the south side of it though as they try and rotate back
Bhai.
one up. This is Alula XIHC.
D plus Kia भी आ गया,
now
bro.
wading into the fray.
Nalbu
but
knock.
Nolbu actually taken down. Says hold on a minute, we're busy. Shuts the door for them. And 4MV trying to take this fight. It's not going well really for anyone in this compound as the spray goes on.
दे दिया रे.
XIHC, but now
4MV
D plus
बाहर at
Kia
hashtag
can get
16.
this res, can turn their attention further on in.
IHC.
A major feature and getting any control over it would be great. That position on the west
3v4 fight
pretty
है
isolated
against
but could be
D plus
sanctuary.
Kia.
Yeah, D plus Kia could definitely afford to take this fight. I mean, they have plenty of points from yesterday here. Oh, look at all the nades coming out from this way. Oh, you
निकल
also
गए,
got
सही time पे
brute
निकल
force
गए.
here on the edge. So D plus Kia, if you're going to take this fight, you better commit to it pretty quickly.
They need to try and make this one work. Only a couple of players to defend off against it. Nolbu does get res, but Osal immediately traded out. And that's brute force swimming on in. And that is going to be a nasty knock for them. That is their backstop as well. Pre-pod
Osal का
out in the
पेटी
blue
है.
zone, still taking shots. D plus Kia.
मैंने बताया था ना मैंने.
XIHC to move in, but
Stream start होने से पहले ही बताया था मैंने.
They've rotated past Yasnaya, and they are now a
कि
massive
day 1 में जो
presence on this
dominate
west
किया,
edge.
don't
Another
expect
really smart
them to
rotation from
dominate
Team
again
Liquid.
on day 2 as well.
Beautiful play right now. And honestly, we're seeing indecision from D plus Kia. They are late to this fight. Instead,
2v3 fight है D
trying to
plus Kia
hold
का.
off a little bit longer. They got punished from the back by brute force. Now they're starting to just force their way in because they have no choice. Let's see if K can get this knock up close.
Rogue
Oh,
knock.
and they do end up getting one. We're
K
starting to
knock.
see some jump
Dropped out.
outs. Let's see what Godless can do on the outside. He has that UMP. Going up against Chips. Chips now stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's holding those stairs for dear life. And meanwhile, looks like brute force up on top.
और
of
ये
the hill,
थोड़ा
trying to make something
overcooked था
happen.
nade,
Team
if not,
Liquid are just very
that would have done
satisfied
it.
with where they're at.
Throwing out the mud, slowing the steps of all of these opposing players. Brute force, this is a good start for it, right? They need to convert here. 3 eliminations, a sweep potential on the west, but with the hard shift.
आ गया,
out
brute
east of
force
the
आ गया, लग
circle,
गई.
This again
दोनों का लग
makes
गई.
their path hard. Chips low, but not out of it just yet. 2 first aids, and looks like he's going to be able to get this one off. Pre-pod close and personal. Dangerous, given there's 2 players from Alola XIHC here. Pre-pod could get knocked and flushed very, very quickly, but behind the wall, he's got cover and backup. Team
एंट्री
Liquid,
अच्छी है
again,
लेकिन
this
बैठने
is
का
that
तरीका अभी
rotation I
बड़ा
was talking
कैजुअल
about. They move past Yasnaya, and they have the
भाई
top
brute
spot.
force
The
IHC
ownership
और
in these
D
teams
plus
can
Kia
either
दोनों को
fight
मारने वाला
full
है.
send it on in or get moving. They have no more time to spare here. There is just seconds now on the clock. 19 as a matter of fact before the zone starts closing. D plus Kia gone. Brute force need to just full send it on in. They have no choice.
अबे कैसे इतने great stroke हो रहे हैं against IHC?
Chips still going on in. The nade's not quite tagging.
अरे वो बाहर है, वो बाहर है.
IHC
IHC बाहर है.
there. A nade from
घर के अंदर
Neos
नहीं
does
है.
find it. Finally, D plus Kia fully
D plus Kia गया.
eliminated. Now Brute Force have the ground floor under control, but Alola XIHC still 2 players going. Only 3 to deal with, so it's potential they can make this one work, but they aren't going to be able to step out in time. They try and send Godless
गया
does a lot of
Godless.
damage, but doesn't find
Demo ने
it.
एक को knock
There's a
किया.
knock from Demo on the inside, but it's
Well
shut
played,
down by
brute force,
Pre-pod.
but इनको
So
zone जाना
far,
पड़ेगा.
They need to get away with
Heal,
this.
heal, heal.
I don't even know
लग
if he's going to be able to
जाएगा,
get this
लग
first aid off. This is going to
लग
start
जाएगा.
chunking them down little by little here. They
अरे और एक
went
बंदा
into
गया
this
brute
fight,
force
and
का.
yeah, Team Liquid had to make a decision. Either go into zone or gatekeep
कितने frags
it,
मिले brute
easy
force को?
eliminations, and it looks like that's exactly what they decided to do.
Team
6
Liquid
frags.
again.
That's not
Another
bad.
heads-up play. They move out in front of this fight. They know they're going to have to cross Yaz Fields. They do not want anyone behind them. They sweep this one through. Mad Bull's now their next barrier.
एक बंदा
But
बचा, bro.
Pre-pod is moving out into the firing line. Team Liquid might just have to go across this Yaz Fields position, use some of that terrain cover to the south, and hit up that Falcons outpost on the south.
बता रहा हूँ ना IHC
Oh boy, well things are
अपना
starting to heat up here as we're going to have
gameplay
looks like a finish right by
मतलब उनका gameplay तो down हो गया.
and just north
ये
of
बोलना चाहता हूँ
Mansion,
मैं.
Team Liquid.
जिस तरीके से वो फाड़ते थे वैसे फाड़ नहीं पा रहे अभी.
Well,
ओए
actually,
होए
not
होए होए.
really, because look at that.
लो
You
लो
got
एक गोली एक गोली एक गोली एक गोली.
applying that
Nice one
pressure
by IC.
and popping
Beautiful.
out Mythic out the vehicle. Beautifully done.
Bro suppressed
Oh,
Scarel
trouble.
bro.
They hit
बहुत
the
प्यारा
vehicle,
मार
they
रहा है
hit a
suppress
snag, and
Karel.
another knock goes to Icy. They go too far north, and these buildings, they knew they were in the zone, and likely there's a
एंट्री
team in
अच्छी
there.
है
I'm not
लेकिन
sure
बैठने का
about
तरीका
how
अभी
it
बड़ा
looked like.
कैजुअल
suppress
Everything they've
Karel
done
से
up
ऐसा
to that
tracing
point
करना,
was
it's
good.
not
They just
everyone's
needed
cup
to
of
turn
tea.
their noses a little bit south, go for
बहुत
that
प्यारा
Falcons
मारा.
outpost. I guess they didn't have the scouting to go for it fully confidently and try
Well,
to
they
make
didn't
this one
scout.
work.
They
Rev
didn't
हो
scout
जाएगा
at all.
वो.
They
They
just
weren't
full
fast enough
sent it
across the
blind.
field.
मैं बता रहा हूँ, Rev हो
Yeah,
जाएगा
it's
वो.
just, I'm not sure about that. Not liking it from Team Liquid, which is not what I thought.
You
I
say
could
goat,
say.
Athena
Pre-pod
and
had the
Para
right idea,
all are here.
actually. He's going up
Bro, in
north,
content
dude.
creation,
He has
definitely
he has
Athena
that
is one of
coverage
the
for those
goats.
buildings to be able to get in that zone. I think Team Liquid just after
And Para
game
is Para,
number one,
bro.
maybe just got a little bit too
Para
greedy
is
there.
Para.
Just was hoping that the spot would be open.
There is no debating
And,
there.
Again, guys, this is the World Cup. You know, if you make one small, mistake, you're gonna get punished.
Pragata, thank you for the
Icy did
40
it
super
all
chat,
by
bro.
himself.
The goat is Rylos.
It is really quite nasty. I mean, there's a reason Falcons are...
Villain Gaming, bro, thank you for the
certainly
membership, bro.
forefront
Thank
of
you.
people's minds. Tiamba still in it with 4. They're right on the south side now, obviously trying to convert off their previous match's performance, moving up now into reject territory. I want a little bit more from
TJP
Reject
का split
today.
देखो.
I feel like they've got
ये
it
लोग
in the
चले जाएंगे,
bag,
दो
but
बंदे
I
ऊपर
agree
चले
that
जाएंगे.
this is their main challenge now. Tiamba on their south side trying to hold off against
What
them.
will Tianba do?
Yeah, they got to hold off the
Tianba.
entirety of Group Yellow tomorrow.
It's such a strong compound that Reject have, but they're not holding the south branch of it.
Yeah, they are in a very, very good position here, but they just got to clear their backs at this point. And the hard part
Falcons
is when you're
versus
a strong
Mad
compound
Bulls.
at this edge like this, you tend to want to just commit to it. But at some point, you got to give it up and try maybe centering up a little bit further. But they're in a really, really tough spot because Tiamba
No
is
Godel,
right
no
behind
watching. अरे
them.
bro, क्या comment
They're
करते
gonna
हो
have to make a
यार?
decision though. Meanwhile,
नहीं
you got
चाहिए भाई,
QZ,
watching नहीं
wow,
चाहिए.
making some great shots from downrange. Mad Bulls, oh, they are completely stuck on the open here.
They've been
तो क्या बोल रहा था
slow
मैं?
on this transition from the Mad Bulls
या
position
Tianba कहाँ
previously,
जाएगा?
and everybody else has got ahead of them.
उनको
Tianba
fight लेना ही
allowed
पड़ेगा
into
next
the
circle में
south
जाने के
point
लिए.
of that heaven compound is really
Nice
good
cover
news for
from
them.
top.
Reject with 3, most likely felt they couldn't hold off both the north and the south side, so they allow someone in, but Besiktas...
They're all
maybe
low,
they're
bro.
from
They're
the
all
top.
low.
Nice shots out the vehicle.
अरे उसने knock
here.
कर दिया क्या? नहीं, नहीं,
Reject are
पीछे से
in
Tianba ने
big
cover दिया.
trouble, getting pieced off little by little. We just got
आखिरी बंदा
Sara
है.
and Dwello
BJ का आखिरी
now.
बंदा है.
Last 2 players. Oh, Besiktas! They're down to just 1.
Tianba करेगा third party.
Last player.
Tiamba,
आ गया Tianba.
here they come. Tiamba on the push is huge. Dwello goes down, and it's just Sara.
क्या
left.
किस्मत है बे
Besiktas
Tianba का?
back. Explode Tiamba.
क्या किस्मत है Tianba का?
Up some points, and Sara
सारा खुद का
decided
नेट
to
से
take
गया.
himself out and deny it.
Situation बन जाता है बे Tianba का हर बार पता?
So do Reject.
It's not like they have to do something for it. सामने वाले cooperate कर देते, ले भाई kill ले लो हमारा, जगह ले लो हमारा.
They'll get this res.
सब दे
They've
देते.
got one of the strongest compounds on this south side. Moving up towards the north, their main barrier right now is going to be Harame, bro. You've also got TJB on a wide split, north to south of this road, and I think that could be again, a very big
Nice
barrier
one, QZ.
to them moving on up. Mad Bulls finally
6
got
finishes,
rid of
4 man
them.
strong,
I
भाई.
counted them out already, so I'm not too surprised about
Way
that.
too
Yeah, they
consistent.
tried
This
their
team
best
is
with those
way
smoke
too
walls,
consistent.
But Tiamba shut him down. And Tiamba again, QZZ with 4 eliminations already, and the legendary Sean. I mean, what a play this man made yesterday. Wow, he's actually kind of, I think he was laying down on that window seal. That was a pretty interesting play. But meanwhile, that's Team Liquid
Yeah,
out
Liquid
of there.
बाहर.
And that spot is so difficult to hold. There's so many sight lines that you can get
I
punished
think
from.
Falcons.
Team Falcons.
Falcons
decided to
are
take
on the
it.
rise.
We can't
Falcons
see
are on the
Talon
rise, guys.
Punish them for that. Let's see if they're going to be able to, though.
But right now, my mind is kind of entirely focused on Tianba. 6 eliminations already.
Crazy.
With 20 players still left alive, they could be on for another corker of a game. On that south side, they're flexing out. They're moving QZ and
Tianba देखो
Bond as
कैसे extend कर रहा है
out
अपने
to
आप
that
को.
western side with those outposts.
जगह मिल गया उधर से 2 बंदों को आगे
Excellent
send कर दिया extend
movement.
करने के लिए.
TJB trying to use their split.
और एक
on
बंदा
this
जा रहा है
northern
सामने
side,
वाले
these
हिल
two
पे.
teams.
क्या बात है
Really
bro.
going at it. What is this though from
जो flow में
NC?
Tianba
Moving
खेल रहा है
up
bro.
north. And he's going to go straight on in nation.
Sexy.
Is found
Beautiful
as
to
well by
watch.
Falcons.
Uh-oh.
And they are just playing on every single front right now.
Tiamba needs to be careful here. They cannot buy it
And
off
back foot
Warden
पे कौन
because
खेल रहा
they
है?
have that
Shan
confidence,
खेल
the
रहा है.
momentum's at an
जो कल
all-time
last
high,
match में
but
फाड़ा
they
है.
can't be splitting against 2 different teams. But oh, look at that angles against Harami, bro. Tiamba.
गया ये
Three
team गया.
teams right now.
This is
Harami,
insane.
bro.
XC
Time आ
is
चुका है
applying
तुम्हारा.
so much pressure through the smoke. And that's what you got to do. Just shoot through it. Hopefully get some hit markers. 7 eliminations. This team's looking almost unstoppable here at this point.
QZ 5 solo finishes.
Harame, bro. They're fighting TJB on the outpost on the northeast side. Is there anything that these guys won't take
How
on.
many grenades
It
can
is
they launch?
absolutely incredible
Can
to
they
see this
dodge?
pace pick up at the start of the day. Nades over, and this is a crunch being put on Harame Bro right now.
Oh, Tiamba's committing
क्या
a lot
घेर
of
लिए भाई
resources here to
टाइम
these last two players. They should just kind of run up.
कितने
and take
nades हैं
them
इन पे?
out. They Harami Bro.
गया,
Yeah,
गया,
they smoked
7
themselves
solo
out,
finishes for
completely
QZ.
eliminated their own sight lines.
He was the
And
MVP
that's
of
gonna make things
PL
difficult. But now
2024.
Tiamba's gonna have to go against Team Falcons. Can they hold on?
Falcons versus
Falcons
Tianba हो
only on
जाए
3 though.
मजा
And
आएगा.
There is still that backstop in Shan. When all else fails, just give it a Shan, give him a crack at it. I'm sure he'll be able to do something. Certainly saw that in the last match. And Falcons trying to swirl
action का पेटी कब बनी?
trying to find an opening in Tianba's presence. But given
10
that they
finishes
just
for
took
Tianba.
down the players in the middle,
Not
Harami
Tianba,
Bro,
it's Tianba.
be as
Oh, that
easy as
is-
that.
लग गई.
Nade looks good. I
क्या
see, doesn't
क्या
quite
बचा
go
बे
down
क्या
to it,
बचा?
though.
How did he survive that? That is
Exactly,
crazy.
how did he
Ate that
survive
nade and
that?
Spit it out. So Icy still up here, but he is down to low HP. QZZ's on fire. 7 eliminations.
शान भी आ
for this
गया, वो
all
भी
by
दे रहा है उधर.
himself.
Sean soloing a
TJB का ही बंदा को
TJB
नॉक
team,
फिनिश
by the
कर
way.
दिया उसने.
Unreal.
This is what dominating looks like, guys.
Unreal.
जो
And
Tianba दिखा रही है ना?
Sports are just very happy just to
That
be
is what
here right now. They
dominating
are just
means.
holding the spot, not trying to get too active just yet. Now we do see one of their players
कुत्ता
start to
बना
move
के
up,
मार रहे वो लॉबी को.
so that'll work out for them. But
Top
TJB
knock हुआ.
as well. They need to start
East भी क्या लगता है?
and
गया East भी.
another big nade. Tianba just punishing the Falcons here.
There is a knock being sent back, I think, over towards backlines for Tianba. XC on the high ground, you can see, but the nades just take him down. And Tianba
They made
can
it look
move
so
through
freaking
another set of
easy.
death crates,
Shan
resupply,
को
it might
पकड़
not
लिया.
come back to bite them. Finally, what should have happened a while ago happens to Shan.
और एक बंदा knock. Tianba के दो बंदे knock.
Leaves Tianba
मतलब एक बंदा
on
finish हो गया, दूसरा
3
knock.
needing a res, so potentially even 2 if they can't get to it, and another shot goes through. This felt like it was a long time coming, but they've already got the value.
QZ is the last man standing for
14
Tianba.
eliminations
Wow.
and a 4th place guaranteed. This is a team that's already made the money.
Yeah, they did. We're going to see them in the finals already, just with
14
these performances
finishes.
alone. So yeah,
8
I mean,
solo
you can
finishes
commit
QZ
to
के
try
पास.
and get that chicken
हलवा है
dinner
क्या?
for a ton of eliminations. And with how valuable elimination points are, 14, I'll take that all day long.
Nice one, nice
And
one.
QZZ wants one
भाई ये प्रोन
more,
होके जो
and he
स्प्रे
might
मारता है
just
ना तो
get it
QZ
here.
कल भी देखा
Let's
हमने
see
जो
if
डॉग को
they're
दिया
gonna be able
इसने.
to get that res.
Very accurate,
Oh, it's
very
gonna be
precise.
GK First is moving up on the flank, and I feel like, yeah, QZ has heard this. He's figured something out now, knows that there's a threat from this south side. Unlikely that Yoro pushes into this one. They know that TJB have sightlines over to this area, so going
aura
up, trying
of
to flush
QZ
a
right
solo
now
can be a big risk.
is over
But
10,000.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
With his back
कैजुअल
to the
है.
wall against the encroaching
Big
forces
fan,
of
sir. Thank you,
TJB,
bro. I am
and
enjoyed.
Nate from Lamborghini finds Flower on this off angle, and just more and more is going the way of QZ right now.
Oh my gosh, QZZ is just an
There
absolute
it goes.
beast.
Gaya,
But he
QZ
gets
gaya.
taken out there. Finally, 14
Now
eliminations
it's a
from Tianba's
3v
gonna be enough,
3v1
though. We got 3
situation.
teams remaining.
भाई
Xavier,
Xavier Esports का एक
the
बंदा तो
snake,
कब से सोया पड़ा
holding
है.
on for a little bit longer. It's Lamborghini, all by his lonesome.
Full pacifist run, 0 eliminations.
Let's
I'm ready.
go. He said, I'll take that all day. I am very happy.
कल से यही
to
ट्रेंड
hear this
चल रहा
tall
है
grass
कि
and
जो
this
टीम
dog
डोमिनेट
game.
करेगा वो आखिरी में आके
Don't
हक
mind me,
देगा.
folks. Don't mind me.
कल से
Just
यही
look at
ट्रेंड
the
चल रहा है.
bugs. I'm an etymologist. You know, I'm just chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's a fun word.
But do they care? No, they do
getting in
not.
amongst the ferns
जब
right
तक
now,
चलेगा
trying
तब
to
तक
stay
पेलते
there as
रहो.
well.
Right there.
Oh,
Oh,
that's nasty. Tags on. They know he's there now.
Actually, they don't. Yeah, because those nades don't give those indicators. So unless
वो
they
off है,
heard him
वो off है.
shimmy, they're going to know. At the same time, Lamborghini's got that pan out. Just trying to be as sneaky as he possibly can. Nice little not blind nade from TJB, though.
वो ब्लाइंड नेड था. नहीं है, ब्लाइंड नेड नहीं है. They know exactly.
Oh, no, now
someone's
they
shooting at
have to
him.
know. They
Those
have to
bullets
know.
are hitting the ground right at his feet right now. His
लग गए
ankles.
Lambo की लग
That's
गए.
it. Okay.
Going through.
There you go.
TJB,
So 2 teams
awareness.
remaining. It's Talon
Very strong
versus
awareness.
TJB.
Now it's a proper 3v3.
And both these teams
TJB
playing
versus
very,
Talon
very
Esports.
quietly here, very passive. 4 eliminations so far from Talon, 2 from TJB. Both have 3 players up. It's anyone's game.
Swinging on through this ridge line. Peaks in the middle of this one as well. 2 teams from the newly minted Group Green trying to make their mark on their first day of play. Yoru, frontman right now. They were able to move through and take
कोई भी
down
knock हो,
QZ
बस Yoru
because
knock
of
नहीं
that
खाना
nade
चाहिए.
that went on in.
अरे
And
रे रे रे
so
खाई
TJB
गया.
got
खत्म
that
खत्म
goal,
हो गया
but
हो
a
गया.
great opener for them for TJB.
That was
Flower
bad.
starting this off
क्या
good.
trade लिया
And,
Flower
we
ने?
saw TJB just kind of
edge.
sent out a scout, try to get some information. He got caught out,
Ab
so
to-
now it's going to be a 3v2 for sure. There's no way they're going to be able to pick him up now. So Talon
बहुत मुश्किल है अब तो.
now on the back foot. And if a fight like this, it's all about that first knock. So if Talon want to win this, Axel and Linux are going to have to make something magical happen.
They are outside of the circle, needing to move forwards. GK first now out in the buggy. 2v3.
What?
If Yoru can crawl back, they might
क्या
find
योरू
this
rev
res.
होने वाला है?
Nade from Linux. Gonna isolate
क्या
the
बात है रे एक्सेल. एक
Axel
नंबर, एक
still
नंबर, एक
playing
नंबर, एक
around
नंबर,
the
एक नंबर.
smoke, finds the first knock.
अभी
This is
योरू
the
rev होना
opening now
चाहिए.
for TJB,
तब आएगा असली
sorry,
मजा.
for Talon to look to come back into this one. Axel is in this next zone, but GK first is so quick for this res.
एक्सेल जो extend कर रहा है ना bro, it's a all or nothing move.
Miracle crawl. He's going to get picked back up. TJB playing that one a little bit passive.
Bro, अगर
getting it
एक्सेल
gold.
पकड़ लिया ना
Axel
bro,
from this
Such a
off
good
angle.
shimmy.
Oh,
it would
TJB's
pay off.
in big trouble.
prone, go prone bro,
When
go
is he gonna
prone
pull
bro,
that
go
trigger?
prone.
There
away.
it is. That's
Nice one bro.
In for the shot. And he goes
Instant
for the
bait,
flush.
Axel
A
is
really good
fearless.
pickup with Yoru getting res. There's now that threat. That crunch is on. Linux into the buggy. Axel's on the off angle. Linux draws fire. Only S around the
Run
sidelines.
over.
Rolls over with the buggy.
Yoru
There's the
knock.
shot.
2v2
And
है,
it is
2v2 है.
GK first to hold his nerve. Two players from TJ.
और एक बंदा गया.
Another knock found. They're bringing it back
1v2
under control, but
situation.
it's Axel still to handle.
Through the smoke.
Only S
Axel, you
with
need to
the
heal.
smoke to play around. He doesn't quite get the knock. Doesn't quite get it. But it's going to be that off angle. Finding those shots.
हक
and
दिए भाई.
finally
Talent का
TJB
game था
put
ये.
it to bed.
What a
Talent का game
That
था
was so close with TJB. I think they lucked out on that one. I think Talent could have definitely made it happen there.
भाई
But
चाइनीज
wow,
लोग
back
क्या
and
पूजा
forth,
करके
back
आते हैं
and
भाई.
forth. Great game
किस्मत
from
साथ
both
दे
these
देते हैं उनका.
squads. But at the end of the day, the big name we're also looking at.
Well played यार, well played TJB, well played.
Oh, for sure. They got so many eliminations
Wow.
there. I think it was maybe up to 15 at the end, 14 or 15. And the
मुझे लगा नहीं था.
as well.
मुझे लगा नहीं था.
Placement points to add to the tally.
TJB का chicken हुआ है match.
Jaguar are absolutely
जैसे
here to
एक्सेल
play.
उनके पीछे
It
गया था
is
ना, मुझे लगा
great
लग गई
stuff to
इनकी.
see. It felt like they
How
got
did
a
Talent
little
choke
bit
there,
silly
bro?
with it, though, in that match. They were like, we're not losing. Let's just fight
Everyone, right? It's us versus this entire
Hashtag
lobby
disappointed.
at the end of the day, and they definitely did well. But you know what? I got to give a big shout out to these top two teams here towards the end. You know, TJB again coming in from Group Green.
तुम
You
लोग को
know, they
लगा
have
कि
that
TJB
war
जीतेगा,
work
वो
that we
end fight.
saw, from Group Red did a great job here in this one, and that's what they need to do because at the end of the day, top 12 is the minimum goal, right?
Spike by why
That is what
TWM
to be hitting to
team
get to
didn't
those
get
finals.
invite.
Sure, the money's good.
TWM
when you get
team-
higher up the tables, but getting to finals,
TWM तो
finals,
Indian
that's
game है ना
even
bro,
more money,
Indian
right?
team है
You're
ना bro.
guaranteed, I think if you get directly into finals, I think it's 54k in 12th place. something
क्वालिफाई
around
करने के लिए 70-78
54K
points
in
is
12th
enough.
place.
70-78 points is enough. Bro, that's a lot bro, 70-78. I think 60, somewhere around 65 is enough to qualify.
But it's not the end of the world because you're guaranteed 25k just for
true.
getting to those finals.
Yeah, you want to be able to just perform your best. Again, folks, $1 million going out tomorrow. So that is absolutely
Okay, looks
insane.
like
What a performance,
group
though,
stage-
again, from
group stage में
Beyond
सारे
Us.
teams
You
का
guys
prize
over
pool
there
है
in the Cube, right? I want
$1 million.
easy player stats because man, you
$1
went absolutely
million.
crazy. But that's it for game number 2, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back.
कुछ अच्छा सा वीडियो लगा दो ब्रो. लगा दिया ब्रो. इससे अच्छा कौन सा वीडियो है भाई? चाइनीज टीम का डाउनफॉल के मेन रीजन पीएल को एफपीपी टू टीपीपी में स्विच करना था. चाइनीज टीम का डाउनफॉल कहाँ है ब्रो? आई डोंट सी इट. दे आर स्टिल किलिंग इट. अल्फा 7 का मैच है क्या स्पाइक भाई? अल्फा 7 कल खेलेगा, आज नहीं है अल्फा 7. आज ओनली टियानबा. रिप्लेस किया का आज तो चूक है भाई दोनों मैचेस. No heal battle, bro. You can't do heal battle in these settings. भाई वाइल्ड कार्ड टीम से है. कौन सी टीम है? वाइल्ड कार्ड टीम से नहीं है ब्रो. सारे अपने अपनी कंट्री के रीजनल फाइनलिस्ट से. वो सारे रीजनल फाइनलिस्ट साउथ ईस्ट एशिया का टीम है, तो साउथ ईस्ट एशिया का क्वालिफायर्स खेला. फिर वो क्वालिफायर से जो टॉप में बैठे वही लोग आए. उतना फिल्टरिंग होके टीम्स आए, तो दीज आर वर्ल्ड्स बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम्स है, समझे? 8 करोड़ रुपीस, यस ब्रो। कल, आज और टुमारो, ये 3 days का प्राइस पूल है $1 million। इमेजिन कोई टीम इधर भी टॉप करेगा, फिर सर्वाइवल स्टेज भी टॉप करेगा। नो, इधर टॉप करके सर्वाइवल स्टेज में नहीं कर सकते, इधर टॉप करेगा और फाइनल जीत गया, तो कितना मोटा पैसा मिलेगा उनको। तुम ही लोग बताओ भाई। डू यू रिमेंबर 4 AM हसाकी नॉन जायरो गॉड? यस ब्रो, आई डू। हु डजंट, राइट? टॉप said see you in global, now top bro, what? Bro, you cannot, he thought he would do good bro। बस 2 ही मैचेस हुए अभी, इतना जल्दी जज मत करना। PMGC कब से होगा? PMGC इज नॉट अनाउंस्ड येट, बट अक्टूबर एंड में होगा। आई थिंक BMPS, हमारा BMPS के टाइम पे होगा। एंड मैं तो जा रहा हूँ भाई, PMGC के लिए मैं जा रहा हूँ, मैं तो डिसाइड हो गया। आई विल बी गोइंग टू PMGC टू वॉच इट इन पर्सन। गाइस भूख लग रहा है, कुछ खा लूं मैं। गाइस तुम लोग ये खाते हो क्या? मिर्ची बज्जी इसको बोलते हैं। इसके इट्स ए मिर्ची, मिर्ची के सराउंडिंग में पूरा बैटर रहता है, पता नहीं मैदा, पता नहीं क्या है। दो दिन से पूरा बारिश भाई इधर हैदराबाद में, फुल बारिश। बारिश में मिर्ची बज्जी खाना इज मस्त। It is not healthy, but it is tasty as fuck. भाई एक लड़की ने गाली दे दी, अब क्या करूं?
But on top of that, they were having a great split with Flower being the lone player away from the squad, letting them.
Is she good looking?
Kind of being the scout, it worked out wonders for them.
Tylos, is she good looking?
1800 damage, 11 eliminations, and most of those come from QZC, which Paraboy. Nah, just kidding. Not too soon.
Whoa,
too soon.
whoa, whoa.
Too soon.
You're comparing an NA player to Paraboy. No, no.
And Hyper's
Who would
happy.
be the NA Paraboy?
बारिश दिल्ली भी भेज दो।
And he's not even here.
दिल्ली में बारिश नहीं होता क्या उतना फ्रीक्वेंटली?
Yeah, obviously a great game. I mean, the thing is, coming in from PL, coming
मिर्ची वड़ा बोलते हैं ब्रो,
we are seeing
मिर्ची वड़ा नहीं बोलते ब्रो,
we're comparing.
मिर्ची बज्जी बोलते इधर मेरा एरिया में।
Day 2 here, or sorry, match 1 versus match 2, I believe. And the damage is being quite
यक
consistent.
कौन खाता है ये अगली चीज? मैं खाता हूँ ब्रो,
Across those numbers,
मैं
I mean,
खाता हूँ।
it's pretty unreal of a start here for day number 2. They already did brilliantly yesterday, right? But now they're back once again. I mean, for a long time, we expected China to always pop off here in PUBG Mobile.
It is
And then
tasty,
there was
bro.
a
It
little
is.
bit of a lull. I think it's fair
You
to
should
say
try
there
it
was a bit
sometime.
of a lull here for PMWC. They're coming in
Before
hot with
tasting,
it.
don't
I do think it. Go on.
The lull, I mean,
judge.
that was from the end of Nova's era, right?
Yes.
Only biting, no
I mean,
drinking.
Like, I think that they've come
है
in
ना,
with
drink है ना
great
अपने पास?
practice under their belt.
Drink भी है।
PL is, of course, obviously an insane battleground to actually contend in. And then PMRC was brilliant for them.
If
because
Paraboy
it
qualifies for
international
PMGC,
play
it would be a
should
treat to watch.
perform
Bro, मैं मिलने वाला हूँ।
Scary about Tiamba too is that they're being able to
It is my new mission
without even
to
being
meet
able to
Paraboy,
actual
to
chip
meet
in.
Order, to
I
meet
know
all
some
this
other teams, I mean, we
top
talked
players,
about it right yesterday.
probably
Teams that were at the top,
play
like D+,
play
were being
a
kind of
1v1
some of
against
them
them.
were getting those chicken dinners, the ones getting those placement points. But this team's
Maybe
being able to
interview
get
them
all the
with a
way,
translator.
being able to get also the
Thoughts बहुत है, but देखते क्या होगा।
having that
पहले
chicken
घर से
dinner,
निकल
some of the other
निकलो।
teams that are trying to
Step 1
find
is
those
घर से
points,
निकलो बाहर।
when they do end up getting chicken dinners, that's going to be an even scarier team.
बोलना बेटर।
Well, you can see here a little bit of a head-to-head with match.
भाई जो मेरे को दिया गया है घर वाले,
JB.
वही खा
Doing a
सकता हूँ
little bit more
मैं।
damage
बोंडा
in
भी
the
अच्छा ही
first
है।
match, but again, it's about the consistency, right? You don't need to pop off and have the most explosive
हैदराबाद में
matches
किधर से हो?
right now in the tournament.
JNDU
It's
bro.
just scrutiny. You need to be
I
top
live
tier,
near
make it
JNDU.
into the finals, and that's where you really go.
इंडिया के बेस्ट IGL मानिया और मावी, your opinion?
Having pretty decent compounds in their first
Currently, I would
so
say
we've gotta take that into
Manya,
account here.
because of his consistency.
Obviously they were so close to
Mavi is
the
also
final.
definitely,
Very
he has
well late game.
done,
But this one, they
he has
did
some
have to
crazy
see out the
achievements.
top end they had had in the north.
But he's lacking consistency. बस consistency maintain करेगा तो वो भी definitely India का base बन जाएगा.
Sweeping alongside that edge to make sure that Tiamba, one of their bitter rivals, I would suppose, for this tournament.
अगर अभी तक वीडियो देख रहे हो तो एक प्लेट बज्जी खाना. I will not recommend bajji, bro. It is not healthy. It is deep fried in oil. Anything deep fried is not good for your health. But मैं खा लेता हूँ क्योंकि मेरे को पसंद है. Have it in moderation, not every day.
It was that fight exactly where we had Besiktas rock up on, was it Reject? And then Tiamba was like, hey,
cleaned up.
3 eliminations.
Like, I'm gonna be real.
One team will get wildcard entry. One team nahi, 4 teams got invited. I'll show you guys.
In a circle like that, you're basically assuring yours and
These are the 4 teams
as long as
जो invited है.
usually heaven is coexisted.
Survival stage यही है क्या? Rook Esports, Team Pandem, Team Spirit and Twisted Minds. एक Brazilian team, एक रशिया का टीम, एक ये यूरोप टीम है रूकी स्पोर्ट्स और एक इंडोनेशिया टीम है. ये चारों टीम्स ज्वाइन करेंगे नेक्स्ट स्टेज में, सर्वाइवल स्टेज में. कैन गॉडलाइक compete in this lobby? जो फॉर्म में अभी चल रहा है, नो.
Yeah, I was being mean Kale again actually now that you say it.
दारू पीता है.
The place that they sent themselves to.
कौन भाई कौन पीता है दारू?
3-1 split in Yasnaya as well as in the Fields compound. If you send yourself to that location as Team Liquid, you can't go there that early. It is not possible. The whole of Yasnaya can see you in there. There was really not much cover there where Team Liquid went, and it felt as if they got a little bit lazy in their transition.
Yeah.
You were mentioning that they could have maybe gone through Yaz the way Brute Force went.
Well, and the reason why I was mentioning that too is because that's where the team was.
Chinese teams और global teams में फर्क ये है कि Chinese teams global जाके dominate कर सकती है, but global teams China में जाके नहीं कर सकती.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटल का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
You have a valid point. You have a very valid point. भाई टियनबा सेंचुरी मारेगा, मैंने बोला वो होने वाला है, नेक्स्ट मैच में ही हो जाएगा आई थिंक, जो पेस में आ रहा है. बट जेवियर esports also right. Good job यार जेवियर.
It is pretty insane. Something that we want to see a little bit, well, I personally want to see a little bit more out of DX Xavier is clutching up more elimination points. They've been getting themselves over and over again towards the later matches. We were talking about yesterday in regards to their splits, that they were maybe forcing themselves a little bit too much, spreading thin a little bit too much. But in this one,
I think
we've seen a little bit better split.
थोड़ा ऊपर जा सकता है कट ऑफ 65 से.
Them get those placement points a little bit higher too. Being able to get the chicken dinner, but most of all, being able to see more eliminations.
The interesting thing about that for me,
Team Spirit, Team Spirit, yes, looking forward to Team Spirit's performance. कल खेलेगा.
Shadows was playing, who was previously known as Levi's in PMWC.
कल नहीं, next round में खेलेगा Team Spirit.
Instead of him at the moment for DX Xavier.
Bro, what about BGMS highlight video? No permission, bro. मैंने already बताया ना मैंने. Permission नहीं मिला मुझे. Probably next week मिलेगा permission.
Mean Kalaris is back.
What are you going to be mean about?
I'm looking at that leaderboard and I'm looking at the very bottom of the leaderboard.
PMGC UK में होने वाला है. And मैं तुम्हारा भाई UK जाने वाला है.
It might be tough.
It's only two games.
For PMGC.
Only 2 games, okay.
मैं पोल एंड कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? One side है English.
Left to go here, but in the meantime, we have to head down to the stage to actually hear what Team Liquid had to say about that last match.
Tanba dominating. I hope they dominate like this in the finals as well, bro. Because I'm pretty sure group stage, league stage में teams, they don't reveal all their strategies. Interview देखेंगे इसमें.
What was the plan from the top of the day?
So we recently changed the drop spot to query, so we kind of were getting used to this position. But I think the main idea is, since Sanhok is such a small map, we can't take too many fights, because otherwise you're going to bring the attention of the teams around. So we kind of got the compound, and we waited until the teams start fighting to third party them. And then we have like a clear path towards the end game, and we develop our game.
Nice tactical approach. I love it. Let's talk a little bit about the team itself, because you guys have formed almost like a collection of different players from different teams and different places. And sometimes that doesn't always work, but your team just seems to click. They just seem to play extremely well together. Can you tell me why that is?
So I think at the end of the road, I have a little bit of experience of creating like new teams. But the main point is we're trying to figure
Super
out
chat Miss Rylos.
play. So we kind of create a game plan that will benefit all the players instead of, oh, you guys gonna do what I'm saying. And that is, no, you need to be like very flexible about, okay, I'm gonna, if you like to do this, let's try to play a little bit more like this and change a little bit of that.
These are homemade.
At the end of the day, everyone needs to be comfortable so they can give 100% of them.
I love that. Okay, finally, Erangel. It went slightly differently in map 2, didn't it? You guys got caught. Were you taking too much time? What did you kind of gather from watching that map?
So I think our rotation was really good. We found a really good entry point, but I think we lost too much time trying to third party.
The match is about to begin, boys.
We ended up forgetting our main goal, that is trying to find our entry point to the next save. So this ended up punishing us very hard when we tried to find the entry point. That was like 3 teams around, so we lost 2 players, and then only 1 player left. He tried to gain as much time possible, but we knew that the game was over there.
Unfortunately for you guys. However, it's still early stages of your first day. It's your first few maps, so you guys are just getting warmed up. You're shaking off some of the dust. So congratulations to Team Liquid so far. Thank you so much, Knight, for joining us in the post-match interviews. But for now, we're going to continue day 2 of the group stage, and we're going to head back to the studio.
With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. And you never guess what, Hot Jukes? That's exactly where we are.
That is
Map
right.
Number 3, day 2, first day for Group Green, coming in for the PMWC. It's time to kick it off.
Let's kick it off indeed, and we kicked it off strong right here. Tianba going crazy. You can see QZZ with the most elimination so far, most damage, no surprise there. And to kind of galvanize the interview that we just heard a little bit earlier with Knight from Team Liquid, man, I love the fact that when it comes to his idea of building a new team, right? Not just having an idea of what he wants and fitting just random players in there that will make that happen. No, search out different players and then build off that, right? Find out what each strength is, how can we make this work, and just go from there. And it's worked. It worked well. And I like his answer of what happened in the last game. Sometimes you get a little antsy, head up a little bit too early.
लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
That small mistake, you can pay big time for it.
We'll see if they're able to stay a little bit less squirmy in their seats this time around. The play path very similar to the first one, the Hofka down to Primors, but the circle very much not similar to the first one. Very opposite side of the map. Down towards Primos. This is good news, potentially, for a team like that. Obviously, mean Kale over on the desk, mean old Kale, grumpy old so-and-so, was saying how bad they were in those first 2 matches. No, but they have only got 1 point, right? So this is their chance. They've got the circle shifting out their way. They aren't going to have too much to getting on with. Okay. Getting it done. The shot out the sky. It's a skeet shoot.
Ayala.
No, but they have only got 1 point, right? So this is their chance. They've got the circle shifting out their way. They aren't going to have too much to getting on with. Ayala, okay.
Varadala, bro.
Getting it
Not
done.
finish.
The shot out the sky. It's a skeet shoot.
Man, that's like
TJB का वो बंदा बोल रहा होगा हैकर है भाई हैकर.
That's what I always say.
हैकर है इसको बोलते हैं hacking.
We'll be all right. D plus Kia, they're currently dropping out towards school. Should be fairly easy transitions out southwest for them. Before, in a previous match, we saw Everest be quite an important feature. That was Reject who were taking control of that one.
Right, old Milta.
But right now, Falcons are pretty close to it. Al-Ula XIHC as well in South George. Going to be around that sort of area. A lot of potential to
I
control
think
the
पुराना
West Coast
इरंगली
from
है
a
ये.
position like this. A lot
मेरे को
of
एक भी
teams
नया
though,
नहीं लगा
could just
इसमें.
send straight across those Gaka fields into it as well.
Yeah, and I think that if they were going to make that stand, they would have had to do it already. And that's the thing, that every single time you have a zone shift so far away from the playing path, you have to decide, right? Okay, are we going to stay here, loot, and be late? Or are we going to just pick up whatever item we can find and get on the move? You could even see Tiamba. I mean, they're the top team right now in this lobby. Already 87 points. They're trying to create that gap from the rest of everybody. Now, Tiamba, if I recall, Tiamba will not be playing tomorrow, right? So they're doing exactly what they need to, putting up so many points that nobody can even touch them. And man, they really started off strong here.
7,000 कर दो बज्जी के मसाले के लिए.
The bubble would be somewhere in the low
तो क्या बोलूँगा
70s.
इसमें?
That's right. This is the first team to cross
गाली
that
भी देने
threshold,
सकता
right?
मैं स्ट्रीम में
Tiamba
हूँ.
87 points, no matter what.
7,000 चाहिए मसाले के लिए. कौन सा मसाला भाई?
The finals directly,
क्या
right?
गोल्ड
Just
से
off
बनती
the
क्या ये
first couple
मसाला?
of games that they've had today, they obviously have more leg room now to try and stretch out a little bit of a lead.
Paraguay has 2,000 kills in
And
officials.
you know, there's so many different advantages, right? When it
Paraguay
comes to
stats are
having
crazy,
such
guys.
a strong performance off the rip. I mean, yeah, they've
If you
already
really want to
crossed
jump
that,
into stats,
you know, threshold.
the closest to
Not an official
Paraguay
threshold, but
would
it is
be
our
Order.
estimate here, you know. And if you do that so early, I mean, they still have 4 more matches left to go. At this point, it's just about making more money in the bank. But there's another thing as well they could do.
What can they do?
When you have such a great performance and you're like, all right, we know we're going to go to that finals already. There's a couple different things you could do.
Order or
Play
Chelsea
your
होगा
heart
शायद.
out, try to go ahead and get that first place, put some more money in the bank. 2, right? Mix some things up. Try and train your players up, right, for the finals. So
bring
hey,
subs in, that sort of stuff.
That's right. You know, bring subs in, or if we feel like we struggle with this particular strategy, let's try it now. It's risky, but we can afford to try it and train up for the finals coming up.
Why
right?
nobody has
Tianyu,
skins? Because these
for
are
instance, I think that's from
just admin
a
accounts.
previous team. I don't know if they are playing or
These
not.
accounts
I
are
think they've
just
got a
for this
sub or two
tournament.
or
It's
not,
possible.
so we'll have to see.
Yeah, so many different things you could try, and you can afford to try it here now because
My
this is
skins
going to
are
be
a
the
lot of
best practice
distraction, right?
you could possibly hope for.
Makes sense.
Coming up for the
Killfield
finals.
में glacier ये सब चल रहा है,
Or
चमक
number
रही
3,
है.
John.
What's number
What
3?
distraction है?
I'm liking this. I like door number 3 already. I choose door number 3.
Decide that you want certain teams not to make it in the finals and hunt them down.
Oh, I chose the right door.
Oh,
that is the
baby.
most fun one, certainly for us. It could
सही
be
बोल रहे
pretty
भाई, वो कर
tricky,
सकते हैं, but
pretty
इस level पे नहीं
chaotic as
करते
well.
कोई target
If
ऐसा.
you're Tiamba,
सब
then
अपना
I
game
put it
खेलते
to
हैं.
you. If you're going to choose door number 3, which team do you want to be behind that door?
Ooh. Honestly, if I'm them, I'm trying to hurt some teams that I find a threat, you know?
Okay.
If you're Tianba, number 1, I would hunt down a squad that maybe lands near you on certain maps, you know, and
Vampire
that
का
can
एक ही
make
point
things a
है,
little
दो
bit
match में.
easier towards the finals, or just hunt down some squads
Wow.
that you know can go crazy tomorrow. And we're talking about, you know, squads like Team
That's
Falcons,
bad.
right? Team Liquid had a great start here. Maybe you want to kind of slow them down, or maybe
I think Vampire
you
Esports के अंदर
decide to take
changes
out the
होंगे इस
team that
tournament
took
के
that
बाद
last
अगर ऐसे ही
scoop of,
continue होगा तो.
shakshuka during the breakfast buffet. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I like that last one as well. It's always door number 3. You've got great door 3s.
Okay.
Any chance for you,
What can I
Indian
say? It's
coach?
the third one's
No,
the
bro,
charm.
not interested.
Absolutely. Well, there you go.
I am not
yeah,
interested
Tiamba,
in
I mean,
coaching or anything.
I would sort of agree. I like the idea of targeting a strong team that is on the boundary right now. So, for instance, Team Liquid, they have got that 10-point average that I was talking about earlier today, being very, very impressive. But I tell you what,
offers
who
actually
else
आए
has
हैं.
that now is Tiamba themselves,
But
right?
I'm not
80
interested.
points would be 10 points average.
मेरा vision बहुत clear है.
They've got a little
That's
bit more than that.
crazy.
They've got almost an 11-point average. They're 1 point off of that from that previous result. It's pretty impressive that they've been able to jump up that far. So I think you might be right with Falcons potentially being my top pick for them to target if they were to go for that sort of a strategy.
कोई नहीं करेगा
Right now,
Falcons को
they
target,
sail
Beto
down
casters.
the west side on past Georgia Pole, and they are currently on that west coast road trying to find their feet there. Team Liquid a lot more central though.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not saying that Tianba is most likely going to go and like hot drop somebody at this point, you know, or do something crazy like that. But since you have so many points, you have a lot more flexibility, right? So let's say you get a thirst on a Falcons player in a bad position. Maybe it's better to just try and commit to take them out rather than just say, all right, you know what, we'll leave them be and try to win the game.
तुम्हारा पैसे किसने मारा, बोलो सब मिलके मार लेंगे उसकी.
Different options.
Bro,
And they're in a great
मैं
spot
बोलूंगा
for
तो
this
विवाद हो
next
जाएगा.
circle.
नहीं बोल सकता
And
मैं.
Oh, wow.
I knew it before I even popped. I was like, yep, they are. I was going to say this circle.
अरे कल
but
भी
yeah,
similar
look at
circle था ना?
that. They are in a beautiful position. You got so
कल
many squads. out
triangle
the way.
match 2
Honestly,
circle.
I'm looking up north.
Similar नहीं,
Brute
same circle I
Force
think.
in a terrible position. They've had a
ये
rough
circle
day,
गया था
rough day yesterday.
जॉर्जो हिल पे.
It is not looking good for them. At this point, I think if we want to even see them make it into the finals, we need to see like a double-digit elimination chicken dinner at the minimum.
Look at the rush for the central positions now, moving around the
Bro,
foothills of
I think
Everest.
Destro is
Jumba
good.
are in and amongst
Destro
that
is
fray.
definitely
So
up there.
I think we know how that one might go. Vampire pushing in from the southwest side, need to make their mark as well. They're fending off approach from Reject right now. Haven't lost anyone just yet. Reject taking damage, diverted away. They're going to have to get in and amongst it with the other teams as well. They've been sent packing. Besiktas right over that ridge line. I feel like Vampire are going to want to take this ridge on the southwest edge near Besiktas with oversight there, and Reject
क्या
can't
कर
do a
रहा है
damn thing
सारा?
about it.
Sara just overcommitted there on that rotate.
ये पक्का
he
गाली
just
खाएगा
was-
अपने
got
टीममेट
a
से
little bit too
ये करने
greedy,
की
I
वजह
think,
से.
on information. Went down the hill and got punished immediately. That's the PMWC right there for you. Team Liquid on the move as well. Besiktas
आज
Black
Reject
are
Tokyo
holding
is
this
getting
compound,
torn
and they're doing a great
apart.
job of it.
Vampire now with the dome under control.
That's right.
Very strong tracing है बे global में. Very strong
4MV
tracing.
on the southeast
Little
side,
mistake and
meanwhile,
you'll get knock
towards
finished.
Gatka. Alliance trying to move in pretty close by to them. They're sort of trading off, moving from these compounds through the hills to the south side of it. No one really getting aggy just yet.
No, sir, indeed. Yeah, especially Vampire. They got that observatory.
Oh.
Nice and locked down, looking pretty. And I think everybody right now is just very happy to be in the position that they're in. You got 4MV.
Bro, what
near
about BGMS
Gatka,
highlights, bro?
right next
Bro,
to those chopsticks. So the
permission
zone
नहीं
does
मिला
make a
मुझे,
shift towards in
इसलिए
that
मैं नहीं
direction.
कर रहा हूँ.
They're going to be in a really good position. Mad Bulls
If anyone
are
thinks
still
Paraboy and Order are not
bleeding in
the
Rozhok.
goats,
What do you
they
think about
need
that?
to watch
They
PM
need more loot.
2021 PMWC
Basically,
finals.
you win the game by
Bro,
having the
वही लोग
most
बोलेंगे
first
जो
aid kits.
बहुत पुराने
That's how it
टाइम
works.
से फॉलो नहीं कर
So
रहे
actually, I
esports
think
को.
the recent patch actually made it so that the longer you spend in the blue, the cooler you are, and therefore, that's pretty sick.
You got to be cool.
Hell yeah.
Gotta be cool, that's for sure.
Bro, इस मैच में Vampire Esports comeback नहीं करेगा ना? तो मैं बात नहीं कर रहा
for
टोनी के
them
से.
that this side of Ruins is not taken at all, but they're going to
Let's
definitely
go,
have to
Tony.
combat a couple teams if they want to even get some points on the board here with this next possible shift. Where do you think the zone's going to go?
Where do I think the zone's going to go?
ऊपर जाएगा. Zone ऊपर जाएगा.
Okay, with pure guess, throw a dart at it. I think it's going to go over to the North Gatka fields. It's going to be hard shift east. And it's
देखो
going
ये
to be right
कासर
on
भी
the
सही
top.
guess किया.
I'm going to
वही
say it's
होने
going to
वाला.
go all the way north. All the way. D plus Kia
Oh.
going to get this circle right here towards
D
Everest.
plus क्या दिमाग लगाया?
It's-
अरे 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 अरे
It's pretty north
Yeah,
right there.
that's
north,
you.
north,
That's
north.
definitely you.
Hospital in play.
Other two. Let's talk about what impact that has. Tianba's position right now holds out all of these teams to the south. TJB on their east flank actually helps them do that as well. They have this line. Everybody in the southeast side is going to have to figure out how to get through. The one avenue that they have, swing west, up that road, but then you crash into brute force on the west side of South George.
Yeah, you got teams like Alliance all the way on the south side. They're just going to have to fight their way on in. As we look at that, yeah.
Nice
that
tracing,
knock
bro.
right there. Sara getting
Toss pick.
punished. Nice shots there from Tosspick. These teams are these players are so good at popping people out of vehicles from long range.
Red dot मार रहा था बे वो. Red dot.
And able to land them time and time again. I'm pretty sure my guns don't work like that when I play.
Woo!
Tony K.
Tony K का खाता बुला भाई.
As well. A range
Good job,
able to do
Tony.
a lot of work.
थोड़ा
Tianba
motivation
actually
चाहिए
fell
था
back
तुम्हें.
from their
दे
position
दिया मैंने.
that they were holding on that line. So they are giving ground. They didn't want to be the team actually holding that line.
Tony K busting out that mini. We saw him last year, mid-season
Reggie knock.
championships, dominated with that weapon. So
आ गया, time पे आ
the
गया.
gun has definitely shot off here. So teams need to be careful here.
अबे रेजी
And have to
rev नहीं हो
start
सकता
shutting him
बे.
down quickly. Meanwhile,
तो
Chips
क्या हो रहा है रेजी
from
के
D
साथ?
plus Kia gets knocked. We're starting to see fights happen all over the place. D plus Kia getting punished once
Dibbles
again.
क्या का फाइट
They
चल
are
रहा है.
holding
Zion
that
ने नॉक किया
edge
नैल्बो
of
को finish.
Hospital, and they are getting picked apart. Tianba, Sean.
What?
Whoa, gets the
Let's go.
explosion and takes out Reject just like that.
3 eliminations for Tianba.
और एक 1v3
They
कर
will
दिया.
not slow down.
Shan
That's
ने.
90 points now on the cards for
Shan
them,
आज-
which means they keep up their 10-point average
Shan आज
guarantee.
पी के आया, मस्त.
Excellent news.
पानी की बात कर रहा
Meanwhile,
हूँ मैं.
Alolex IHC trying to fend off against D plus Kia as well, but it's going.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Been all but out of these matches so far today, and it looks like that's not going to change.
D-Plus Kia got wrecked, bro. They got wrecked by IHC.
They're going out with a whimper.
I don't know what's going on with D plus Kia. I think if I were to guess, though, just from what I see here, if I could hear their comms, I'd know better. But from what I'm seeing, it just looks like they're starting to play it passive. I think they did so well yesterday that they're kind of erring on, hey, let's just try to get some points. And
they're not trying to play passive. They are playing aggressive, but it is not working out.
I think they need to play the same game they played yesterday. Just holding those positions strong, taking out every single team on their way in. And it'll work out. Already 3 games with rough performances.
Same goes for Reject Tokyo as well.
I'm just taking a look at the map right now. You can see the Mad Bulls on your screens descending from Everest. They are moving up towards the north side to try and flank
India
around
sab
there.
Bugatti
Xavier on the north side of the hay farm, taking control of a compound right on the junction of some of the paths that went their way through. But they get so much info.
I was about to say, as soon as that zone shifted, I think there's pressure already. So he needs to start getting back to his team right now because there's no way he's going to be able to hold that by himself. But hey, we saw Tiamba doing some crazy splits. They were fighting everybody in the last match, and that worked out. Let's see if they could do it here once again. Meanwhile, Tony K on the hill getting peppered. Looks like from Team Liquid. They got their eyes on Besiktas Black right here. Yeah, a push is imminent on this location.
Absolutely seems to be. Besiktas going to have to leave likely soon. Newsy for Vampire flowing around the edge. QZ did go down, get knocked and flushed for Tiamba, so was very much exploited. You were right, that pressure was just too much.
Yeah, he had to move immediately.
Judo Alliance versus 4MV fight chal raha.
You know what? Like I said, when you're on top, right, you have some flexibility. So at this point, I'm not going to blame whatever you do when you're on top of the leaderboard. But the rest of these teams, they got to do something. One of them in particular, it's got to be brute force. They've had a terrible day. If they want to continue to stay here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, they got to perform here and now. Meanwhile,
brute force को chicken निकालना पड़ेगा bro.
Just
एक chicken तो निकालना ही पड़ेगा
उनको. Looks like they're going to wait until the last second to make this push.
They have been playing very slow and methodical on this edge so far in the first matches. Obviously, it's not worked out for them, but they have already doubled their score total in this match, which is great news.
Vampire versus
Liquid.
Liquid.
Unfortunately, what is not great news is when Mythic looks at you
finished.
And clicks on your head.
Oh, and that Schweppes thirsted immediately. So Vampire are going to lose one here. And now they're in trouble because they got Team Falcons right next to them. Well, let's take a look over here at Mad Bulls on the rotate. Very, very close to Talon Esports. And Zurich trying to get some knocks out of the vehicle. Axel not able to get the pick on the car. Oh, they actually do get one.
Down in the open, but 3 players.
Rotation कर रहा बहुत मुश्किल है भाई.
Very dangerous.
TJB slam कर दिया टुलिका ने.
Straight on into the auto shotty. TJB do not give an inch when Mad Bulls try and open the door.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Mad Bulls just take that commitment onto that fight there rather than the blind send at this stage.
एक team को एक kill दे दिया भाई Mad Bulls.
95% of the time. Let's look at this replay though. Sean. I mean, this man has been on point today.
Shan is a star of the day.
What can you do when someone's on fire like that? It's just get out of the way or die trying. I see on the off angle for Falcons, lighten up Team Liquid right now. Have got this position out on the east side.
Let's go Falcons, let's go. अरे भाई और एक team आ गया, Talon भी आ गया.
You got Talon trying to push on in. This is a 3-way fight right now. Ayala's down, 2 players down.
Nice one.
Falcons trying to roll on in.
मार दो Talon को भी मार दो Falcons.
Linux down and Talon are suffering at the moment. I think the front foot might actually be on Falcons rolling up into this fight, but hang on a minute, I had to turn that around. They've just gone down completely. They try and overcommit. And Mythic, now the last player to stand for Team Liquid, everybody's having a bad day.
Team Falcons got deleted right there. They tried to commit to that radio tower, and they got knocked out. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports were able to get some reses off, so they still have 3 players up, and they're trying to get onto this edge here. But man, got Talon right there around the corner. 2 players up. Yoru's gonna, what a great shot through the smoke.
Able to get so much done, and the nades are there to back it up. Vampire finally turning up the heat now with a swing out to the east side. And they are now under pressure. Team Liquid go down.
IHC thus finishes.
Third party. Vampire playing as 3, leaves this as a 3 versus 3. And again, this is now the 5th
Vampire with
to roll
10
up onto this
frags.
position before they can transition out to the west.
Now this is the Vampire Esports that we saw last year, starting to finally show their teeth here, or their fangs, as we may say. But they're gonna have to take out IHC here, as Tony K is starting to throw those nades out. This is a bad placement right now for IHC. They're gonna have to start moving on in.
I really question Demo's decision to do this.
Don't
and the fact that Stone wasn't able to get
Utaro
any damage onto him. A little bit potentially of a
निकल
misstep
जाएगा,
there.
fight
Maybe
नहीं
needed a
लेगा,
little bit more
IHC
backup
निकल
from
लेगा.
a teammate to be able to take that buggy down. But Demo gets some info and folds back in ahead of Vampire and their rotate.
IHC became
There's
ULA,
plenty of
मेरे को
vehicles.
ULA बोलना
They start
चाहिए,
to
IHC
move
क्यों बोल
forwards.
रहा हूँ
Tony
मैं?
K, I don't think he saw the player to his left. It was immediately there. Godless tries to step out, and I think TJB might have
मारेगा, Tony
sight
K
line.
मारेगा.
Tony K stoned, trying to roll over these hilltops, but they're just getting peppered from the off angle.
टोनी क्यों को मार दिया डेमो
And
ने?
sees Outlaw X IHC just rolling away from them as well.
भाई, ULA
Popping out these smokes,
दे रहा है भाई इस
doesn't
मैच
have
में.
any nades, up high into the sky. The
Godless
nades go
knock.
long, but there's a knock onto Godless. That's
Finish.
TJB.
IHC is getting punished from
Kill
so
Jodi
many
gaya,
different
no
angles
zine.
right now. And yeah, you can see 4 Miracle Vibes has now got their eyes on this location. Vampire Esports are just trying to hold on here. They're throwing out so many reses, all their utility. And
Very crucial match for Vampire
to get into
Esports,
this
bro.
next circle, you got to go into an open field, and everyone's looking down here. They're downrange. So
दो मैच हो गया.
It is going to be so treacherous to make
They
this
can't afford
work.
one more.
Besiktas Black on the southeast side.
Meanwhile,
as
what
well,
is
where
Brute Force
Vampire
doing?
Obviously let them go. They're going to be a major threat for them later on now. The rolls around the hillside.
दे रहा है Brute Force उधर.
IHC try to
Xavier
find the
Esports
shot, and Tony K with the vehicle position gets a little bit of damage, but not too much more. 2 players for them to deal with, and Demo
Nosy finish.
finally
11
picks up
finishes
something,
for
and it's Newsy. He
ULA.
goes down entirely. Rogue,
XIHC.
low, heals up, stoned in the smoke. Tony K rolls forwards, up into the rock, has the M4 in hand, looks for the spray against the UMP. Trades
Nice
out
one,
with it.
Tony.
And there is
Nice
also
one, nice
backup
one.
from his teammate to take out Alola X IHC.
IHC
but there's
बाहर,
only 2 vampires
5 finishes,
left.
2 men
Tony
strong.
K able to take
Vampire
advantage of that
Esports.
right hand priority there, wins that 1v1 and moves up into the circle right towards the edge there. He just has a little
ये
bit
match
of
कौन
hill
निकालेगा अब?
coverage, so he will survive for just a little bit longer. This is going to be a tough one, though. If this zone goes pretty much center, it's
Left
going to be a
जाएगा,
tough
left
time
जाएगा.
for all these teams. This is an open field, guys.
Left जाएगा ये zone.
Tiamba
Top
taking down
left
another
जाएगा.
team. We'll get back to that. I'm sure there will be plenty more times of that to occur. In the meantime, on the south side, Besiktas crashing through over towards 4MB.
Brute Force
They
का
know
game
that
ये बन
Vampire
सकता है,
have a duo,
guys.
or,
Zone
well,
अगर
some
ऊपर लग
players at
जाएगा
least
तो.
out towards the east side of them. So they're reticent, they're reluctant to move on in towards this compound.
अरे,
4MB
भाई.
hold and
ले.
in a pivotal position as well on the south edge.
4MV का मैच है
Zone
ये.
goes a little bit further south.
4MV का मैच है ये.
Now they need to step out of their comfort zone and start getting active. Brute Force going to have to do the same as well.
क्या zone
Every
खींचा
single one
बे?
of these teams is going to be
क्या
holding
zone
the
आया
edge
4MV
because
पे?
it is a wide open range.
YouTube
dead
भी अच्छा कर
center.
सकता है ये circle में.
So we'll see
They also have very
how
solid
these teams
posi.
decide to play it. You can see Tiamba scouting for quite a long while here.
और सबसे ज़्यादा
They're just
important match
making
ये
that
Brute
move
Force के लिए.
Inch by inch.
Because इसके बाद और 2 ही मैचेस बचे हैं उनके लिए.
Tiamba, if they want 11 points average, they need 99 at the end of this match. They
Ooh.
are
Rep
currently
OD
6
knock.
points short of that mark. When you
Finish
don't
भी हो गया
count
क्या?
the placement
नहीं,
points
ये
they've
कुछ भी.
already earned, which isn't too many yet, but it will start to ramp up. So they'll be looking for that 6-point extra cash.
Edge खेलेगा.
And they could get it. They can really get it. I mean, 6 eliminations already. They're looking good. Now let's see how Alliance is going to approach this fight here. They're starting to apply a little bit of pressure towards Brute Force, but none of these teams need to fight. But if Tiamba coming in right now, Alliance needs to try to get this third party going. As we see Sean
के पास 5 frags
holding
है क्या?
back right now. Gets one knock.
शान ने और एक को दिया.
And there's 2 players now remaining. They lose one on the roll-up, but
Shan is the last
already a
man
lot
standing
of
for
damage
Tiamba.
done. Another player to fall
Sorry,
as well.
Tiamba.
Tiamba lose a second. It's Shan. 5 eliminations
क्या
already.
मार रहा है बे
And
शान?
Brute Force are just being backed off this hold. Alliance on the south edge.
एक
Going
HP
to
है
move
Shan.
on up to replace that pressure as well. Shan low, but I think he's managed to get away with the rotate around the edge of Brute Force as well. Look at that. He's now out on the east side of them. Has some high ground. Can he get some healing done? Can he get it back into the fight?
Tiamba committed like crazy there and are just
मैं बता रहा हूँ शान
Brute
एटलीस्ट
Force
और
in
एक
a
फ्रैग
game
निकालेगा
that
guaranteed.
They pretty much need to win
Minimum
at this
एक
point if they
निकालेगा
want to
वो.
make it into the survival stage because it is not, or actually
इन दोनों का फाइट हो
if they
गया तो
wanna make
भाई
it into
और
the main
फायदा शान
event
का.
here because they're in big trouble. You can see
Brute
Sean
Force.
applying that pressure. 1v2. We saw him 1v3 a little bit earlier.
कर दिया पुश कर दिया
Danger
सही
lean
कर
up
दिया.
for both
अरे मार
sides.
दिया.
And that
Goes
is
down.
gonna
Well played
do
bro.
it.
Finally able to
4y
stop the
do.
proceedings there for Tiamba. They get 6
But
elims,
Shan ne
though,
bhai
and they keep
rulaya
that 10-point
literally
average
Bobby ko.
going, looking pretty healthy at the top of those tables. Alliance now with the chance to move up towards brute force, but they've already been softened up by Tiamba on the north side.
ये
and
match
this
तो
west
4MV
side is looking
निकालेगा.
so open for them. 4 players alive
देख
for
लो.
Alliance. They've got the rooftop high ground. It is going to be so difficult to take this team
Brute
down.
force का एक
I
ही
don't
बंदा
know
बचा
if
है
anyone's
last.
going to be able to do it. 4MV yet to dispatch Besiktas, but once they have, or well, if they have, sorry.
Tony
for
के
the Turkish
600
fans,
damage.
They
Nice.
will very likely be able to do so. That's kind of the main threat that I see. However, Vampire on the north edge, still surviving. I don't think for much longer given Cluck's position here.
Yeah, Klux is staring at him right now, but the zone could still go north. So let's see where it decides to
Judy
go.
is
If it
playing
centers
really
up
good,
right
यार.
here, it's going to
उनका
be
split,
pretty tough
उनका
for
decision
all
making.
these teams. But 4MV
बढ़िया है.
are still
ये
alive.
BJ
They
के
have
किसके
3
लिए wait कर रहा है?
eliminations so far.
Zone है ना बैठ
And,
गए.
they're going to have to start working towards Besiktas Black and vice versa. Let's see what happens with this next zone shift. This is stage 6, about to be stage 7. Jimmy,
Oi,
Canelo,
oi, nice knock.
But
Tony.
Tony K
Nearly.
with the stiff arm.
Finding nearly a second knock there, but that
Tony
allows
के
him to get
सामने
the
एक
res
बंदा सोया पड़ा है
behind the
deep
hay
में.
bale. It's going to be so tricky to move now, though. 45 seconds until the close. The terrain up to their left
निकल तो नहीं
side,
सकते
so
Tony
their
के उधर
east,
से.
will be maybe a little bit more maneuverable, but with Cluck able to have complete control over the runouts, there's basically nothing you can do. You've just got to win the fight or hope that
The
Cluck
tension
is
is
busy
brewing
elsewhere.
between 4MV and BJK.
Tony K has to hit a miracle shot if they
कर
even
दो
want
यार,
to
कुछ तो
survive,
कर
but
दो
it's not
BJK.
looking good, folks.
बहुत
I mean,
patience
they did
maintain
enough.
करते
They
हुए
did enough,
BJK.
right? 6 eliminations so far, top 5 position is nothing to shake your head at for a team that's just coming in here today. But it's good to start seeing some signs of life from this team. Now we're going to start seeing some smokes ring out. Or might as well, if you have any utility, just throw it. Why not? Because the odds of you making it out of this hay bale are slim to none.
I think brute
They
force
are
will
gonna have to
survive.
move before that high ground position for
All
Alliance.
thanks
but
to Oi,
4MV,
Doc knock.
actually, Besiktas having a good opener there.
push
Poser
कर दिए
is down,
4MV
though,
ने
and
इन
Lewis
पे.
needs healing. Out goes the forward position, and Toshpik finds 1-4-1 on the trade.
अरे अरे आखिरी बंदा.
And the third and the fourth at the back. Oh, 4MV get rolled over. And
Well played,
Besiktas
BJK.
mounts
Well
the
played, well
side
played.
of the compound,
बहुत
able
sexy
to
खेले.
push their way on in. Forced on
बहुत
in,
sexy
and I
खेले
take
वो.
my words back. I thought 4MV had it in the bag.
But no,
Wow.
they did not.
They owned
Besiktas
4MV, bro, in this
Black
fight.
coming in
They
hot,
owned.
and Alliance did a great job here of cutting off Besiktas' rotation. They're taking up even more real estate. Tony K, though, survived. He made it out of that hay bale with all that chaos from that fight.
Brute Force still have pre-pod there, and if he's a snake, if he's not gone noticed by Vampire, that could be the death of him. Alliance have shimmied on out. They've sent 2 forwards.
That's one.
And it is
Prospect
going to
knock.
be a good opener there. Low HP on Poser. That's going to get healed up on the sidelines as Jimmy keeps the pressure on.
Another
off the
person
air
knock.
burst, and Poser goes down.
Judo clear कर
2
देगा
knocks
इनको.
now for Besiktas, and Alliance still aren't committing. They just want to keep the pressure on. They know that they're outside the zone. They don't need to move too far. This is perfectly handled. Vampire takes up,
But
take out
Tony K
pre-pod on the
बढ़िया
north
खेला
edge,
so far.
and
I
Alliance
hope-
are putting on a masterclass.
I
Yo, they
hope
got to watch out
he
for
brings his
Tony K.
team
Tony K is still in the mix right
top
here
2.
and could cause trauma for this team because Besiktas Black most likely going to go out, and Alliance did exactly what they needed to, just to keep applying that pressure. Blue
आखिरी
Zone's
बंदा है.
going to do the work, but they said, nah, we want all these
Let's
eliminations,
go, bitch.
and they get them.
Well played, you
7
do.
limbs,
Well
Tony K
played.
with the mini 14. They're split 2 and 2. This means you can isolate around the side of the hay bale.
2v4.
Individual fights a little bit easier.
What
but the
can
regroup
Tony
for
K do?
Alliance looks to come forwards. Jimmy's moving on up in those vehicles, trying to get closer. Stoned, meanwhile, on the back lines as well. As Cluck finally
क्या खेली
is he
Yudu
going to
भाई?
get dismounted? Yes, I think he is.
will.
He's
The
not gonna be in
coordination
this zone for the next time around, but
of
Vampire going to have
Yudu
to move
is
as
on
well.
top
Well,
in
this
this
is
match.
stage 8. The zone's going to go into nothing, and Tony K
Excellent
really
knock
needed
from
a knock
Stone.
there. Oh, Stone
Okay.
got one.
Confirm हो
And
जाएगा,
that's on
confirm हो
Jimmy.
जाएगा.
That's a critical knock. Anything can happen. Can we see a miracle? Can we see Vampire clutch a 2v4 to get a critical chicken dinner?
वो क्लच तभी होगा
Olio now
अगर
in a
Yudu
really important high ground
मिस्टेक
position.
करेगा तो. I don't think वो करेगा.
With vision over towards the
Jimmy का
Vampire
kill मिल
players,
जाएगा
they have
इनको.
to move forwards.
I don't like this at all from Alliance. I
Okay.
think
What? और एक को knock
that's
किया Tony ने.
huge. Yeah, Tony K finishing
knock
out
नहीं
Jimmy.
किया.
Now
क्या
makes it
यार?
into a
Jimmy को ही
2v3.
finish किया
Alliance
इसने.
cannot hold
छी.
those spots anymore. I know they're good. I know you got a lot of sight lines, but just use the
नहीं
number
करेगा
advantage.
peak.
Take them out one
Yudu
by
is a
one.
very
You're
balanced
basically
team.
essentially allowing 1v1s to happen here. You're
अब
getting
नहीं करेंगे
punished
कुछ
for
वो.
That's what I was saying, right? With that 2-2 split, they haven't fully recoalesced. They've left Cluck too
I
far
would
back,
love to
but
see
now
one
they've
more knock
moved
from
in.
Tony.
Play 2 players forward.
But सामने
with
वाले
that
घंटा
backstop
पीक
Cluck,
नहीं करेंगे
the
क्योंकि उनको
off-angle
पता है
wild
जोन उन
card.
पे आएगा.
Tony K has 2 nades left in his bag. And you know he's going to throw up. This is stage 8, folks. About to go to stage 9. This zone is about to go to nothing. It's going to center up here and apply that pressure on these players. Cluck he's able to make it off that rooftop, which is what I wanted to see, but he's got to find a way towards his teammates. They're all split. This is a terrible play, I think, from Alliance. They can't be snaking and trying to do this. They need to go in. Oh, that nade.
What?
How did he not?
How did that not hit Stoned? I have no idea. It's going to go a little bit further this time and not really going to do too much. That nade was there, but it's still just not quite on the target.
पता नहीं मेरे को feeling आ रही है.
Vampire need to
और
shoot
एक बंदा
forwards.
opening
Alliance have the center.
टोनी के नॉक हो सकता है ब्रो.
हो गया. He wanted to get
लगा ही था
that
मुझे.
crate. He wanted that crate so bad.
लगा ही था मुझे.
Tony K goes down and that's
NT
Stone
पे है Vampire.
out of
NT
there.
NT
So you know what?
NT.
Sometimes patience is a virtue, and Alliance are able to clutch out the third game.
Well played, you do.
And hey,
well
you know
played,
what?
you
That's
do.
still a good game for Vampire, right? They were able to get a second place, 8 eliminations
बढ़िया
on
खेल
the
रहे हो
board as well,
Finals
meaning that
confirmed
they
है.
have jumped up the tables a little bit faster than those first 2 matches would have you believe. But the chicken dinner goes to Alliance.
क्या roller coaster ride था भाई ये match.
With those opening nades, they knew they didn't need to commit to it. They played the outside. They have that crossfire backup.
But BJK surprised me.
It was there.
उसके बाद you do.
Taking at that point.
God BJK. And वो you do का game बना. Wow. Fantastic. Competition इस level पे हो तो यही होता है bro. Competition इस level पे हो तो ऐसी होता है. You can't predict that easily. Because एक से बढ़कर एक है. मौका मिल गया तो सब देंगे चोक को. समझे? Tony equal to next Paraboy. Bro, Tony is a beast.
Man, D plus Kia. You know, speaking of disappointing performances so far. Oh,
you can't say he's the next Paraboy. You can say Tony K is Tony K.
Today, 3 matches have
he's a star player.
Second half of this day and the last 3 matches for them. So, man, they really need to pull something out here in these last.
I don't think किसी से compare करते Tony K को.
From yesterday, and that's what happens when you get the group, a death group green coming on into the mix, right? When you're playing,
he has his own league
against teams like Team Liquid,
just like Doc. Doc का level है वो भी.
Just always in their group anyway.
Right.
But when you've got Falcons coming in, when you've got Team Liquid, and
you should watch Tony K's gameplay.
Maybe not the first 2.
बहुत बढ़िया है उसका. Individual gameplay बहुत sexy है उसका.
Such a great watch to see Tiamba do what they've been doing over these last 3 matches. But we've got 3 more matches still to come for you today. We're going to be taking a break. We'll see you guys there. Make sure you stay tuned for more PMWC.
मैं personally मानता हूँ कि भाई Vampire Esports के अंदर ना 2 नया एडिशंस होना चाहिए. 2 जो अभी फॉर्म में चलने वाले प्लेयर्स 2 होना चाहिए. Stoned and Tony K are doing really good. बट बाकी 2 का समझ रहे हो उतना एडिशन नहीं देखने को मिल रहा है सो फार. ये मेरा पर्सनल मानना है. बाकी तुम लोगों को क्या लगता है? इज वैम्पायर डूइंग गुड? कुछ टीम चेंजेस करना चाहिए कि नहीं? Falcons disappointed. It's okay bro, it's okay. They'll come back. Don't worry. End of the day तक वो at least 30 पॉइंट तो निकालेंगे आज. That's the lowest I'm saying. 40 भी निकाल सकते हैं. अभी भी 3 मैचेस बचे ना. अब सिर्फ 3 ही मैचेस हुए और 3 मैचेस बचे. Which country players is best if get India and other countries invitational tournament? Bro, India कोई भी country के against dominate तो नहीं कर पाएगा. बट थोड़ा बराबर का है तो probably पाकिस्तान. इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान थोड़ा बराबर का फाइट होगा. नेपाल के अगेंस्ट होगा तो भी नेपाल डोमिनेट कर सकता है मेरे को लगता है. बाकी मंगोलिया वन साइड दे देगा इंडिया को मेरे को लगता है. एंड और क्या बचे? SEA में भी ऑब्वियसली मंगोलिया ये सारे टीम्स आता है. 8C वगैरह. I don't think there is any league where India would dominate currently, but we'll see. I'm super excited for India versus Mongolia, जो होगा BMPS के बाद. Nah bro, Schwabs is a beast too. I know he's a beast bro, but अभी recently अपना natural element में नहीं दिख रहा है वो. मैं ये बता रहा हूँ नोजी शुड बी चेंज्ड या नोजी का श्वैब्स इज अ बीस्ट ब्रो मैं बहुत पहले से फॉलो कर रहा हूँ बहुत क्रेजी प्लेयर है वो बट वो क्रेजीनेस आजकल नहीं दिख रहा है वो बता रहा हूँ मैं मंगोलियन टीम्स कौन सी है बेस्ट ऑल द मंगोलियन टीम्स ब्रो 4MV फैल्कन्स और कौन है आई एम मिसिंग वन मोर टीम
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है
वन मोर मंगोलियन टीम जो मिस कर रहा हूँ बताओ कमेंट सेक्शन में There are 3 मंगोलियन टीम्स जो क्रेजी है जैसे ही तुम लोग कमेंट करोगे मैं बता दूंगा IHC is also Mongolian right IHC yeah it was IHC मैं क्या सोच रहा हूँ यार IHC yeah IHC ब्रो ये 3 टीम्स तो इंडिया वर्सेस मंगोलिया में टॉप 5 तो गारंटेड है 3 टीम्स इनका गन पावर सिर्फ गन पावर से ही ये कैरी कर लेंगे गलत गन पावर है इनका सुपर चैट में सम सॉरी ब्रो शायद जब मैं मैच देख रहा था उस टाइम पे आप किए होंगे एक सेकंड देख लेता हूं जीटी राघव थैंक यू फॉर द 40 ब्रो व्हाट आर योर व्यूज ऑन हैकर्स इन बिग लॉबीज ब्रो माय व्यूज मतलब गाली देने का मन करता है मुझे और कुछ नहीं
Great input, guys. Great input, gentlemen. As they just looked at each other like, I agree.
Yeah.
Jason, you are the most handsome one here. You are the tallest, and you're the smartest. So thanks.
Tallest is correct.
Yeah. All right. Well,
the more I think about hackers, the more I get frustrated and angry, bro.
So far here in PMWC,
there is no way around it. Any human
obviously to bring up while we're watching the games, their 4-man's late game
would be pissed.
It has been. Not even that. Just their splits have.
कुछ नहीं उसका कुछ नहीं कर सकते छोड़ो.
Throughout watching that match, talking about teams that are being proactive. This team is so good at being proactive. We saw Jimmy being able to hit a great.
Vampire ने 14 points निकाला. That's good comeback.
Their push into those final zones.
इससे पहले उनका एक ही पॉइंट था अब 15 हो गया. बस यही मोमेंटम कंटिन्यू करना है इनको. ब्रूट फोर्स को 9 पॉइंट्स मिला. That means they're at 49 something. Next 2 मैचेस में उनको एक 20 पॉइंट निकालना पड़ेगा. Then they'll qualify.
They didn't have to go out hunting for Vampire, but they definitely wanted it. Again, actually, it probably comes back to what you were saying about the brute force scenario on Erangel for them yesterday. They want absolutely every point they can.
Which team has the best gun power among all?
Once you know that you are
और सारे मस्त थे, but फिलहाल तो टाइनबा मेरे को सबसे खतरनाक दिख रहा है मेरे को. Tianba.
He did that more enough in PMSL CSA, but I did want to point out really quickly.
The most consistent, the most
11 eliminations, 0 placement points.
Sharp gameplay Tianba का दिख रहा है मेरे को.
Like no placements.
इस lobby में currently.
And that's what we want to see out of this team. I mean,
is that what we want to see though?
It worked out for them at PMWC.
True.
And it was a big question mark.
Falcons को 4MV and Team Liquid ने मारा हिल पे. गलत पकड़े जा रहे हैं Falcons.
This is a team that barely qualified throughout their PMSL because of the last match that they had. We want to continue to see those high elims out of that team.
To capitalize on what I want to call I was talking about whilst what game was going on. Almost the
Paraboy के clutches पे reaction video बनाओ.
At the moment in the start, it feels like a lot of the
बनाएंगे bro, जरूर बनाएंगे. It could be a treat to watch Paraboy all day. I can watch Paraboy all day.
And then desperation hits, and all of a sudden 3 teams crashing.
Spike by W for you. Thank you, bro. I wish. TNY is representing which region? China.
Other teams are shooting at them. IHC was able to capitalize on some of that in this game. That's why you see those 11 eliminations come along. As the tournament goes on,
Paraboy बनाने में टाइम लगेगा. किसी भी प्लेयर को क्या लगता है स्पाइक बाय? Paraboy बनाने में? Paraboy बनने में?
Of the format, right? Because you have
Bro,
12 matches. That's it. To make sure you're top 12, teams are trying to play too
you can't
and not the way they know how to.
You can't become Paraboy. You have to be Paraboy to be Paraboy.
I have to really think about that. It's a good question.
I can give you the other side of that. Or is it a symptom of the caliber of players we have.
It's not something like you train for 20 hours a day and you become Paro boy. ऐसा नहीं होता है.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
श्रेयस थैंक यू फॉर द 100. अगर डॉग टॉप जैसे टैलेंट इंडिया में होता तो ट्रोलिंग, टॉक्सिसिटी और एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज में ही टैलेंट वेस्ट हो जाता. इन इंडिया कॉन्ट्रो क्वींस विन. नो कमेंट ब्रो. अगर मैं कुछ बोलूंगा तो फिर प्रॉब्लम में फंस जाऊंगा मैं. नहीं बोल सकता मैं कुछ.
When all the good teams are making the same moves, you all end up in the same position. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you for the 100, bro.
At the current stage too, that we're seeing a lot of teams third party each other. At one point we saw what Team Falcons fighting with Team
BTR Ryzen असली गोट है. ये कमेंट पढ़ लो. 20 मिनट से टाइप कर रहा हूँ. BTR Ryzen. Back in the day, Ryzen BTR मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर हुआ करता था. लक्सी जक्सी से बेटर मेरे को लगता था Ryzen. After the team got disbanded, Ryzen quit esports, right? ऐसा कुछ हुआ है. तब से मैं देखा नहीं मैंने. Yeah, definitely Ryzen is a very beast player, bro.
Will have a team there, but other teams are trying to use it as a checkpoint to get them further into those fields, and then it becomes a hot pot. And well, we saw what happened.
But to go back to what you're saying, Seven, it was those three teams, right? And then
पापा जी ब्रो, आप जो ये कमेंट कर रहे हो प्लीज ऐसे कमेंट्स मत करो.
5-team fight happening there.
And talking about Vampire, that's usually
क्या यार,
how we're used to seeing.
अच्छा नहीं लगता ऐसा कमेंट्स पढ़ने में.
Championships here in Riyadh, they're used to be known for being the team that is usually able to third party a lot of teams. I want to see a little bit more of that.
I am disappointed with your comment.
Perform really well, which we'll have to wait and see if he's going to continue on those.
Content is controversy in India. It's a shame, and we all know the people who do it.
We're starting to see that more and more here.
No comment again.
PMWC.
जिनको जो मर्जी है वो करने दो भाई. वो उनका काम है. अपन अपना काम पे फोकस करेंगे तभी अच्छा रहेगा. टोनी के स्टार ऑफ द मैच. 949 डैमेज है इसका.
I mean, they had 1 point before this match. I think they got 14 points in this game, so they need him to step up.
That's why I said 2 games.
ये कितना बच्चा जैसा दिखता था भाई. बड़ा हो गया अब.
Tony K, Vampire, how they are able to perform here on this stage for mid-season tournaments has been nothing short of miraculous. 949 damage here for the 5 eliminations. Do bear in mind as well, about 650.
Zeus ने IHC.
He went through an absolute
Zeus से
war to get to here. So
IHC मेरी फेवरेट है.
Get those eliminations on the board. He's also understanding.
Zeus इससे पहले वो टीम Zeus था ना ये IHC इससे पहले. Zeus इसके बाद IHC अभी ULA. मेरे को Zeol बहुत पसंद है उस टीम से. क्योंकि उसका कंट्रोल्स मेरा कंट्रोल थोड़ा सिमिलर है और ऊपर से बहुत खतरनाक खेलता है. वो मजा आता है. Why did you remember that first Erangel of India versus Korea in which Korea team drop clashed with blind current soul at the school apartment and got owned? I do remember that fight vividly. एक का casualty होता है D+ किया का and आखिर में मान्या बचता है. मान्या एक को नॉक फिनिश डालता है.
They are
I remember apartment fight.
Knife's edge here right now. They are capable. I've said it many times here.
Brute force. All eyes on brute force.
All my days. They're getting themselves 23 eliminations. We saw it. We saw it happen, but it needs to happen now because I was talking about desperation before. It's becoming desperate times.
IHC same, just renamed. वही बता रहा हूँ मैं. पहले Zeus नाम से खेलते थे, फिर IHC हुआ, अब ULA हुए. ULA से collaboration.
Who's willing to make changes and for them to be dropping Novo before and switch it up and say, hey, let's go Kameshki. I feel like that almost gave them the amount of points they got in this game because the rotation.
Which 8 Mongolian teams will be there in India versus Mongolia? I think Mongolia region में जो top 8 teams है, उनकी जो regional finalists से वो आएंगे. And हमारा इंडिया से BMPS के बाद Crafton किस तरीके से evaluate करेगा top 8 teams, वो देख के
It's interesting, right? Because you come into
समझ में आएगा. अभी तो too early to say anything.
Like, okay, any chance of a hot drop, we don't want it. Straight off the bat, which makes complete sense.
I think Aiko Soul तो रहेगा इंडिया से. Team Expert भी रहेगा, Global Esports भी रहेगा.
Dashed against the rocks just because they're in a hot drop. You could be the
बाकी
best
we'll see.
team in the world. If you're in a hot drop scenario, even if you lose one player, you're hurting your chances to win that game significantly. Even if you wipe out the 4, yeah, you could make an argument. That
I
you're
hope
keeping
Global
points up in their
Esports,
terms of
Team
average
X
from
Park,
getting 4 eliminations early on.
India versus
But it doesn't
Mongolia से
work out
पहले
because the other teams
यही
that you're
consistency
competing
maintain
against
करे
are keeping their
और
average
अपना
at 10, 11
strong
points as time goes on.
उनका जो weaknesses है वो
Don't hot drop.
strong बना ले तब मजा आएगा.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
No, I don't think we've
K47
really had any
retirement
hot
ले
drop
लिया.
yet. Very interesting, and maybe
वशिष्ठा
this
वाला.
gentleman to my right-hand side
Okay.
actually has any thoughts on this. We got
According
Jack
to you,
and we
who
got
are
Blake
the
joining us here on
current
air.
top
Gentlemen,
3 players
they have our
of
first
global
half of the day
according
now
to
done.
Gunpower
Day
and
two, we're pretty much at the exact
Game
halfway
Sense?
point of
Please
the group
reply, bro.
stage.
It is so
What do
hard
you
to
guys feel
answer
about
this kind of
It's been
questions.
good, Jason. I think everything's ramping up.
Top
It's
3
getting
कैसे में
tasty,
है?
The competition's
It's not
feisty,
easy.
and Blank has just been absolutely
Only
living
stats
his
can
movie
answer
today.
that.
I have, yeah, I'm having a great time. It's been awesome so far. The games have been pretty sick. You know, seeing Tony K almost take it all back home.
I don't have an answer, bro.
T-shirt as well, the jersey.
Only stats
because they're
stats
looking
can
to
answer
bring
that
back
question.
moolah at the end of the day.
कौन
A
परफॉर्म
bit
कर
more
रहा
of
है
it
top
at
3
least. I've already accumulated like 2 mil or something crazy.
Yeah, but you can always do better, Blank. You can
Yeah,
always ask
just
for a
like
bit more.
Alliance right now.
Well, let's see what they can get, Jason.
Excited to
Yeah,
see
hopefully
Mavi again
for
in
Vampire
international
Particular, they can get
India
themselves
versus
back
Mongolia
into
lobby.
the main event, because I think
मजा आएगा,
out
bro.
of any other team out there, they have the hardest job.
India versus Korea में
considering
missing था ना
they
वो?
have the pressure on them of being the back-to-back champions to do it a third time. I don't think we've actually seen that in PUBG Mobile history so far, of a team being able to pull off a three-peat like that. We had Nova get 2, we had Bigatron be able to pull off something close, but Vampire are on the
Where do you
toughest
think
stage here.
Indian
But to
teams
go
are
quickly back
lacking?
to the hot drops thing,
Experience.
thinking back to what PMSL, CSA, we had Aula IHC dropping on that Northwest
Global
Island
teams, they
set up
compete with
every
each other
single
very
time,
frequently.
and they would constantly fight against a team like 52
Where our
Esports.
Indian teams are
And we kind of
mostly
backtracked and asked
competing
ourselves,
against
like, why
each
do
other.
they keep doing this? Because they're losing over 50% of the times they do it.
तो
But
वो
here, I feel
experience
like
lack
it's
कर
more
रहा है India.
respect to everyone in the lobby, and it's respect to the caliber of the lobby of, okay,
So
we're going to
जैसे
just try
ही
to play safe,
वो
everyone gets their own
experience
location, and we'll play out
gain
these
करेंगे,
controls.
I think
Oftentimes in a lot of competitions
धीरे
that I
धीरे
watch across the board,
जो
like,
gap
if
बनी
you're
है, so called gap,
really aiming
close in
to
होगा
be the
धीरे-धीरे.
champion, hot drops get sorted out in scrims.
Yep.
Or you are
क्रिप्टो का
saying,
लेटेस्ट 1v4
okay,
देख लेंगे भाई. अभी तक बहुत स्पैम हुआ. 1 सेकंड रुक, लगा रहा हूँ मैं. 1 सेकंड लगा रहा हूँ. क्रिप्टो भाई क्या कर दिया पिस्टल से. अरे क्या ये डेथ रिप्लाई वाला क्या यार. आई डोंट लाइक दिस. रिकॉर्ड कर लेता. This is against 52 esports. वो बहुत लो था. एक गोली में गया वो. Nice hit. सामने वाले क्या हगे बे. वेल प्लेड बे क्रिप्टो. इसका कंपोजर बहुत सही कंपोजर था. एक ही जगह पे 2 बंदे कैसे. even the best players make some dumb decisions. यार ये देखो, ये कैसा है. देखो ये क्यों आया उधर. अरे उधर रैप नहीं देना था. इट्स ओके. सामने वाले गलती करेंगे तो ही क्लच होगा ना. ऐसे थोड़ी हो जाएगा क्लच. गुड क्लच. W क्लच. What were they thinking, bro? What were they thinking?
who are we dropping against? Oh, it's the world champions in, I don't know, Picardo or Kentucky. Just a theoretical situation. Let's not go there. We have a backup, right? You always have to have a backup in your mind here in PUBG Mobile.
We've had teams had backup before.
Why
but
in
they just keep
international
on that
IGL
ego. We're
have
not
best
seeing any
gunpower in
ego
their
fights
team?
here, which I'm
Like
actually-
Carilo,
Let's go.
Doc.
Did you know, by the
क्योंकि
way,
उधर
PUBG
वैसा
Mobile
gunpower है
has
तो
been
ही
nominated
चलेगा.
as the esports game of the year, the mobile game of the year.
IGL
You guys can scan
equal
the
to
QR code on the
rotations
bottom
नहीं
of the screen
चलता
to go vote.
global
But
में.
if I'm not mistaken, Clarus, we have a very
सामने
special
वाले
gentleman
noob थे.
here on the desk with
52
us.
esports
That's right, as you are
वाले
well
noob
aware
नहीं है
of,
bro.
7 World
अच्छा
Gaming
खेलते हैं वो
has
लोग
also
भी.
been nominated
बस
for
वो लोग
Analyst
गलत
of
खेले
the
उधर.
Year as well. Check him out.
All right, well, we're going to head over to the stage here to kick off our second half of day 2.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where we are having our halftime breakdown. 3 maps in with 3 to go. And the leaderboard is starting to take shape. Sandstorm, for those viewers who may be joining us a little bit late, why don't you take us through who has the first 3 winner?
Bro, what do you think? Who will win BGMS 2024?
If you're not watching the PUBG Mobile World
Very
Cup,
hard,
Esports World
very
Cup,
hard to
what are
guess,
you
bro.
doing?
India
We
में
have some of the best teams in the
कुछ
world
भी होता है
competing
भाई,
over
कुछ
the
भी
course
होता
of
है.
3 days. Group Green
can't
started off
predict in
strong.
India.
We had
It's
Liquid
not easy.
taking Sandhawk. We had TJB taking the first Erangel game as well. So
Mavi is
I don't
not
know,
playing,
my
so
group's doing well.
GE
What
का
about
पता
yours?
नहीं, dicey
My
है.
group being group red. The talk of the town is Tianba absolutely storming with
Fight to Soul, Team
31
Expert.
eliminations so far in just 3 maps. So there's plenty more action to go. We're all really excited here on the stage, as you can probably tell from our energy right now. So let's hand it over to the
बस वही कि
casters to go into our
वो दो ही
fourth map
नाम आ
of
रहे हैं
day
मेरे को
2.
दिमाग में.
Damn, it feels good to have Barney on the stage. There's no one better to bring us in for the rest of the games today, Blank. He's getting the energy going, and damn right he should.
Absolutely.
setup है
Barney
भाई.
Banks is in the name. He's
मस्त
bringing
है
the
setup
money
तो.
back, depositing it here for us to redistribute.
Lighting,
to
color
players, of
combination,
course.
screen,
This man is where it's
match.
at, but it's
Let's
also
go.
here on Erangel, where it's all going to break down. We got the boys.
Match
over
4
on the top
has
side
begun,
of
guys.
your screen, and on the
This
bottom
is the
side,
last
everywhere,
Erangel match
you've got
for the day.
nowhere
इसके
that
बाद
isn't
2
filled
matches
with
होंगे, वो
players
दोनों
who are
मिरामार
action
होंगे.
Today in the GT20 Pro, outplay the rest, and you can only do that if you're playing on the best phone in the biz here, which all the players are currently using. Great little top shot there. Wish I could have seen that a little bit more actually on the map feed. The observers did a great job in that moment.
Yeah,
What
they've
do you
been kind of
think?
killing it over
What
the
do you think?
event, if I'm honest,
You
bro.
like it?
It's been pretty
Yeah?
tasty. I've
Yeah?
liked it. We've had some good pans, good establishing shots. It feels like I'm watching cinema, but on a smaller screen. 'Cause
Yeah.
the cinema screen's quite big.
Yeah, it's quite large.
Why
We
TWM
do
is
have
not
that
in
surround
BGMS?
sound, though.
Because
You know,
they
I used
couldn't
to think
qualify,
the
bro.
cinema screens were blurry, just
By
a
the way,
little bit, and I
TWM
realized they
got
lost.
disbanded.
Yeah, that was
जितना
kind of a
मुझे
game
पता
changer
है.
moment when I went, oh, it's actually really HD. I'm just blind.
Yeah, I've had that. I had that moment.
There is
but
no TWM
is
right
this
now.
off topic? It's too off topic.
THW एक है.
I had this moment like when I was a kid.
बाकी
I think I was
TWM का
16
पता
and
नहीं.
going about glass for so long.
Okay.
I looked at the ceiling. I saw the lights. I was like, why are the lights in HD? And I got really sad. I was like, I missed out on this for like many years.
Shreyas, thank you for the
एंट्री
100. I
अच्छी है
remember
लेकिन
during
बैठने का
PUBG and
तरीका अभी बड़ा
people
कैजुअल है.
didn't
Crazy, yeah,
used
but
to
straight into
even
the game,
make
we
it
need
to
some
top
optics
8
on
in
this
Central
one
Asia.
right now. See where people
Now
are dropping.
see,
We've got
they
Team
beat
Liquid
Mongolian
in
teams.
here. We do
India
have
में
some of
भी
the other
एक
teams
Alpha 7
joining us
होता.
from our groups. We are
होता.
seeing how this
ओए,
one does
क्या
play
circle
out
बनी है
with
ये?
Green joining us today, playing alongside
Let
with
them
Group Red. And this
get
will
the
be
popcorn
Group
ready,
Red's
guys.
last
बहुत मजा
day
आने वाला
to
है.
impress here on
Falcons
the
and
stage.
4MB बहुत सही जगह पे
Last
कूदे.
chance, see if you can accumulate some of those points and really leave no stone unturned. You know, Rejects had a good start into yesterday. They had some hype, but we kind of had the question of, is that something that's going to carry on? That was the focal point down in the studio beneath us, Blank. And honestly, there was moments, but I don't think they
पूरा military base circle है. पूरा complete.
Dude, no, it's kind of unfortunate.
बहुत
I think
ज़्यादा
teams have sussed them out almost.
early
Yeah,
rotations
it was
होने वाला है.
just a case of we walk at them, they get scared.
They panic.
And they go into the little small ball.
Yeah.
Right, as
The
much as
armadillo
possible.
move.
The armadillo move. They try and get away. They're not
DJ
fast
भी
enough,
last
they're
match
not
में
rolling
मार
like
खाए थे
Sonic,
ना.
They're rolling like an armadillo.
He's a hedgehog.
बहुत
Yeah, that's
carefully
what I'm saying. That's they're
उतरे
rolling
इस
like an
बार.
armadillo, not very fast. No.
More known for defense. Armored shell, hedgehog, spiky shell.
Yeah.
Know your animals, everyone.
However,
अभी
the
आएगा
boys
इसमें, अभी
here
आएगा.
in the tournament, they've got pretty powerful attacks here, so even the armadillo move doesn't save them. So I think that's something that Reject's going to have to change, but again, tough for them. This is their last day of play. Again, it is top 12. Top 12 make it through. It's the bottom 12 that will be heading through to the survival stage. No one wants that. You really don't want it. You don't want this map as either, because we're heading over towards our angle. Tough decisions to be made here for a lot of teams. Few teams a bit luckier than others, with 4MB already starting down here. Falcons, classic position over Nova up Neuer. Back on ST, this is where they would drop all the time. They have a lot of control from this spot on the map.
I do indeed. You know what, I'm going to throw you under the bus immediately, Blank.
Do it.
You need to do it right now, just based off what you're sealing. What's the gut feeling? Who's taking this one? I'm going to make you do it right now on air.
I'm going to go Falcons on this map, actually. Yeah. I'm going to go. I'm going to go for a Team Falcons. It feels right. I mean, they've already rinsed Tiamba.
See, this is why we pay you the big bucks. Blank just knows what's going on. Falcons switching in immediately to kick this.
चलो भाई.
I smell it.
You do. You kind of have quite strong.
अबे TNB के दो बंदे गए.
Mobile talent.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Four.
all right, yeah.
Four PUBG Mobile talent.
You sniff him out. You're like, that guy's going
इसको 2 kill मिला.
Tony K,
Nice.
who walked into the green room. You
Yeah.
were like,
Go Falcons भाई, एक मैच तो बनता है यार
Like
इनका.
vampire. I'm feeling.
बहुत हो
feeling
गया
it.
मार
But
खाना.
yeah, I think that Falcons should have this game pretty under wraps. I think from the position they're in, decent rotational spots. Kind of depends if they get Icy back up again. I think they should be able to, and it would be unfortunate losing.
ओए IC finish ना होना better है bro. Shan finish मत करना.
Come on, bring him in. Icy's your off angle. He's the guy that's going to hold back the tide. At least the smoke's thrown on his side from top here.
क्या टॉप बचा पाएगा IC को?
Could still make some problems out of this one. They've been looking pretty good over
Action आ गया हो जाएगा
Action
को 1v1 निकालना पड़ेगा against Shan.
And they haven't had much
Shan और आ गया BJ के. अरे but ये दूसरा ब्रिज पे. My bad.
To get stuck in early. But down to just the duo in the opening moments. It's not the dream, is it?
It's not the dream, but they have been relatively smacking it today, to be honest with you.
They've been playing well.
Yeah, and 95 points here.
IC got revved. Nice East knock.
East here. What's going on? They need to finish this off quick. Luckily, IC's brought back up again, but you're still down. A member will get flushed out.
East got finished.
What is this play coming through from Falcons? Not able to contain two players. I mean, they are two players who are coming off some fiery hot games today. So
nice one, Shan knock by top. आखिरी बंदा है QZ.
Onto Shan from Tiamba.
As we've seen though, Tiamba, even when they're down
4MV versus Xavier Esports.
Find a way to make it work. We'll check back in with that in a moment though, as it seems like there is a bit of a compound commotion going on here.
Lamborghini ने Apex को knock किया.
As nades are raining in. Meanwhile, finally,
well played. फालतू का casualty हुआ एक East का, but बाकी rest was good.
Yeah, tough one for Tiamba there. I mean, again, you've only got 3 more matches to do this, and I think they've set themselves up.
Nice one, Baron.
Nasty nade, just dribbles
कर दे क्या push कर रहे देख.
Will end up in
excellent push.
Oh mate, could be some more carnage where that.
Oh, nice one.
Pump in the hands of the Miracle Vibes as the
आखिरी बंदा है.
looking to give a very aggressive hello to the start of this one. Switches out to the utility instead. Wants to block off the angle and force them to cascade further back.
Action knock.
Interesting fight here, honestly. I mean, they're so low on both
Judo
teams, but it
versus
feels like 4MV is getting back up to power much quicker here. The Xavier coming out. Lamborghini is flushed, and 4MV is just getting rid of the stragglers now. As the Xavier went for a bold play early on to try and take this position off the hands of 4 Miracle Vibes. They have hurt them, but not quite enough.
Ooh, and that's an unfortunate way to go out then.
Good start for MV, good start.
Down the stairs as the nade is dashed on over, and they are our second team to be wiped off the face of the map this time around, for Miracle Vibes surviving the encounter there.
Mad Bulls' first innings into the group stage hasn't gone terribly well so far for them. 24th place, 5 points accrued.
टाइम बस सेंचुरी मारने के लिए अगली मैच में 5 पॉइंट लेना पड़ेगा. The struggle is real for time.
Like a bottom 12 to me, really, at this point in time. Just not displaying the same
IND
kind of
and MNG Invitational tournament में Mongolian player will
actually lost in the end, but he opened this one up for them.
With esports fan of India. Okay.
Well, you love the angle. It's always filthy. Very hard to get the shots back on.
I believe
in the end, he loses
esports fans of India have a very clear idea of how strong Mongolian teams are. So it's not going to be a shocker.
I mean, getting rid of Tiamba is decent, but I don't think they expect that fight to go on for so long.
For the people who follow esports, it's going to be a shocker. For the people who don't follow esports,
team in the lobby currently.
I mean, Mongolian
esports. An easy fight.
जो सिर्फ इंडियन esports फॉलो करता है उनके लिए शौक
I like it a lot. In the meantime, again, it's a lot of these tough decisions that now need to be made.
But just imagine अगर इंडियन टीम्स ने फाड़ा है उस लॉबी में तो क्या मजा आएगा.
I think there's no doubt in my mind that this is
just imagine that.
The north side.
No one is imagining that.
A lot of teams that all just want to get in on the action. Already, you got Harami up towards
all players RRQ Beer 11 Ryzen
right now,
Microboy
down on the competition.
Yomi Bhishma and और भी बहुत
a little bit over towards the east.
है.
Let's see if we get an eastern shift. That could be a very good position.
एक बार पढ़ लो और नाम याद आए तो बता दो. सारे प्लेयर मेरे को याद है, but इसमें Bhishma क्यों आया?
Bit scary.
Beer 11, Ryzen and Microboy, they're in a whole different league.
Shoes for the job. You've got to really dig those feet in.
I would take UME Bhishma name out of that list.
He was taken out quite
Rest,
early on for
yes bro, बढ़िया players है बाकी सब.
Trio in this one. Team Liquid sniffed them out ahead of time, so they're just trying to keep themselves behind cover and keep their noses clean, really blank. We've got everyone being slowly ushered forward now as well.
Yes zone और नीचे जाओ भाई, और नीचे जाओ, मजा आएगा.
The Xavier contain that position from 4MV, but
एक बार play area देखो.
Circle Jackie, how much
play area is very little.
It's off the map. Yeah. At least, definitely. And now that position from Harami becomes incredible.
ये stage 1 circle दिखा रहे, but play area देख के मैं बोलूँगा ये stage 4 circle है. Sorry, stage 2 circle है ये बोल रहे हैं, but ये stage 4 circle है.
you just take that one. It's not like you're going to have to move back up
इतना
north,
कम
you
play
have to
area
come
है.
off it to somewhere else, but this is killer. And I think that with the fact that they're sending players further underneath as well,
Brute force को भाई
some other
कुछ ना कुछ करना पड़ेगा
just
इस
in case
मैच
they
में.
need to move. This is a great idea. You've got those backstops, you've got
अरे
players
एक
on
गोली
that
का
front
है.
side able to take the shots for you.
उसका लेवल 1 हेलमेट था, फोड़ दिया उसका लेवल 1 हेलमेट.
Water, one player down.
देख लिया उसको देख लिया.
So reject. Took a bit of damage early on. Scoped it out. They want to deny control of the bridge and stop those rotations, dead in the waters, and that's exactly what could be happening here with the bullets that are just whizzing on by. Bit of a setup further back for Talon. They do have somewhat cover, but it's really finding an angle to take
The game owners of BGMI should try to convince government for bringing back PUBG for global exposure. You think they did not try?
You still have a couple of teams that want
You
to make
really
their
think
way,
they did
and
not try, bro?
TJB is still behind, but they're biding this one out. Vampire actually going for a very, very easy
Bro, Harami
swing
bros,
here. I mean, with the amount
बहुत
of
मार
water
खाए,
that's
bro.
still in, you could have a reasonably good
Bottom
game.
2 teams
Just
का
by
लड़ाई चल
staying
रहा है,
out
देखते
and
हैं.
peddling water for as long as you can. Nice nade. from
Nice nade,
Mad
yes,
Bulls.
nice nade.
Over towards
Mad Bulls
Harami.
निकालेगा ये
This
fight.
this does feel like somewhat of a mistake to come off Observatory so early.
They don't deserve the bottommost
'Cause they have
spot
just completely
because I know they
left
are
it.
strong.
And by that time, teams should have moved in.
Yeah,
Nice
this
knock.
is just going from bad to worse the longer it continues. Mad Bulls were on parade. They stormed into the compound. They've isolated the fights bit by bit and made it look easy for themselves. Now you've basically got one man in the back line looking to provide any sort of cover, trapped inside of the hut with low health. It really
क्या
isn't
चल रहा है
looking great
BJK
for
के साथ?
I mean, you look
खुद को
at
फोड़ डाल रहे हो.
where Alliance is right now, on top of Observatory. Like, they must
कितने
have
बंदे
gone up
बचे?
there, prepared for a fight, and we're like, why is
3v4.
no one here?
Why is it empty?
Why is it empty? So, in my opinion, I get what Harami's trying to do. They're trying to secure a better position in the circle, but they took too long
Nice
to do
knock.
it. Nice shot, though, to start.
What?
And another from Federalis.
Okay, this is actually kind of clean now. It's a bit of a resurgence back into the fight. Remember, at one point here,
बढ़िया खेला ये.
you were down and out. You were in a position where you couldn't even
Federals.
really get the pick-me-ups back off. But you can reset from this point. Federales can try and get his man back on his toes. He hit some 6 snapshots, especially up close. There is a nade being prime, though.
4MV पास में है.
In the sidelines as well. They've moved in from that western side. They weren't in the greatest of position, but they got 4 players. They should hear this, and this is a pretty prime time location. The fact that Mad Bulls are rebuffed off this one. Look at this 4MV now setting up. They've got the side angles. This fight is going to be incredibly
अगला zone ठीक
difficult
है.
now for both these teams.
4MV
Mad
dead
Bulls
center
and
में,
Bro,
guys.
Harami. It's all gone wrong, and I think it's.
And they have
it's
7
simply just
frags
a
in this
case of
match.
Getting a bit greedy with the positioning.
Very
You're
good
there
start.
early enough, just accept the fact that you've got Observatory.
They wanted more eyes bigger than their bellies, and it really could come back to haunt them. Really trying to get these nades on target as well. You've had a window of opportunity to delve back inside of the building, and that's exactly what they've gone for. So just some mere distance.
Oh, no.
On the rotate, and they are in the deep blue sea blank.
And Vampire Esports won the boat race.
Man, this is what you get, team.
Liquid के 2 बंदे गए.
Vehicle. Find yourself a
आखिरी
boat.
बंदा आयाला.
Can't just be flowing in. Falcons taking shots over towards them, but Vampire, they are withstanding.
Falcons पूरा मजे लेगा. अरे बे 2 casualties कैसे हुए Falcons के?
Team Liquid, that must
एक
be
तो
a
पता है.
horrible feeling.
Action कैसे
hearing
मर
the
गया?
boat, propellers coming up behind you, desperately trying to swim, front crawl as quick as possible to the land so they can attempt to try and have some kind of defense versus them. Vampire can keep just swinging on the side. Get rid of the players from Team Liquid. They've set up shop. This is great news for them.
It really is. And now it comes down to a battle of the mythological creatures in reality then. The
Liquid बाहर
vampires
ना?
versus the seahorses.
Team Liquid बाहर,
The
yes.
seahorses are gone wank. Wiped out.
Dog
for
गिर के knock
existence
हुआ?
there. A little bit of rotate in as well. So this fight isn't going to slow down for Vampires. You're still going to be pushed on. Could be some stakes in the hands of the Falcons looking to trap them in place and deal with them.
Got D plus Kia taking a fight with Brute Force. They moved in on that western side. They've had a
भाई आज
slightly
D+ किया को
slower
क्या हो गया
rotate
मेरे को कोई
just
समझाओ यार
because
कमेंट
4MVs
सेक्शन में.
kept them at bay
कल
for a long
कुत्ता बना के
while.
मार रही थी
They
D+
forced them
किया.
onto the edge.
इतना
Just
तारीफ किया
having a
मैंने.
great fight right
आज
now
क्या हो गया?
versus Brute Force,
This is
so
match 4.
At least they're able to handle this one. D plus
And I think
Kia
they only got
sort
1
of
point, right,
haven't
today?
had an impressive day so
They got
far. I mean, they're still 5th
54
place,
था क्या कल?
but the
या
amount of points they've been
57?
accrued since yesterday,
याद नहीं आ
not
रहा मुझे.
much. So I think for D plus Kia, they'd like to hit some more points on the board. This is their last
TJB
day
का
of
only
play.
एक ही बंदा बचा
Going
है.
out with
Only
58,
S.
That gives a lot of opportunities for teams underneath them to leapfrog ahead.
लग गए.
At one point here, it felt like Talon were the team that was getting gatekeeps by Reject.
TJB is getting
They
wrecked,
turned
bro.
the tides a little bit, find their way through the squad ahead of them. Reject is still slightly further ahead and do have the blue behind them. They're going to try and get themselves into the zone, though. Could run into the pathway of UDO Alliance that are very close by.
Yeah, I think if you're Reject right now, you just want to get further into the circle. I think you've had enough of this time wasting over on the northern side versus Talon and Tongjiabao. So getting into the circle, better idea. They do lose a player on the back foot there. They were down to 3 already, so they know they desperately need that third player to have any kind of hope at having some of these equalized fights. Good shots from 4MV.
अभी मैं बोलने वाला था brute force का most important match है ये और 2 बंदे मर गए इनका.
An awkward scenario. Good initial nade though. Keep things at bay, but it's not enough. 4MV is lighting them up.
Yeah, the brute force is good for the offense.
उनका किस्मत कितना खराब है देखो. देख के 4MV से ही फाइट लिया वो.
And initiate the cleanup crew.
9 finishes for 4MV.
We're dropping squads
wow.
left and right. Vampire still
good job यार 4MV, good job.
Make a bit of a move up as well now, finding an opportunity.
I think मौका मिल गया तो इसमें 4MV 20 किल चिकन निकालेगा ये मैच में.
Compound alongside with bro Harami is pretty disgraceful, honestly. Harami is not here anymore. They're gone.
Harami bros
are
out.
The game. Mad Bulls were able to solidify this position, but this just gives a huge amount of power towards Vampire. Taking the fight 4v3, the utility can't be that high from the Mad Bulls.
Vampire versus Mad Bulls. Let's go.
Vampire having a lot of time to loot round Mini Milter, then take that boat into position, they should be good to go.
Yeah, they're looking like they're gassed up for this.
अबे कहाँ से दिया Vampire esports का नोजी ने?
The top off like a can opener. Snipe
भाई Schwabs 1v3 किया किसी को.
Close the distance between them. The shotties can get up.
ओए!
Response is clean back though. Here we go, Tulika.
Tulika.
I mean,
Tulika ने खोल दिया Vampire esports का 3 players का.
A doozy here for Tulika. Pulls out the S12K. They're not getting
wow.
the shipping container. He's going to ship them straight back to the lobby.
मैं बोला ना इस टीम का गन पावर बहुत स्ट्रांग है बे मैड बुल्स का. फाइनली इस मैच में दिखा रहे वो.
Were able to dig themselves out from 24th. Nice to see.
Reefers 600 damage.
Good discipline as well.
D+ Kia versus 4MV. हो जाए भाई हो जाए.
A small second of missed timing on getting that first shot off. It all could have gone wrong. In fact, he's been able to clean up like that, put himself into a great stead in terms of the Elim points as well.
ओए,
good response.
HP.
The fights continue elsewhere.
Little replay on this one.
इधर एक knock किया. 4x.
Fight here, bro. Just went through, easy peasy. Nice plays from the Mad Bulls. That's going to be some confidence that they desperately needed today.
Bear ने chips को knock किया. भाई 4MV से मार खाने वाले हैं D+ Kia.
Themselves up in the 3rd place here. Teams just keep assaulting them, and I think that they're delivering
देखो
a
Nalbo
message
knock
to
from
the rest
Doc.
of the lobby right now.
Yeah, they want to show that they're not scared.
KB knock.
Fire with fire, and right now it's lighting the fuse for those.
ऊपर से 8C दिख रहा है bro, बस 8C से बच के रहना है.
Position again for Miracle Vibes delivering when they're put under pressure today.
This is a crazy game to start things off, Jackie. You do have this issue.
सामने वाला frag भी मिल गया तो 11 finishes. It's gonna be for 4MV.
It was not easy at all. But they've managed to do it. They've got in, they're in position. 4MV swinging around the side. It's kind of a crazy ordeal, to be honest with you, to get into this position.
भाई ये गलत ही मार दिया bro ये
Tulika. Different teams. I'm loving it. I'm loving it right now.
Yeah, this game's been delivering. We came in at just the right time. Blank couldn't miss any of the action that we've been given on this one. Tulika is still getting stuck into the action, man. This guy doesn't give a damn. If there's an opportunity to fight, he's going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Mad Bulls, they know that they need these elimination points. They need them now. So I think for Tulika, picking up these points where they can is really, really good. I mean, look at this
UDO Alliance
as well, down towards
4MV,
the south side. They
very
are
consistent today.
Even Tulika flying over towards Reefus, taking him down, running away like a ghost in the night.
Yeah, I kind of love this.
This is crazy.
Sick, man.
Falcons का अच्छा मैच हो जाए यार. 10-15 पॉइंट मिल जाए इस मैच में. Nice circle.
He wants to go in. He's going to go in.
Nice circle, nice circle.
Swinging around the side, getting that information, but with this shift on the circle over towards the eastern edge, Falcons have a really good.
भाई please 20 kill मत बोलो, पनौती लग जाएगी यार. यार ऐसा काम करता तो मैं थोड़ी बोलता bro. Don't believe in the पनौती bullshit. सपोर्ट करो जो टीम पसंद है वो टीम को सपोर्ट करो दिल खोल के. आगे तो आगे फर्क नहीं पड़ता.
With 4 players up, one team with 3 in Mad Bulls, everyone else is on limited members. So this is going to be a really nice finish. If anything, this is going to be a very, very fun one. It's going to be action-packed, explosive. So Hope you sorted out whatever you needed to do before the game because we're locked in now.
Yeah, there's no time to get a drink anymore. Make sure you got your seatbelt on because it's about to get bumpy. We're entering
Shotgun है भाई
turbulence,
टुली का.
Blank, no smoking signs on.
Bro,
and the seatbelt
वैम्पायर
sign.
स्पोर्ट्स को
Get
एक्चुअली
strapped
पता नहीं
in
था
as
कि
we're
उसके
about to
अंदर है
take off.
बंदा. एकदम से निकल के मारा 2 बंदों को.
Like you said, Jackie, it's going to be a
Dud
bumpy
बोल के.
ride. With, you know, this way and that. You might end up 180 at one point. But don't worry about it. We got you.
Oi,
We're
Apex
here
knock.
to fly you straight through to the end of the game. IHC starting things off.
हो जाएगा रे, हो जाएगा रे, हो
Looked
जाएगा.
pretty impregnable for quite
नहीं
a
हुआ,
while.
Mad
but
Bulls
at this
ने
point,
finish
it's
किया
fine.
Apex को.
Losing members. I think it has just been a case that
Bro,
message
Open
was sent
UAZ
out, and there's been a
is
bit of a response here from
very bad,
IHC.
bro.
You're not the only elimination heavy team in the lobby. But they're coming in slightly late here, Jackie.
Kind of living
Reefers
for
को
this,
उतारोगे क्या
bit
अभी?
of a response back from Mad Bulls as well, dude. It feels
Shaq
like
लेगा
the
Reefers.
intuition along
Reefers
the
Shaq
fights,
लेगा.
the individuals are hitting their shots. It feels like the confidence is there, and that's something you always want to see when they're in the battle.
Nice knock, Misery.
Yeah, this feels a bit rough. Alliance usually so switched on over the course of the day. At the minute, though, you isolate yourself and lose out in an important way against Talon.
I think they try to hold up on the high ground for a long time. I think
ये
as soon
करंट
as
किया तो
you
मजा
see
देगा.
that circle shift, you should just be moving. And
Oi,
Talon
beautiful
coming back
net, big
from
luck.
that west side, you probably should have expected
कितना
some
सही
teams that
net
would
किया
have made it
इसने.
across that western or eastern bridge. Leons is furious, just desperate for the rest of his team to get across that road to regroup with him. There is a bit of a comeback here, though, from Alliance over towards Talon. Can't count this team out. Currently second place, the only team with 2 chicken dinners in the tournament so far. So really doing some good stuff.
Dog knock.
Oh man.
And Leon's by himself. He's taking down 4MV.
Yeah, he's like literally solo.
Dog का पेटी बन गया.
now. He's just taking on the raid boss and dealing a good amount of damage out one by one. Misery loves company as well, Blank, and the problem is it might be in the favor of more elims going the way of You-Do Alliance versus Talon as they come up the hill. They've been
Talon is pushing.
back to back to back, but they're going too wide with the geometry. They're up close with the weapons now. You've got to be
Nice one, Yoru.
decision making with this. Pulls out for
ये
the
क्यों
second,
finish
just
के लिए
get
क्यों
down
जाते हो
to the
यार?
boss, and they're starting to make it look rough.
Mate, Leons is still having an impact on this fight. He's securing the location ahead and
आखिरी
securing
बंदा है
the
Leon.
location behind. He is on a swivel this game. Naxel attempting to get down the hill, but there's already players snaking it out.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
And his teammate currently in the circle. The blue
क्या जगह मिली बे इसको?
against his head.
क्या
here.
जगह मिली उसको?
And will force him further
थोड़ा आगे होता तो
forward
पेटी
soon.
उसका.
But Leons is having such an impact in this game. It's nice to see because I mean Jimmy going for some of those off angles earlier.
कौन
on.
निकालेगा
Now
guys?
it's
Winner winner
Leon's
chicken dinner.
taking this one. Everyone can play each individual role very nicely. He is now down.
मैन
to
पावर तो
just
IHC के पास ज्यादा है
himself.
सबसे.
I think he did a fairly decent
नहीं
job.
उसका भी एक
trying to
बेटी
keep
बन गया,
that
वो भी 3
fight
मैन है.
alive for as long as possible. IHC coming in. 4MV just bled members, but I think they've already done pretty good this game. 11 elims. It's lovely to see. And we've just like that, with a snap of a finger, we've lost all those teams that had 4 players alive. And suddenly, Mad Bulls is our strongest team in the lobby.
Yeah, and they've been kind of playing pretty damn good in this one with the isolated fights they've been taking. If they can coast it out for the longevity, think about the finish, there might be more for say
Demon ने Reefers को knock किया.
about the Mad Bulls. IHC
4MV का एक ही बंदा बचा है,
strike
last.
back on the 4 Miracle vibes. You go from 2 to just 1 single player looking to make much done. We talk about solos though.
गया गया
Look
गया
at the
गया
discipline
पेटी.
on this. Still finding opportunities to take isolated fights and get a couple more points, even if he is in a really rough spot.
Yeah, this is really good from Leons. I think what he was trying to do is wait for the
तुली का
knocks to
6
come
solo
through from the
finishes.
team and then confirm afterwards, potentially when the reload comes through.
भाई
Smart
Mad
play.
Bulls
He
अगर
realized
ये
they don't have the
chicken
shot on him.
निकालेंगे
He
तो
does,
बहुत
so he
mad
just
होगा
has to
भाई.
take it. I
बहुत
think that's
mad
smart,
हो,
you
मजा
know.
आएगा.
A lot of times, some players might have just
They
thought,
deserve it.
well, I won't take the shot, won't reveal my position, but he understands we need these points, right, to keep us up there towards the top. Tulika on 999 damage right now, almost breaking that 1k mark, and this is the kind of guy he's always
Nice one, bro,
been.
Leon.
What is Leon's up to?
Oh man, how's he keep this going?
He's decimating right now in the lobby. Lovely to see. This is what I was saying about Tulika is he is very hot and cold, but you take him off the leash, he gets a little bit of that adrenaline pumping through
I'm
his
rooting
body,
for
and he will
Falcons.
go off, right?
Chicken
And I think
dinner,
those 2
but I'll be happy with Mad
eliminations
Bulls
at the start
also.
of the game was what he needed.
IHC भी
right?
like
Good
हम
at the
हलवा है
confidence
क्या?
back, and I think now what we need
IHC
more
3
than
man है
ever
बे.
is the Tulika of
वो
old.
भी निकालेंगे तो
right?
मतलब bottom
Just
teams जो भी
unwieldy
निकालेंगे I'll be happy.
to the team like a broadsword, but he does the damage.
He really does.
कल कंपटीशन
And there could
और
be more damage coming
खतरनाक हो
away from
जाएगा
the Alliance
बॉटम
here.
टीम्स ऊपर
Leon's
क्लाइम
has
करेंगे
been
तो
maintaining this pace. He's isolated pre-pod. He sniffed out the weakened man.
क्या कर रहा है बे लियोन
Leon's.
क्या बात है ब्रो
Some kind of voodoo in that camp.
दो टीम्स को बाहर कर दिया इसने टैलेंट को बाहर कर दिया ब्रूट फोर्स को बाहर कर दिया
Find opportunities to make it work.
This man is just
Solo versus
taking
squad खेल
names,
के भाई
writing them down on a piece of
मार रहा है
paper and just ticking them off as
Zero
he
knock.
goes.
फिनिश
Falcons.
पे जाएगा
Remember what we talked about?
अरे किल
That
चोरी
really
हुआ
strong position over towards that eastern side, but they are starting to be cut out of the zone. But Leon's is starting to feel like a real threat in the circle, even as this solo member. Vampires go out, not able to
Vampire
hold that
बाहर.
position on towards that south side. They did live,
Suddenly,
live for a little bit longer,
IHC
getting
is
that
just
sixth
one
place.
man.
Not ideal, but it's still better than going out that early to Mad Bulls.
मैट बुल्स का गेम ही लग रहा है गाइस मुझे
Could have been a lot worse. And there's still so much room in this one to go topsy-turvy. We're hitting ourselves into quite an important piece of the pie then. Top did a good job on turning onto Vampire and keeping the backline covered. They can focus on the front,
अरे
but
यार
they're taking damage. The wings are clipped as Mad Bull's ratio on the contact.
English starts things off strong. I love the
हो
way
जाएगा
the Mad
finish
Bulls
पक्का
built their team. You know, a couple of players from them were
बैरॉन को मिल गया किल
Fleek and English.
12 finishes for 4
Well,
MD
Zerich, who was properly a prolific player back in the day.
मैट बुल्स का
I
मैच
think
है
that
गाइस
when you look at this team on paper,
इम्पॉसिबल है
it's
मैट
awful.
मैट बुल्स
It
मैट बुल्स से
doesn't always
छीनना
come together though, the strategy
They're
wise.
three
I think
man,
that's
बाकी
something
सब
that maybe
solo,
they
solo,
can
solo.
improve on. It looks like they're doing a lot better here though. This
बट
split
लियोन
is
है भाई
really
जब
cool
तक
for me.
लियोन है कुछ
And
भी
they
हो
have
सकता
just
है
let Tulika
ये
fully off the
डेंजर बंदा
leash.
है ये
He's on the other side of the map to the rest of this team, and they're just okay with it. He is pumping damage into this
दिख
lobby.
गया दिख गया दिख गया दिख गया दिख गया
Over there. And it's Tulika. Of course it is.
Oh man, the second he
Tulika तो
smells
दे
any
रही है
kind of opportunity
Sorry,
to
दे रही है
strike
दे रहा
gets
है
involved, Tulika is lighting up the competition again and again
Tulika,
in the
Sara.
battleground right now. There is no one that can test him, and it's not
सारे
just
भाई
him. That's the
टेस्ट
fact
कर
you're
रहे हैं
bringing
मुझे
up, right? You've still got by far the largest amount of firepower in terms of the man
Yeah.
advantage on the server.
English and Fleek.
मैट बुल्स देखो पीछे क्लियर कर रहे हैं
Duo in the past. On
भाई ये
teams.
मार ना खा जाए
Reunited. And they're
Leon.
playing off the back of one another. Letting Tulika get his thing done.
लियोन
Top
पकड़ेगा
able
देखो
to take
इसको
down Baron
लियोन
before that
पकड़ेगा
nade
ब्रो
goes
इसको
off, so Mad Bulls will be taken away. One of those elims.
बोला मैंने
From the
बोला मैंने
backside, though.
लग
Will
गई
find another. Confirms it onto English. This guy
ये
is the big
बंदा
story
क्या
of the
कर रहा है
map.
बे
Down to just 2 players. This is going
क्या कर रहा है ये
anyway,
लड़का
honestly, at this point in time.
Oh man, Alliance.
क्या खेल रहा है
Leon's, the four fingers that are finding a way to bite back every opportunity they're given. And he will not go down without a fight. He has played it smart, played it slow, found
कुछ भी हो
opportunities
सकता
to
है
come
guys
in like a scalpel and
कुछ
cause
भी हो सकता
carnage
है
over the course of the remaining time he's had right
लियोन
here.
गॉड भाई
And if he can still add
God
more
है
to his
बंदा
total
ये
tally, this could be a devilishly good game. If he fins the numbers, you've got an opportunity. He could
Yep.
still make something work here.
That was the best member he could
he's
take
killing
out
it
as
right
well.
now
Onto Mad Bulls, dropping them down to 2 players. There's a real chance.
मैट
now
बुल्स ये
for
ग्रेनेड से पता चल
him,
जाएगा
as well as the fact that he
इस
gets
साइड
a
से कोई आ
massive
सकता है बोल के
resupply. 7 grenades in the back pocket.
I hope
2 Molotovs.
Fly
He's got a lot to
QE
work with there,
is ready.
And that one elimination might just be the difference maker. Fleek on the back of a tree. This is easily
ठीक है भाई
nadeable here
पीछे
for Leon's.
देखो
Oh, Leon's, how far can you take it? Can he live his movie the whole way through and somehow snatch away another chicken dinner? Is that the
अगर ये
storyline that could
और एक
potentially
बंदा
be
को
built
नॉक किया
from
ना
this
भाई
one? It would be off the back of broken, busted squads that have come in
देखिए,
front
देखिए।
of him. He's taking damage from the
channeled
side
the
though.
nade.
Fleek spots him out. Nade thrown wide. He's looking to punish now. Bobbing, weaving. The man's a Hell in a Cell boxer and he's looking to throw out the right hook. Switches back to the nade. Wants to engage on this one. He's waiting for his opportunity. Primed and ready.
सही टाइम पे ग्रेनेड डॉच किया
He's gonna go wide, Blank.
बहुत सही टाइम पे और एक ग्रेनेड उस पे
We've got a Molotov as well. Hasn't used it just yet. Sends it behind the tree.
ओए रे यार
Perfectly until that one knocks him right in the gob.
what a
Another nade
play
sent out randomly over the
from
side,
Leon.
clearing out the other tree. Now knows that Tulika's further down the hill here. What is happening here? A 1v1v1. A 4-way towards the end. of the
crazy
match.
खेल रहा है भाई ये crazy
This is Leon's world, and we are just living in it. He is the beating heart of You-Do Alliance, and he will not stop pumping until he has found a way to carve a path to that chicken dinner. But there are still
Leon
squads
deserves
in
a winner
front of
chicken
him.
dinner, guys.
Everyone isolated.
Let's go,
Playing
Leon.
the long con, playing the angles.
क्या
They
खेल
don't
रहा है
wanna make
भाई
that first mistake
it's
now.
a 1v1v1v1
Got it through
situation
the lobby, assassinating members of other teams where he can,
Fuck.
going toe to toe with 2 in front. Heads down the hill, spots another there. That should be an easy elim.
पूरा मैट बुल्स को मारा इसने अकेला ने मारा मैट बुल्स को
contains
इसने
the high
अकेला
ground.
टैलेंट को मारा,
What an
ब्रूट फोर्स को
incredible
मारा,
game this has been
मैड
so
बुल्स को
far
मारा.
from a solo.
Lucky
One
number
man
for-
army,
for
bro, ye.
Leons, but he doesn't need any luck. It's all skill right now with the way that he's been playing this one out.
It is
Focusing
skill plus
on
luck,
being
bro.
able to isolate these
It's
next
skill
two
plus
fights.
luck.
There's such a good timeline for him here. He's got through the hard part. He's just got to be able to pull it out.
क्या बचा
Lucky
देख.
to be alive.
क्या
That
बचा
really
देख.
was divine intervention. He can
जानवर है भाई बंदा.
re-heal off the back of it. He's still standing.
Top out in the open here, challenging him to peek out. Gets a spot onto Rogue as well. This is perfect news
Dead
for
circle
him.
है.
Circle's going to close in. Stage 9, last one. This will pull all teams together.
टॉप वर्सेस रोग
And
वर्सेस
Leons
लियोन
has to run
डीजी.
down this hill.
टॉप के पास
Brazen
जोन नहीं
play
है.
He'll have to make.
He's looking for that
Bro, if
opportunity.
Leon
His
gets
best
this
bet
one,
before
it's gonna
he
be one of the
kicks in.
best
They
chicken
sprint
dinners
starts on running.
in
There's the
PUBG
response
history.
Back though. First pickup.
Yes!
Oh! He goes on to do it. A massive performance. You do Alliance.
क्या
They do
खेला
not
बे
go
लियोन
down.
डीजी.
Leons as a solo stand strong and once again a chicken
That was the
dinner
best
event.
chicken dinner I have seen in a very very long time, bro.
Insane game there from Alliance.
क्या कर दिया ने
They were
इसने.
pulled apart, the Alliance broken, but united
Fuck.
still. They stand strong towards the end of the game. Leons.
Everyone
Like
bow
you
down
said,
to
man,
Leon, bro.
that was the move. We
Everyone
were
bow
talking
down to
about
Leon.
Neymar at the start, but this guy
गॉड है
brought
भाई
my
बंदा
ears
क्या
off.
खेल लिया इसने.
And
Damn,
the
bro.
roof of the studio too.
Wow.
Outrageous. The fact that he's been able
Wow.
to make the right decisions, hit the shots, the timing
Fuck.
on it all, dude. We're looking at it thinking, yeah, you do played damn well today, but surely not here.
Fuck.
Every time we're going, Leons, Leons, Leons.
The back-to-back as well of that one.
And no one even knows about this player.
Incredibly slim on the
क्या खेला इस
opportunity,
लड़का ने.
still makes it
Fuck.
happen. This has been a disgusting game from Alliance. And they're here to play.
इतना बंदों से लड़ने के बाद भी 1v1 प्योर में
They
टॉप
went
को
for
मारा
business,
उसने एंड में.
Blank. This ain't no leisure
Wow.
trip. They're heating up the studio.
Crazy
The energy
भाई.
down there must have been wild.
Fuck.
You're thinking everyone else on the squad looking towards Leon, just seeing him make the plays.
Leon
Blown
DZ.
away by the fact that he
Remember
just
the name.
continued to add insult to
Leon
injury
DZ.
every opportunity. The 1 HP hit as well behind the rock, but it could have been over.
Crazy.
This is so
It was crazy. It
overwhelming.
could have ended right there and then, Jackie. The best thing is though, some of those
उसने head मारा बे
rotations, I'm
last
sure
में.
the desk will break down.
That was a
But as
headshot finish.
solo, you really have
And the
to put
celebration.
those minuscule
Fuck.
details in those end games where he moves up towards the high ground. realizes
एंट्री
this is
अच्छी है
best
लेकिन
perform
बैठने का
on
तरीका
the
अभी
day.
बड़ा कैजुअल.
मजा हो गया भाई.
Get some
Full मजा आ गया.
identifying information on the teams below us, then play off the back of that.
संजू
Goodness
राती
me,
thank you for the
even
100
just
bro.
shooting the tires out
Wow.
of the car as well. Man, what a crazy game from that. Let's see what the desk has to say because we're all out.
That chicken dinner will go in history, guys. That chicken dinner will go in history. I will remember that chicken dinner for as long as I'll remember PUBG. Fuck, it was so good. मजा आ गया भाई. Leon God. टॉप को ने दूसरे प्लेयर को मारा. अरे वही मुझे लगा एंड में टॉप ने 1v1 निकाला रोग से, बट इट्स द अदर वे अराउंड. रोग ने निकाला टॉप के अगेंस्ट एंड रोग को उसने 1v1 में मारा एडीएस में. जॉनी के सोलो चिकन की याद दिला दी भाई. भाई उससे बहुत तगड़ा मारा भाई, ये बहुत तगड़ा मारा इसने. मुझे लगा टैलेंट वाइप करने वाली थी यूडू को, बट अकेला बंदा टैलेंट को बाहर किया, ब्रूट फोर्स को बाहर किया, मैड बुल्स को बाहर किया, फिर सरवाइव करके एंड में चिकन भी निकाला. क्रेजी क्रेजी भाई. Leon aura is infinity. Yes, bro. Leon's aura is greater than everyone else's aura in the arena right now. Wow. BGMS देखो bro. Strike लग जाएगा. I can't do watch party. Wow. मजा आ गया. किसी का सुपर चैट वगैरह मिस किया गया मैंने, पर देख लेता हूँ. तौहीद इज लाइव. थैंक यू फॉर द 20 सुपर चैट ब्रो. आइस ओपी थैंक यू फॉर द स्पाइक फैम मेंबरशिप ब्रो. थैंक यू वेरी मच गाइस. तुम लोग का कैसा लगा ये चिकन डिनर? describe it in just one word. नहीं, you can describe it as many words as you can. थोड़ा पढ़ के मैं भी फील लूंगा. क्या ही मोमेंट विटनेस किया हमने. भाई आप जो बोलते उसका उल्टा ही होता है. अरे भाई ये मत कमेंट करो. कमेंट करो वो चिकन के बारे में. दिस गाय कैन ईट. अरे भाई 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 ये क्या कमेंट है. जॉर्ड वे गॉड. फैंटास्टिक. दिस गाय कैन सोलो होल बीजीएमएस. ब्रो ऐसा देखो, एक का तारीफ करने के लिए दूसरों को नीचे मत दिखाना है ब्रो. अच्छा बोलो इसका. बीजीएमएस क्यों लेके आ रहे हो इसके अंदर. Falcons pulled 11 pointer. That's good. That's good. बस नेक्स्ट 2 मैचेस में और एक 20 पॉइंट्स निकाल ले Falcons. I'll be happy. भाई डिवाइस की वजह से गेम प्ले में ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं रहता. डिफरेंस सिर्फ गेम सेंस और आईजीएलिंग की वजह से है. व्हाट डू यू थिंक. डिवाइस से भी फर्क पड़ता है ब्रो. डिवाइस से फर्क पड़ता है. And obviously the all other factors you have mentioned plays major role. Commentary सुनना है मुझे.
For him to survive all of that, we've been talking about, are we finally going to be starting to see a team being able to get those back-to-back chicken dinners, which we didn't get a chance to see yesterday with all the uncertainty. It's good to see that Alliance, out of all the teams, Alliance ends up taking that back-to-back chicken dinner.
I mean, they're feeling it, right? It was
Bhai,
ridiculous.
I feel really bad for
Not only
Tulika.
did they start things off
क्या
by
खेला
hitting
उसने.
the crossroads south of East Bridge and taking out
गलत
two
off guard
members
पकड़ा
of
गया बे.
Falcons who should know that area and should have command of that area. They then go on to be able to win out a ridiculous scenario down
Fleeky,
towards the bottom. Do I need to make
वो 1v1 choke नहीं
noise?
करना था bro.
Wow, look the
That's where the throw
over the
happened
Okay.
from Mad Bulls.
For two simultaneous
Yeah, it's
1,000+
difficult.
damage. But the fact is, this game, it wasn't a team game, honestly. It boiled down to those solos. Tulika coming in for Mad
Beautiful.
was so important to see because Zerich got eliminated early, and Zerich is typically
Leon
the
DZ.
player you look at when it comes to Mad Bulls, and for him to step up when they needed it,
क्या
especially
mad
with
player है
Vampire
भाई.
there, we saw with the shotgun, that was getting Mad Bulls back in the mix here.
What better way? Legends
God,
of
like,
PUBG
eliminate.
Mobile here at the final
Sad.
moments. 1v1v1v1,
I was
all on different
I was talking
angles.
about this
Alliance
tournament
had
device
the
की
high
वजह से
ground.
गेम प्ले
Big
सब प्लेयर
pivotal
का चेंज
decision
हो जाता
maker
है.
here for this final moment.
ब्रो ये
It really
प्लेयर्स
was, and then from
अडेप्ट
the
कर
top,
लेते ब्रो.
I was hoping we'll start seeing
तुम लोग को एक
Toppy
समझाता हूँ ठीक है.
punch it up. One of the
One of the
factors
key skill that this level of players need to have is adapting skill. कोई भी डिवाइस दो फट अडेप्ट कर लेते. वो स्किल अगर नहीं है टीम के अंदर तो भाई यू विल नॉट लिव द ट्रॉफी. कभी कभी वन प्लस में खेलते, कभी कभी सैमसंग में खेलते, कभी कभी इन्फिनिटी में खेलते, कभी कभी वीवो में खेलते. जो स्पॉन्सर है उसका फोन में खेलना पड़ता है. दे ऑल नो दैट. कर लेंगे अडेप्ट. ऑलमोस्ट सारे करते हैं अडेप्ट.
Tiamba, no win under the belt just yet. But Alliance 3. They were the first to get 2, and then they were the first to get 3 straight away right after it here for the tournament.
A team that we're
2 more matches to go
we
guys.
got a chance to see there
बस
again.
ऐसे ही खतरनाक मैचेस और 2 हो जाए मजा आ जाए.
IXC, I mean, we're wondering what
Leon casually played solo versus squad. I know right? He made it look so casual यार.
And it wasn't just elimination points out of IXC, it was actually some points.
आज रात को नींद नहीं आएगी मैड बुल्स को ये देखने के बाद. नींद तो नहीं आएगी ब्रो, स्पेशली फॉर टुलिका.
A little bit quiet, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit, a lot.
I think Team Liquid is able to thrive in situations where
I think with this match यूडू बहुत पास में गया होगा.
they need to be able to control
टियानबा का.
They need the lobby to be a bit more predictable about how things are going to be moving in around them. Again, there's a bit of chaos right now in the
Nokia sponsor. अरे भाई Nokia.
The perfect statement for that.
I have not seen Nokia in sponsorship for over 5 years now. तुम लोग ने कहीं देखा क्या Nokia sponsorship देते हुए कहीं भी? मैंने तो नहीं देखा last 5 years में कहीं भी.
It really wasn't, and for me, Vampire decided to make the push towards Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls was able to defend that compound super well, considering that they moved in super early too with Mad Bulls.
डेंजर और पैराबॉय कौन सा डेंजर?
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
आइस ओपी थैंक यू फॉर द 100 स्पाइक बाय डिस्कॉर्ड पर वेटिंग वीसी में वेट कर रहा हूँ, आपसे बात करनी थी ब्रो। नॉट नाउ ब्रो, नॉट नाउ। क्या बात करनी, इधर ही बताओ ना। यू कैन सेंड मैसेज हियर, आई कैन रीड। Falcon deserves a trophy. They came top 5 4 times in the last 3 years and won 7 SA championship. We should even consider their dominance in group stages of every single. That's the thing about global championship, bro.
Again, it's all about timing in a lot of these moves.
All the previous stats are just previous stats. All that counts is how you perform in the final tournament.
I was not, man.
In the grand finals.
I actually, we're talking about this. I thought that they were going to be sending.
Yeah, no doubt. Falcons deserve it.
And then clearing that area.
मैंने हर वीडियो में बोला मैंने same चीज.
Once I saw them split.
You're talking about Falcons. What about Alpha 7, bro? Grand finals में हर बार चोक करते हैं वो last में आके. उनका भी same scene है.
7 placement points.
But कभी ना कभी ये दोनों टीम्स भी ट्रॉफी उठाते हुए हम देखेंगे. Patience, बस patience.
But nonetheless, it's been enough for Alliance to get themselves through into the main event.
Leon DZ कौन सी कंट्री से है? इंडोनेशिया.
And you're gonna continue to get chicken dinners. You know what? Do whatever you want to do.
Judo Alliance is from Indonesia, right?
I want to look at D plus and it's
Indonesia or Malaysia?
Because besides
एक
what they
second.
did yesterday,
I
let me
think
actually check real quick.
Indonesia.
They started off the day with 57 points. That means
एक second
after
देख
4
लेता हूँ मैं.
matches they've only
Just
got
in
2
case
points, and it
if
kind
I've
of
done a
goes along the lines
miscalculation.
of what you were talking about, Kyle, which is that team just kept getting blessed. They were able to take advantage yesterday, and it started to look like a fluke.
Man, it's been a non-starter today, hasn't it? Only the 2 points on the board. And again, you know,
No, Judo Alliance the Malaysian team.
Of, okay, how
मुझे लगा Indonesia नहीं. It's a Malaysian team.
And unfortunately,
Malaysian team, bro. Hydra Danger. Hydra Danger versus Paraboy भाई क्या comparison हो गया?
Boom Esports.
You're comparing a content creator with a top esports. That's not a fair comparison.
Team Liquid, even Falcons knocking on that door. It's getting some rough times for some of these teams in Group Yellow, which I think we're kind of all having to agree. Group Yellow is definitely looking like to be the weakest.
Single digit teams तो भाई समझो वो बाहर ही है.
Beyond all of that, I'm expecting
Single digit teams तो भाई बाहर ही है.
Two teams like Reject, who by the way Brute Force have now taken over.
बिहार से है Leon.
These guys, if they don't do something, they're going
हो
to be
सकता है.
falling down beyond where some of these Group Green, or the better performers in Group Green, are going to be actually able to push up. So if that happens in the next game, something needs to happen for these guys.
Something needs to happen indeed, and they're starting to run out of time as well. Remember, this is the last day of play here for our Group Red. And it comes down to tomorrow with Group Yellow and Green still to play. By the way, Seven, I'm going to challenge you here to do something here that you're probably going to hate me for.
Doc versus Mania. You guys have to wait for that. After BMPS, वो होगा.
30th, and post a video of you doing your favorite victory dance, whether it's in-game or out-of-game. You're automatically entered to win potentially up to $3,000 in virtual gift cards. And I want to see what kind of dance you got going on here, Seven, for us today.
I wanted to do something, but I saw your face.
Leon is from Punjab. नहीं भाई, Leon मैं ही हूँ. Leon मैं ही हूँ. मेरा clone send किया मैंने PMWC खेलने के लिए. Leon is my clone.
Udo Alliance currently #1 in the crowd.
Udo Alliance #1 guys.
It'll be Udo Alliance dancing.
टाइम बाके ऊपर चले गया.
Of the death crates coming through from the rest of the squads here in the lobby, because they are taking names, taking numbers, putting up points here.
क्या खेल रहे हैं Udo?
Incredibly hard, if not impossible at this point, to drop them out from that top 12.
Oh yeah, if you're dancing on at home and want to get your victory dance in, get those fingers up, do the one finger blank, because all it takes is one man. Leon's proving that individually with some show-stopping maneuvers and giving it the gravitas that this grand stage
भाई नीचे
really
पूरा
deserves, right? There's no better time
टीवी स्क्रीन है क्या? इसके ऊपर खड़े हो रहे थे वो.
Match 4 as well. Unreasonable.
Crazy
behavior.
setup,
You
bro.
just come off the back of the
Fantastic
halfway point,
setup.
Everyone's feeling kind of chilled down, going to bring up the energy a little bit, and they just go off. They just go off. Everyone's like, well, what's going on? Where have they got this energy from? It's Pepsi Max.
Oh yeah, it's refueled them, tanked them up, much like the path plane that's now departed.
Do you know TJB only is now in WBG? बहुत सारे roster shuffles हुए. After this tournament, again they'll go back to those their new teams. पता है मुझे.
This phone looks awesome, plays awesome. You need to grab one.
मैक्सिमम हर एक बंदा 5 फिंगर खेलता है या मेजॉरिटी 5 फिंगर ही खेलते हैं इसके अंदर 5 और 4 2 फिंगर प्लेयर तो एक भी नहीं है इस लॉबी के अंदर
You never know what's going to happen.
There are 0 2-finger players in this
you
lobby.
Might do now though. Alliance might just keep putting up numbers.
There are a few 3-finger players.
For them to drop out the top 12, but they might make it even more difficult for teams to drop
majority
into the
5.
top 12. You play
second
them,
second majority 4.
Stealing points right now.
Yeah, they can gatekeep. Like, they really can.
Big time.
They've got control of the ladder at the minute. In a game of snakes and ladders, Blanks, it's all about trying to climb those ladders and avoid the snakes, but it's hard when they're...
Let's go, guys. Match 5.
Back to back to back.
Dude, you're talking about snakes here, but Leon's, as a solo, more like a hydra in that last match. Unbelievable play.
आज सबसे ज़्यादा knocks.
But at the moment, we have
Doc
a very much Western-leaning playing path. Dropping a lot of teams into uncomfortable positions at the moment. You got IHC up towards Monty Nuevo. Couple of teams giving ground towards them. Reject dropping towards San Martin. A lot of teams probably going to be getting on their bikes here, getting in their buggies, trying to head a little bit further up towards that northeast side. Will limit the loot time though. That is the big thing here for a lot of teams. Teams like D plus Kia, IHC, Brute Force will be looted and booted, ready to go in this game, but they will have to push through a lot more teams than a team
Are
like
they playing lightly?
who's already heading
Are
towards
things
that
not
northeast
working
side.
out? Are they choking?
I'm going to do it again. Who's going to win, Blank?
Bro, I think I'd be remiss not to say Alliance.
Yeah?
Really, yeah.
I think that's a fair choice at this point.
I think
kind of rude to go against them.
Yeah.
कौन सी device पे खेल रहे? They are playing on
but we'll see.
Infinix
GT20 towards that south side, playing around Los Leones. We'll see what they can get done from that position. They got a couple of squads around them. Bro Harami, who honestly threw that last match away.
They really did, bro. That rotate had us scratching our heads. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, it didn't make much sense. I mean, Harami's a good team. What are you doing? Also, check out our cool skins here for PMWC. There is some pretty awesome ones in there, including the Violet set too. So, obviously, we'll be heading into the game looking cool, looking fresh.
Tianba will come back.
Big maneuvers.
ये मैच में Tianba versus Yudu देखते हैं कौन फिनिश करेगा #1 पे
from anyone else.
दोनों सेंचुरी क्रॉस करेंगे
in Paraiso itself because they need some
देखते हैं कौन टॉप पे रहेगा
last game. It was
good to see 4MV at #3.
You're in a 3v1 times.
They are super safe for qualification.
What have you done? How have you achieved this?
Just the backstabs as well. The way you could see the wheels come off, the whole thing start to unravel. Like, it's gut-wrenching to watch, but you imagine how bad it feels to play in those scenarios where you're just watching it unfold.
Massively. I mean, for Mad Balls as well, you're on the up and up
Pick
on that
players
game.
from different teams who can dominate as a team. ऐसा नहीं काम
But then
करता है
get to
bro.
a point where you're like, I'm
Brother,
dominating this lobby.
ऐसा 4
We're
अच्छे
absolutely
players को
nailing
एक
it.
टीम में
Tulik's
डालने से
feeling
टीम
good.
अच्छा नहीं होता था.
And then for it all to just crumble in front of your eyes, you've got to also imagine the talks in between the team. Like, Tulik has got to be mad.
Bro, the guy was sitting at like what, 1.2k damage, still on the climb. Like, he was hitting some mad shots, finding opportunities to rotate on himself. You're right, but also the other thing is, right, you got like, what, 10 minutes max? How do you even unpack the bag on that one and reset? You got to just look past it.
Just get in, just like,
TX
look, guys,
cooking,
forget about
nice.
it. We'll go again. We'll try and get some points scored towards the end of the day, so we've at least got a good inning.
PMWC 2023 कौन जीता है?
It's sad though,
PMWC,
bro.
this is the first season of
really
PMWC.
sad. Looking at the map though,
World Cup पहली बार हो रहा है.
Presence towards the center now. You got Vampire as well as Team Liquid, Reject hovering around Power Grid right now. Bit of a split from them. I think it's okay for now. Most teams are more worried about getting that loot on board with the Western.
PUBG Mobile का IPs है PMGC and PMWI.
I'd like to see Reject
PMGO.
as well. I know I am
but
like the number one Reject guy.
PMWC
I'm always
पहली बार हो रहा
I
है.
brought my own homemade flag.
This is a new IP.
You are Reject.
Yeah, I always get rejected. Well, luckily you accept me, Blank.
I
That's
do
what
accept
keeps me
you,
going.
bro. Yeah,
That's what keeps me going.
I accept your choices in game. I mean, to be honest with you, yesterday Reject looked kind of nice.
Yeah, they did.
And we said it before and we'll say it again, it just feels like Reject just cannot play close quarters combat. And I think that
By
that's
Reject
something that they'll
और
need to
D+
work
किया.
on. Right now they are safe.
ये दोनों
But you imagine that's going to change tomorrow.
Day 2 performance से मैं बहुत disappointed हूँ.
Points at the end of this day.
What are your comments on these?
Position. You know, 2 days of play, 35 points. That's not a bad average. It's not the best average in the world, but it should be good enough if some of these teams down below.
भाई Reject
aren't
Tokyo
able to
qualify नहीं
play
होगा.
their
In
hearts
next
out.
दो
The
matches.
difficulty is tomorrow.
Next 2 matches में choke करेगा तो.
Red is not going to be playing.
Yeah.
I just realized,
Alliance is not going to
रिजेक्ट होके क्वालिफाई नहीं हो सकता
and we
guys.
all know that Alliance is the one been sucking up a lot of these
अभी
points.
ये
It might
मैच
be
और
a
नेक्स्ट
case
मैच
that
में
with Tiamba,
20 पॉइंट
Alliance out,
20
both
नहीं,
really big
22
teams here. It's going
प्लस
to
पॉइंट्स
enable
निकालना
a lot
पड़ेगा
of these squads in
रिजेक्ट
green
होके
and
को.
yellow that just shoot up the lobby.
ये
So
बंदा 4
Reject's
फिंगर
going to
खेलता
be
है.
put in a really difficult group here, I would say.
Yeah, if you're going to straighten up and fly right, I think it has to obviously start here and then have a big finish towards the end of the day. You need
Tian
to
Shan
back momentum, try
is
and
a-
farm as many points
अरे
as you
4
can.
फिंगर
Totally
नहीं 5
can't
फिंगर
leave it
प्लेयर
in
है
the
ब्रो.
hands of someone else. If you're sat on the wayside watching tomorrow, that's going to feel so rough when you look at it and go, all right.
Yeah.
Tian
I guess
Shan
we
is a
just have
5
to
finger
try and
player.
survive.
I mean, exactly, like coming into this group, I do think that Reject has been hurt just by
In your
being
POV,
sat
who
in
can
Group
win
Red.
this
'Cause you
PMWC?
look at
मैंने
it,
already बोला,
DXA
my
is
top
a
3
great
picks
team. Besiktas Black
are
have put up some really good performances. Alliance,
Alpha 7,
you've also got
Tianba.
Miracle Vibes, a big favorite for a lot of
भाई
teams.
Leon दे रहा है
This
उधर.
one, Brute Force, one of the best teams from EMEA, and then you've got Reject, which a lot of people didn't have too much hope for. But on our screens, that's your teammate.
He's not got the medic points.
Oh,
Can't get
Clark.
back on his feet.
क्लक ने चोक को दे दिया भाई.
He's so dialed in. He's so
Nice
dialed
knock.
in. That's what that is. Just shows how confident he is in the firefights, trying to take everyone out of commission. This is you do at least.
1v2 situation
early
है.
on. I mean, maybe there's a timeline here. TJB, if they can find the right targets, are able to build something off the back of it. But you get
Well played बे, well played बे
He's got the
Jimmy.
air maxes on. He bumps in.
सही टाइम पे
That's
जंप
it.
लिया
It's
उसने.
done.
I mean, it's a full reset as well for Alliance.
Full reset
This
भाई.
is nuts
आ गया
right
bro.
now for this team.
Harame
Tom
bro.
Jabbar taken out, but here comes Harami trying to make
क्या
a more
सही
decent
time पे आ गया
rotation
ये.
before. But again, this is going to be a 4v2. No real
नेड
possibility
नहीं
of getting a
नेड
third
वीड करने
player
पे
back
टाइम
up
पे आ
here.
गया
I
तो
don't
सारे
think
रिप हो जाएंगे
nade
ब्रो.
through the window could be devastating to the squad. Doesn't
नेड भी
do
ओवर
all that
फुकता.
much damage. It bounces back off the window.
आगे बाकी बंदे भी आ गए.
Uh-oh, okay, so they've still got a little
Excellent,
bit of
bro,
leeway, but the
excellent.
pick through the window's good at least. Federales making
अपना
issues
Lord-
as he comes in to sweep
Lord
his way through
Leon.
the building and deny the
Lord Leon
response.
का
They were
पेटी बन
trying
गया,
to play
guys.
medic and get themselves back in the fight, but it's all down to one man. This time it's Jimmy that's got to withstand the entire team, and they run on in to clean up, looking to throw him out of commission. They're going to get buckled.
You
they're gonna
do,
get
Bahar.
buckled. And honestly, Blank, it's going south quick.
Federales.
Alliance, though, taking
1v3.
2 fights back to back. They had
You
to
do.
bring 2 teams to the table
I think-
just to shut them down.
I think now Tianba
Goodness me.
is going to climb.
And what's this, Jackie? Mad Bulls. They're dead.
They're gone.
When did that happen? We were talking about the mental
अरे
game.
मैड बुल से बाहर हो
They
गया.
flubbed it.
Yeah, I guess it's
Looks like
kinda
Tianba मारा.
It's ruined them.
probably going to be worse now
It's
as
gonna
well,
get
right?
Tianba
That
मारा.
doesn't get any better.
Oh, dear, dear me.
चार
That
kill मिला
is
उनको.
upsetting, to say the least. I didn't even see them go out. There is not on my radar.
मैंने भी देखा नहीं.
Yeah, that's rough, bro. We're dialing in with You Do Alliance, just taking fight after fight. You look back for the overall perspective, untunnel vision, Mad Ball's gone.
TX19 finishes
Not even
hashtag 3
1 point with
Spike
their
Key
name as
Gaming.
well. That
Thank you
really
bro.
is going to be savage
for
for
the
him. Gotta sit on
information.
the wayside
मैंने
for
देखा
the
नहीं.
whole match.
Yeah, it wasn't even a reset. It was just a power off, apparently, for this team after that match.
Hard shutdown.
Hard shutdown. Looking here, though, we're
Bro,
going to get our
TX is
second
they are the
circle. This is
champions
the
of
biggest shift
BGIs, bro.
we have
What
on Miramar. It
what
is
are
the
you
one that
expecting
has
from
the
them?
most weight on
Of
it.
course वो
A lot of
मारेंगे
teams
कुत्ता
all
बना
trying to
के
stay
लो
as
अभी
central
तो.
as possible, and it is the right play here.
No shocker for me.
It is indeed.
No shocker
Yourself
for
set
me.
up. I would like to see a little bit from Liquid on this one, actually. Have them get back into it. I know coming into the event, you were pretty confident Liquid would have some good stock too on Blank.
Yeah, I was. I mean, they won the first game of the day. On
All
Saturday,
eyes
they did
on
well
Reject
that one,
Tokyo,
but
bro.
again, it was
All
just
eyes
pretty
on
easy
Reject Tokyo.
rotation for them to make. It was the right heads-up decision. And again, that's something that Team Liquid are good at, is just making the right decisions in the right moments. But they're coming up against a caliber of teams that are so hungry to make it into the main tournament here. It's intense for them, and I think that they're getting to grips with the fact that no one is really going to be allowing you to just get away with this as much anymore.
There's no freebies. There's no easy ones. We're seeing that with the quality of competition.
Falcons
we've had
मारेगी
over
अब.
the course
I
of the
hope
day
so, bro. I
already.
hope so.
Everyone is playing their absolute hearts out. And it's what you've got to do. It's so important that you accumulate
Next
those
दो
points
matches
at
में
this stage.
Falcons
You
को at
know
least
you're
एक
getting close towards that midnight hour.
Yeah,
एक
12th
15
place
points तो
or
निकालना
13th
पड़ेगा
place
next
and
दो
down
matches
was
में.
like,
15 is the least.
That is a rough position to be in.
25 plus
Survival
निकालेंगे
stage
तो बहुत बढ़िया.
So brutal. We'll be covering it very shortly after tomorrow's games, where we'll clear all this one up for you, tie a little ribbon on it, and get gone straight into those 2 days of grueling play for the main tournament.
I'm rooting for
Right
Reject.
now, we've got to set our sights on Miramar, set our
Reject
sights towards
का
that central position. You've got
अच्छा
that
game
high
for
ground
this
towards
match.
that northwest side, which a lot
I
of
want to
teams
see them
are
in finals,
taking
bro.
advantage of right now. We're looking at Brute
Not sure what
Force,
is going on with them.
as well as IHC, Falcons looking down towards some of these teams. DXA did pick themselves up a nice position position, but we're getting a replay right now on this fight between Bro Harami as well as Alliance. Again, didn't feel all that impressive. The fact that Alliance had already taken a massive beating from Tongji about earlier on. Still came
कितने
back
मैचेस
from
हो
it.
गए? 4 मैचेस हो गए. This is match 5.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose as well, you know, we're talking about the potential of the point hoover that is just going to be sucking up so many of those points and bloating in that first place. At least there you starve off that potential. Still found a way to get themselves.
By way, which is better region, Korea or Japan?
It's been a pretty good day in the office.
Korea has more better
Breaking the
teams
triple
compared to
digits.
Japan.
They're looking at around
Japan has only one
average per game, which is
one
nuts.
noticeably
Probably
good
higher
team
than
that I
because
know
we've
of. That is
concluded
Reject
our
Tokyo.
6th match.
ओसाका भी एक टीम
I
है
think
जो इधर
120,
फाइनल्स में खेल रही है,
10-point average, which is
जो बहुत मार खा रही है अभी के लिए.
sort
देखते हैं
of
बाकी. It's too early to say anything.
CCT levels, you know,
So
championship
comparatively,
caliber team.
Korea has better players, better
Also
teams.
defined as gross. Really quite outrageous.
Yeah.
I would give you that one as well,
Yeah,
mate.
yeah.
It's filthy. You know, the way they've been playing. We were really impressed yesterday, and I think they've only leveled up more. So if that's something where that power level is going to increase, bud, you look in towards the main event, boy, that could be absolutely outrageous if they can maintain this. Obviously, tougher competition, but it could be tasty.
Yeah, I like that viewpoint from Chips there. Just looks over, sees a flaming UAZ across the horizon. I don't know what's going on there, but it doesn't look good. Next circle did hit whilst we were rambling, yapping on the broadcast. Head down to the south side here, cutting out a lot of that high ground up towards the northwest and more centering up towards Picardo. And Picardo
Liquid
is always fun.
एक मैच निकाला, उसके बाद
Crate
एकदम
drop,
ठंडा
didn't
पड़
know
गया
they would
इनका.
pick this one up whilst we're waiting. But yeah, down to 13 teams already. The fact that we've already kicked out 3 from the lobby this early on in Miramar is pretty massive, considering how big the map is as well.
Yeah.
Like, you're not expecting teams to come into close contact so early, but with that playing path, it just clumped everyone up.
Yeah. Feeling like you want to force the fights a little bit as well. As soon as they saw that opportunity onto YouTube, it makes sense why that one occurred. The Mad Bulls situation's a whole other kettle of fish, but
we don't talk about that one.
No, we don't talk about Mad Bulls Fight Club.
We do not. I don't want to talk about it, really. I think I'd prefer to have the boys just have a bit of a reset themselves. Guys, I've been casting for a long, long time, and it just doesn't feel good seeing them have this sort of display here. Feels like a team doomed to the bottom 12, really, at this point, unless there's an absolute change in performance tomorrow. D plus Kia, Talon, trying to head over, have a scout. He's instantly sent away by Osal.
Nice lob on the nade as well. It was clean damage. Ooh, they really want to follow it up with a mini 14. A few pot shots going out. Yeah, bandage yourself back up, try to get away.
Almost had him as well. I think one more shot. Headshot would have done him in. Popped him out the back there. Scout that could have gone very wrong for Talon.
मैं इतना behind हूँ क्या मैं?
Are doing so hot for themselves. 23 points currently on the games. Got to remember
मैं बहुत behind हूँ बे.
play though. You saw compare that to a Tiamba who was all the rage earlier today. Just broke their triple digits as well with their 4 eliminations on this game. I think it must have been Tiamba that took down Mad Bulls in that case. I'd love to see a replay on that one. I'm sure that we'll have it out of the death segment. Or on the recap at the end of the day, who knows? I couldn't tell you right now. I don't have that kind of power.
We'll get you the
D plus Kia versus 4MV चल रहा है.
We'll have that set up for the rest
Doc
of the
knock,
event.
Doc finish.
I don't know if they'll be really able to use that ball to assess the situation here, because all they're living in right now is the present that results in them taking a ton of damage. Opening shots getting whizzed onto them. It's been a bit topsy-turvy for them over the course of the day, and again here they're going to have issues. The Amber though going in. This is what they do best. They like to try and converge on a unit together and see if they can swipe their way through. Talon do bring the claws out, and they slice back. One down, looking for the close quarters compound fight with the DBS. The team trying to reset.
Wait, इतना behind हूँ क्या मैं?
Nice lob on that through the window, potentially cause some issues. And issues what are happening here for Tiamba Blank. It's not getting any better on this one.
Nicer bounce on the nade.
रुक ये नॉर्मली देखते हैं, नॉर्मल स्पीड में देखते हैं. मैं बहुत behind हूँ बे. Normal
situation here, because all they're living in right now is the present that results in them taking a ton of damage. Opening shots.
Tian was slam दिया Talon पे.
It's been a bit topsy.
और boom bam कर दी क्या?
Of course, today and again here they're going to have issues. Tiamba though going in. This is what they do best. They like to try and converge on a unit together and see if they can swipe their
Talon
way
के और
through.
बंदे.
Talon do bring the
QZ is the
claws
last man
out,
standing.
and they slice
दो ही
back.
बंदे थे
One
इसमें.
down, looking for the close quarters compound fight with the DBS. The team trying to reset. You've got Talon on the outskirts as well with the nades. Can get a nice lob on that through the window, potentially cause some issues. And issues are what are happening here for Tiamba. It's not getting any better on this one.
Nice bounce on the nade there from QZ. Is it going to be enough though, really? Is this just damage pouring in through the windows?
कैसे करेगा survive QZ
has had some
Not possible.
incredible moments for himself, burning now at the top of the stairs, taking a lot of damage off the back of that one. Nade going to be set around the side. Would have been a huge DBS shot. What was that? I heard the shot. It was on target.
क्या पप्पी देने गया भाई QZ तो भाई पप्पी देने चले गया.
Like he was set up for the play, right? The instant sweep down the stairs. I'm baffled.
टाइम बा बाहर. Top 2 teams बाहर भाई. Currently, I think Yudu ही top पे रहेगा. Yudu is at #1.
He was set up for it.
#2 पे TN रहेगा.
You clean tube. Oh, it's gone. It's gone, but
it was funny.
The shot didn't register, or it's just a minute lag where you hear the shot, but he's already been taken down at that point. But he felt like he'd been robbed there.
That's rough. That is rough to watch, and it's got to feel even worse for Tiamba who actually experienced it. They thought they had a golden opportunity. One that was put on a platter there to go into the swoop down on the Talon, but they withstand.
Nice position for Reject at the moment. I love this spot when you play along this ridge side towards the northeast. Good shot. The drive-by comes through. Tony K. Late pair by the boys on Besiktas.
Tony K, he's a man that you need to keep down if you can. Don't give him any room to breathe. Bullets now coming through from all angles. Liquid have a lay of the land from the side. You've got Falcon close by as well. Reject up on the hill. You go from finding one opportunity to establish a knock to realizing you can have that happen to your whole squad in quick succession now.
And they get themselves in a position here. I think they assume they'll be pretty safe, but I think they all had to head in towards the shack there. I think it was a bit overzealous trying to take advantage of the overlook. There's too many teams looking over towards that position right now. You've got a huge amount of squads who all move nice and early towards that northeast side to get away from that western plane path, who are now all just stuck in a room together. On the other hand of things, if you cut this circle down the middle, you basically just got two teams out on the west. But the Xavier, as well as IUC, nice shot from Jappy though.
Taking a couple of pot shots as they find that opportunity. You look to set up with the response. Brute Force have a little bit of leeway in the back line, but the rest of the squad is taking so much damage.
Brute Force.
They might really had there. Now looks like it's starting to crumble. Whereas you've got the Bros.
क्या हो गया हरामे ब्रोस को?
They won't commit to this one.
मार रहे इस मैच में.
Left right good night here on the Brute Force team. Like you said, they've
हो
got
जाओ यार लाइव हो जाओ और कितना बिग हैंड है.
outfit here.
थोड़ा.
No knight in shining armor. They're bruising here in this game.
Bruising for a bruising, and not the way they would want it to go with how this one is starting to pan out. So many squads on top of one another as well, and that utility really will go the extra mile. Looking to see if you can get those nades on target, take the vehicle out. They know where Vampire is. You really have to try and provide yourself a bit of cover here. Heal yourselves back up and reset from that.
Circle about to pop here. We're waiting to see where this one goes, because again, favour a lot of team. Honestly, I do love Reject's position whilst tempting to get rid of the guys here on D plus Kia. Nice nades after nice nades.
Finish भी हो जाएगा Nalbu. क्या back to back खतरनाक nades बे.
IXC, Xavier happy with this one.
Touch कर दिया. Finish भी हो गया.
See those nades have not stopped the barrage that has been blowing away anything for D plus Kia and making them feel like they need to bail out on this. It's uncomfortable. Got to get the quick moves on the reset. See if you can top yourself back up and maybe close the gap a little bit, pushing somewhat up the hill. You give yourself a bit of cover to play with. Try and get ahead of the arc on these nades for Miracle 5s. If they can get in close, you might be able to finally put the pin on this one and slow it down.
अब हो गया live अब हो गया.
Closing this one out just a little bit for D plus Kia. They've been given some space to work with. 4MV sat down on the ditch, and K's up close now. He's had some good moments in the past, and he sees teams just running. He's going in for the run over. Opens things up here. 4K.
क्या बचा? एक बचा बस दूसरा गया.
One though. Oh, the predictive shot round the
corner. Oi, दो बंदे गए.
It's the repeat blank. He's able to take the angle once again and find another one off the back of it. It was looking so good for Miracle 5. And they had him trapped. And now it's getting blown to bits. And Talon have seen that sweep straight in and continue dogpiling the pressure on. They don't want to give D plus Kia any room to withstand this fight.
भी बाहर, D plus Kia भी बाहर होने वाला है.
Across the board, you spread the push round the back as well. You're up close. This should be simple.
Nice one, Axel.
And he jives round.
Chips is the last man standing.
D plus Kia has had a hard task ahead of them. Just one left with Chips here. Osal on the floor, calling round, passing that information back. But this is a big moment now for Chips. Can he weather them?
When the chips are down, he's got to do something huge. The DPS, we know it can
well played, Talon Esports. Well played.
Too many angles to prioritize.
7 finishes, 4 man strong.
And the team falls.
भाई टॉप 7 में एक ही टीम बचा है, वो है Xavier Esports. Reject Tokyo, beautiful opportunity इनके पास है. Let's go Reject, let's go Reject.
Having on their backs at the moment. We're back on Reject side. 4 players still up, strong position on this eastern edge. They can still clear out here, I would say. They're going to be very worried about Bro Harami, as well as Vampire Esports, living in the wings here.
For me, it's just if they can maintain the distance. When they've got space, it's fine. We've seen them hitting huge shots on the snipes, on the Mini 14. They're able to establish that control. When you get in close, it feels like it goes wrong in close quarters combat. So Reject needs to play to their strengths on this one. It's not going to be as easy as saying that.
Reject निकालेगा guys. Reject Falcons अच्छा करेंगे इस मैच में. देखना, just watch. Just wait and watch.
Establishing chip damage back over onto Vampire.
Yeah, Reject playing kind of scared here, but I don't think he can at this point in time. 46 points after 2 days is not enough. You need to start picking up points right now, and they are thinning as we speak. 32 teams. 32 players, sorry, left alive, and only so many of those points are available. 28
Liquid against Falcons की fight.
Action that's going on. Falcons coming up.
Not going to be an easy fight.
Towards Team Liquid's position, and just nades pouring over the top towards Harami. Vampire trying to clear them out
from
off
east.
High ground, but it's very tough.
Ooh, Osio took the peak as well and got flicked on by Falcons in the
Vampire के 2 बंदे गए.
और
एक आगे नेट लग गई.
You've got but it's all about a nade. That's what's going to blow up to bits blank. Goodbye, Vampire.
Vampire गया bro. क्या nades थे भाई. On point nades थे भाई. On point.
From Bro Harami. I mean, they sent back, what was it, 7, 8 nades up towards Bro Harami. They just need the one.
बढ़िया खेल रहे बे.
Well placed. A detonation.
Harami boys.
They've been eating nitro for breakfast because this game's getting explosive right now. Things are starting to heat up inside of the battleground blank. Meanwhile, Xavier,
Reject का momentum
had control for so long.
start नहीं हुआ.
Position whilst the rest of the squads are forced to fight it out for any sort of rotate.
Reject just not able to do too much here. I mean, Team Liquid, they're playing the slow game right now.
लड़ना पड़ेगा इनको, एक टीम से एक साइड लड़ना पड़ेगा.
Move to D4, playing it tactically, but it's Bro Harami bringing the C4 over towards Vampire Esports, attempting to just blast them back, and I think that they can carry this one on. They got the full reset on the loot from Vampire 2. It's just this vehicle.
Nice one.
They have to send it in for Duello.
चल जो शुरुआत इनको चाहिए था वो मिल गया.
The big gun in the back pocket ruins their day.
हरामे bro is like ले लो भाई हमारा 4 किल ले लो.
Let's it rip. Everyone taken down.
Reject okay is like thank you very much for the 4 kills. 4 नहीं 3 ही मिला.
Reject. It's looking like it was starting to go south, but if they can bring the energy back after commanding respect in that fight, could still have a good run ahead of them.
Utility पूरा waste हो रहा है भाई इधर Falcons का.
For a long time, and they're starting to go from lukewarm to very hot quite quickly, as Team Liquid has been keeping a lot of teams around them at bay. In the meantime,
ये fight होगा guys. Falcons versus Liquid होगा fight ये.
Really, not much happening on that side of the map.
They're just safe. They're out of the fight. They don't want to get stuck into it if they don't need to. Just look for an opportunity. Maybe one that could be presented by
Lamborghini's points
rotate.
They need at least 16 plus points more.
You're the peak.
Hopefully इसी मैच में कर दे. ताकि next match में pressure ना हो.
Little off angle for them.
Oi, hoi, hoi.
I don't know what IHC is doing. They had a great position over towards that northwest side, but with Demo getting knocked out, as DX Xavier solidifies their position.
Reggie ने East को knock किया.
High ground to push Team Liquid back. This could be a good game for them.
East finish
by
Ayala
towards Talon, which is going to be the difficulty. Talon
सारा ने Mythic को knock किया.
Trying to hold back the boys from IHC. They're a top team. They're a strong team. They're an aggressive team. But playing uphill, never simple for any team in PUBG Mobile.
Talon to pop the smokes.
ULA chilling somewhere in Miramar. वो lower ground में बे.
Fighting from both Liquid and Falcons. They're finding snapshots into the backline each time and making it uncomfortable for them to move. So they're just taking shots at each other, whilst Reject is sitting pretty. Talon is still just trying to hold this push as well.
Bro, वो lower ground में है.
There is a tag back. That's Lamborghini.
इसलिए
in the flank.
वो कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे. Talon ऊपर से दे ही जा रहा है तब से.
Now is a very bad ordeal. Here's the off angle we're talking about earlier though from Lamborghini. You spotted it, you sniffed it out, and he has spotted the guys on Falcons too now with the binocs, looking to make it uncomfortable with Chua though. Circle starts to move in. Do they pick him up or do they go on as 3? Pretty uncomfortable as well for the fact that they haven't had to do too much in the game. They're losing a player at this point, at this very exact time in the match. Is so uncomfortable to deal with.
Looks like Lamborghini's hopped in the vehicle, trying to make his move. At least now walking back on his feet, potentially going for that pickup on
Reject 5 finishes. Divine finish over here.
Lucrative to have the 4-player squad alive. The longer this one goes on, especially with the damage that's being established to the other teams, like we're starting to see here.
Liquid versus Falcons. Is it finally happening?
Liquid have always had their pathway.
Falcons are not interested in this fight.
Was in the back, but with him moving off, they get an opportunity to
try
and create some space, try and cause some issues.
There's a smart move there. They had to make it. They had to make it now. But look at this.
Finish.
Just ripping them to pieces on the side.
Team Liquid बाहर
will actually slap back there a little bit towards the guys on Team Liquid. But
action पे गया भाई.
Talon, who's got behind them. Can Reject stay underneath, stay undetected for long enough? They're able to play out this game.
Reject निकालने वाले guys ये match.
But they're all inside this shack. One nade could be the difference between them and this game.
Action confirm हो गया.
Crosshair off slightly with the peak up.
Falcons का एक ही बंदा बचा है जो shack के अंदर है वो
IC. Close in elims right now, competing amongst each other. Talon with 8, Reject with 7 to their name. But like you say, they're in a bit of a bad spot. You've got to build off the back of it. Hope you get an opportunity presented by some of the other squads that are firing bullets uphill towards Talon's angle.
Man, it felt like things just got real intense in the PMWC here group stage. Teams are gunning for these performances. In comes Cardozo. Not going to get very far though.
Liquid out at #6
with the AUG.
चलो जो teams को मैं देखना चाहता हूँ वो सारे टीम सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं.
Good shots from Axel though on Talon. Takes down Duello, leaves Reject as a 3. Dick Xavier were able to pick
Reject है और क्या
and
चाहिए?
for good reason. That guy is sick with the nades. And in geometry like this, you desperately need someone who's able to just clear out those ditches.
I knew they needed him.
अगला zone किसको favor करेगा देखना पड़ेगा.
Mission was a success. And the damage he did previously as well. That's going to put him in a good mental space to try and see if they can bring this one out. You're going to have to start getting
रिजेक्ट का
a move
मैच है
on
ब्रो,
no blank. Things don't
रिजेक्ट
come
निकालेगा
easy
ये
now.
मैच. I strongly believe रिजेक्ट
teams on the
निकालेगा.
eastern side are really
Zone?
difficult rotation
अबे zone नहीं है
to
reject
make.
पे.
They've got to slip down this hill. For Reject, this is slightly
Reject
more
को
comfortable with the fact that
Reject
Talon's
को
got to move
आगे
off
आना
this high
है.
ground
Xavier
further
के पास
towards
better
IHC
circle
zone.
है.
But look at this, man. What a great viewpoint we've got right now on the bird's eye view. Just looking
Xavier
at the position that DXAV's got
Esports
set up. It
have the
feels
best
like
position
it's
right
in
now.
the bag for them as Talon just starts to take casualties.
Yeah, it could be a game-winning spot for them if they can just deliver when it comes to actually hitting the good shots, the money makers. IHC, it's been a bit bumpy on this one. They've had opportunities, but it's felt like it's been so rough on the road. Meanwhile, you've had Reject trapped inside of a building.
यार zone ने मरवा दिया यार
They
रिजेक्ट
had
को.
to move. They start to fan out, but you're giving isolated fights where they can take 2v1s,
कुछ नहीं कर
focus the
सकते.
fire, and shut a man down.
There is
That
nothing
just
Reject can do.
solo of Falcons as well. He's really revealed himself. He's put a target on his back for the other squads.
Same goes for Talon as well.
IHC get pushed in. They're looking for the bonnet.
Nice
They
one.
wanna run him down.
Godless.
He turns, burns onto Misery. The
Well played,
Talons are
Godless.
feeling that emotion, and they try and keep it going. All right, Talon taking hot shots. You got the fight back from OCO as well onto Falcons, who finally finds the solo and shuts that man down. It's just being a risk. How on earth is
क्या entry दिया बे उसने?
was this by?
क्या एंट्री दिया उसने सीट चेंज करके.
So long here. Doesn't need a god because he makes his own miracles.
Nice nade, Rogue.
apparently.
Nice nade.
Nades of the
आखिरी बंदा है,
top
आखिरी
row.
बंदा है.
We'll take out another. This is intense,
Linux.
Jackie. Incredible.
Beautiful
placing
nade,
coming
bे,
through
beautiful nade.
from IHC.
Talon Esports
They
बाहर.
managed to get themselves
Reject
still
होके
in
बाहर,
this
वो तो
game,
expected
playing
ही था.
alongside this ridge.
Zone देख के ही.
Reject in the meantime, they move
Final
down.
fight, Xavier
The
Esports
249
versus
was barking like a K9,
IHC.
but they're not fine anymore.
ULA.
Towards that top side of the map.
2v4 fight
It's
है.
IHC, a 2v4.
IHC. Is there somehow, some way they can find the upset to pick up
Zero
the
lock.
2v4 and clap back? Lamborghini denies the potential as he strikes first.
Can
Leaves it
Rogue
1-1.
clutch
They
this
wanna
one? उसके
close
पास
it down
healings
and
नहीं
walk
है.
away with the chicken
ना
dinner. They
teammates
played a
है.
smart game. They played a
ना
positional
odds
game.
है.
And
कुछ
in
नहीं
each and
है.
every fight, they're finding success. With the 4 players alive, they will take it home.
Well
They're
played,
gonna
bे.
grab
Well played,
themselves the
Xavier
chicken dinner.
Esports. कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी उनको.
Honestly, it didn't
जो
look
कंपाउंड वो
too
होल्ड कर रहे थे
impressive,
Xavier Esports,
but you take that high
बस
ground,
रोड
you
क्रॉस
see
करके
it's
हिल
still
लेना
a
पड़ा
circle.
उनको.
I think what was
बस
impressive from DXA
जोन
there,
आते
you know,
गया.
they're not elated on that game. It's no surprise because it didn't take too much, but it's the fact that
Good
they
job,
were constantly
Xavier.
looking, constantly spotting these other players in the lobby. They had great ideas.
कितने kills
where
मिला?
everyone was in that
कितने kills मिला
position.
रिजेक्ट को?
Ridge line was
एक सेकंड
basically
किल
the
कॉल
winning
कर रहा था
move,
उसको,
and
एक
we
बार
called
मैसेज
it
कर
really
देते
early
हैं.
on that
ऐसे
is
नहीं.
just disgusting to play against. But awesome game from a lot of teams. Anyone on that eastern edge, my heart goes out to them because it was a tough match to play in.
It was a scrap. It was an absolute scrap. You know, you're looking at that consistent fight between Falcons, Liquid, Reject.
Views on Godel performance मैंने देखा ही नहीं bro. मैं BGMS देखा नहीं मैंने.
One pickup. It's rough, but DXavier, like we said, they just played the classical game. They played the numbers and it pays off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for DXavier, that is a nice match for them. I don't think they were too far down the standings either, so that's just some more points in the pocket. I think that sits them up towards the 70s point, which I said earlier is sort of where you really want to be to feel pretty safe. They've got one more game to
Falcons making bad decisions.
More points on the board. This was just unbelievable.
कौन सा bad decision लिया वो लोग ने?
Live for so long and they could not deal with him.
Are you saying
for a second place for IHC?
जो जोन के अंदर गए वो वाला? शायद उस टाइम पे आईसी को जगह मिल गया था, शैक मिल गया था आईसी को, तो ही told the complete team to play around him. उधर कुछ है ही नहीं बे, कवर के नाम का. उधर हो गया miscalculation. TX26 finishes. Good job, Team X-Park. भाई लेट हो गया. कितने मैचेस हुए? 5 मैचेस हो गए. अब सिर्फ एक ही मैच बचा है. Can you explain what is BGMS? Is it hosting by BGMI officially? Yes. BGMS is Battlegrounds Master Series Season 3, hosted by Nordwin Gaming. Star Sports में जो अभी क्या बोल रहे हैं, स्ट्रीमिंग पार्टनर स्टार स्पोर्ट्स है. If RC had the zone, it would be a bloodbath. I know, right? I know. और कोई बात नहीं. At least they got some decent points. They just need one more match like this, and they'll qualify. मेरे को बस देखना है ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स. मेरे को एक बार देखना है. ये लोग दिखाएंगे नहीं, मुझे पता है. अब नहीं दिखाएंगे. मैच स्टार्ट होने के बाद ही दिखेगा. गॉडल 0 पॉइंट्स, क्या लगता है आपको? भाई उनको फर्क नहीं पड़ता ब्रो, इवन इफ इट इज अ 0, देयर इज अ फैन वोटिंग सिस्टम फॉर लीग स्टेजेस, उधर पक्का हो जाएगा गॉड लाइक का, तो टेंशन ना लो. इफ इवन इफ दे आर एक्सपेरिमेंटिंग समथिंग इन दिस स्टेज राइट नाउ, लेट देम, वो गारंटी आ जाएंगे. हाउ मेनी एलिमिनेशंस फॉर जेवियर? आई थिंक 7. दे डिड नॉट हैव मच एलिमिनेशंस. आई थिंक 7 और 6, ज़्यादा नहीं थे उनके एलिमिनेशंस. आफ्टर ईस्ट एडिशन फैल्कन लुकिंग नॉट गुड. ईस्ट का कुछ गलती नहीं है, ईस्ट इज डूइंग गुड. वो अच्छा इंटरेस्ट निकाल रहा है, फ्रैग्स निकाल रहा है. एज अ टीम दे आर सफरिंग, इट्स ओके. हर टीम का वो फेज होता है. एज लॉन्ग एज स्टॉप एंड एक्शन आर इन द टीम, आई विल नॉट डाउट दैट टीम. पोटेंशियल है उस टीम के अंदर. ब्रो ये कौन सी सीरीज है? वी वांट BGMS. ब्रो दिस इज PMWC वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, सॉरी वर्ल्ड कप. पबजी का वर्ल्ड कप है ये. एंड BGMS का परमिशन मुझे नहीं मिला, इसलिए मैं नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ. जैसे ही मेरे को परमिशन मिलेगा मैं BGMS भी कवर करूंगा, ठीक है? ब्रो मैंने BGMS नहीं देखा, मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं है क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं BGMS में. ऊपर ऊपर से जो चैट में आके बोलते हैं वही मैंने पढ़ा, मैंने देखा नहीं BGMS में क्या हुआ क्या नहीं. नोवा नहीं खेल रही ब्रो, दे डिड नॉट क्वालिफाई ब्रो. चाइना से टाइनबा एंड TJ भी खेल रहा है. टियानबा, I just can't wait to see Tianba in finals bro. कैसे खेलेगा टियानबा? क्या चाइना का लेगेसी वापस खड़ा करेगा टियानबा या नहीं, वो देखना पड़ेगा. Who is the IGL of टियानबा? सब मारने वाले ही रहे उसके अंदर. QZ, बॉन्ड और वो कौन है आज का जो स्टार प्लेयर कौन है, मैं उसका नाम ही भूल गया. एक तो XC है. Xavier Esports देखते हैं, इनका भी देखते हैं.
Rất là vui và hãnh diện khi được là đội tuyển đại diện Việt Nam đi thi đấu. Còn về mặt em có mặt được ở trong đội hình chính thức để thi đấu giải đấu này thì em đã bỏ công tập luyện chăm chỉ và thích nghi với team.
कितना पुराना प्लेयर है, पता कैसे ये बंदा?
Mối quan hệ của những thành viên trong team thì em thấy rất là thân thiết.
Team members are very close and friendly like brothers in a family.
Còn vị trí và vai trò mỗi người trong team.
That is what it's all about bro.
Lambo thì đảm nhận
Lamborghini, this guy is the OG.
Barazin thì
OG
là cover cũng như người scout trong team.
Barazin is also.
Còn Shadow thì là tanker. Chỗ cống cũng là tanker.
ये भी बढ़िया प्लेयर है. अरे सारे बढ़िया प्लेयर है इसके अंदर. टीम लिक्विड हमेशा लीग स्टेज में हगती है, बट इस बार नहीं हगेगा ब्रो. टीम लिक्विड विल क्वालिफाई, देखना.
cũng như trên nhiều hơn mỗi ngày để tham dự giải PMWC này một cách tốt nhất. Cảm ơn mọi người đã luôn theo dõi và ủng hộ team D-Saver và
best team of Vietnam guys. This is the best team of Vietnam
trong thời gian sắp tới đây, giải PMWC này.
Any international LAN this year? Memes, oh Graham bro, yes bro. There is a
The Dingoes are a
collab.
standout team from Vietnam, able to get
India
themselves
versus
chicken
Mongolia.
dinner, and honestly,
That will happen
some
after
points
BMBS.
desperately needed when it comes to PMWC. Obviously not a very high elimination game, but either way, getting as many points as possible to make sure they can make it into the main event.
He's massive.
He's gotten pretty big.
This is what it feels like to be tall. This is awesome.
स्पाइक भाई रोज वॉच पार्टी करो, मजा आता है देखने में इंटरनेशनल मैचेस. वो भी आपके साथ. इट्स लाइक अ ट्रीट टू प्लीज डू इट डेली. फुल सपोर्ट.
15
थैंक यू
points
ब्रो.
for them with only 5 eliminations. Talon though,
जब तक आप लोग हैं
you were
तब तक
talking
मैं
about
करूंगा,
Talon at the start of the day.
कोई
You
दिक्कत
wanted to
नहीं.
talk about him yesterday. They are proven to be
मैं कहीं से भी
pretty
ऑफ स्ट्रीम
strong
देखता हूँ यार ये
team,
सारे
especially in the
मैचेस.
department.
They are. This is
I'd
the
rather do
second
it
time
on
that I've
stream,
seen them
right?
Perform really well, and I was talking about Mystery, one of the players that I wanted to see how he
Because
was
जो
performing.
dopamine मेरे को
So
मिलता है ना
far,
ये
he
मैचेस
has
देख
been
के
performing
वो कहीं
really
भी नहीं
good
मिलता
too.
मुझे.
Al Ula X IHC though, I want to keep an eye on that team. We were talking. I think
नेपाल
it was
की
two
team
matches
कहाँ
ago,
है?
how
They could not
were only
qualify,
being
bro.
able to get elims. We were talking about the IHC that kind of won PMGC by them.
There
being
are
able to
no
win
teams
elims.
from
Guess
Pakistan,
what?
there are no
Now
teams from
it's
Nepal,
2 games in a row
there are
where
no
they've been
teams
able
from
to get the elims,
Bangladesh.
and on top of that, they've been able to get the placement points.
Well, not only them, but looking at Harami, considering they were in 23rd place.
रशिया से भी
with
एक ही
9
team है.
points, they pick up 10 points in this match to help catapult them up because they're desperately going to need it.
We are
Yes,
living
this is
in
play
Mongolia.
tomorrow, but it's not like things are going to be easier tomorrow. Well,
Yeah.
it might kind of be because we're yellow.
China.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
China तो
We
हमेशा
saw
रहता
from
है.
day one.
They find themselves in a really
And,
difficult spot
Brazil
right, when
era.
it comes to just being put into Group Green. The fact that there's all these insane teams and Harami's going to have to try and compete against it. He's so tiny now. It's great. I love it. That's what she said. No.
फाइनल्स फ्राइडे को है क्या ब्रो? नहीं इसके बाद ये
Anyways,
ग्रुप
okay,
स्टेज है.
Okay, we can come back. We'll
इसके
let
बाद
you back.
लीग स्टेज
Come
है.
on.
इसके
Trying to
बाद
play around the
फाइनल्स.
studio, and that's kind of
Finals
actually
के लिए
how
बहुत
it is
time
in
है.
person. You can't really see there is an elevated ground below.
It's not like I'm tall, by the way.
No, no.
But
I
you
mean,
are taller
if you
than
want,
me.
we can do our segment like
That
this.
far.
We can do a segment like this
Like
right
this?
next
All
to
right,
each
let's
other.
see it.
Which is unfortunate.
We're looking at the highlights.
Yeah, we can look at the highlights here. We had some sick nades as well come through. Was that Talon on the Vampire, if I'm not mistaken?
होय होय होय
By the way,
होय.
not sure.
इधर Godless
DX,
बहुत प्यारा
we've been
खेला
talking
इधर.
about this team for the longest time in regards to how passive they play. And
अभी एक बंदा आएगा देखना.
how,
अभी एक बंदा आएगा गाड़ी से. भाई.
Because it is going to be the last 2 matches for them.
अरे वो दिखाए नहीं
I feel like
बे.
they're just playing the way they've been playing the whole time, Jason.
And he's still on a box.
What's your
Let's
height?
see it.
मेरा
Yeah,
5'9".
I think we're having a couple of teams we did talk about before, Claris, of with playing with a little bit of hesitation. And I think we're kind of seeing it more clearly here, especially for teams in Group Red, because this next match is their final match until it's decided of who potentially is going to make it or not.
Yeah, and this Miramar circle kind of exacerbated that a little bit as we take a look at the overall leaderboards. I mean, like, the circle didn't allow anybody to head towards the center for a long time because it was so edge heavy. So very, very difficult
Reject
for all of these
59
teams to try and
points.
Get something
That's
going
good.
towards the center. That means all
They
matches
need-
were happening on the edge. That means
They
it
need
happened
at least
a circle, 2,
7 or 8
3
points
circles
in this
earlier.
match.
Very difficult.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, we're going to have to talk about
They
it.
need
We
at
were just
least
talking about
7
it
or
too,
8
Jason,
match-
with Group
8
Red,
points.
They're going to be playing their last match. D plus Kia today, I mean,
To
after
qualify.
such a dominant day one, we're left
Same
wondering,
goes
was
for
that gonna
brute
be a
force.
fluke? So far, it's looking
Same
like
goes for
this team.
BJK.
Which is insane. They've only gotten 5
D plus
points
Kia
today.
को भी
It has all come from eliminations. And
4 points,
luckily,
4-5
we're seeing
points
this now
चाहिए.
because if we would have seen them before, they got 3
भाई ये
points
4
this
teams में
last
से
match. It would have been even worse.
3 teams तो बाहर
I
होने
hate
वाला
to
है
be the
bro.
bearer of bad news, but no, actually, I love
मिनिमम
being
3
the
जाएगा.
bearer.
सॉरी
Sorry,
मिनिमम 2 जाएगा.
Yeah, but
मेरे को लग रहा है 3 जाएगा मोस्टली. देखते हैं.
No, I think D
क्योंकि
plus Kia,
ऊपर वाले
obviously
teams बहुत
yesterday,
consistent
they made
हैं.
it look a little bit foolish in terms of like their initial placement with how things were going, but again, the
Most
circles
winner
came
chicken
to them,
dinners.
and when they've had to chase today,
By
they've
Judo
not been
Alliance,
able
3.
to really solidify.
Time bar no
themselves
winner
in this
chicken
game,
dinner.
so It's tough.
Hashtag 2.
Place though, Besiktas, we have to point them out really
Most
quickly.
aggressive team,
20
Time bar,
points outside
in
of
this
their
lobby.
win, but 24
71
wins. They have
frags.
the least amount of eliminations on this top
By
8
far.
out of every group or every team in Group Red.
I'm not
That's not a
surprised.
good sign for them, but they
Most
are playing
passive team in the lobby
like just to try to qualify with this race.
is
But
BJK.
24 limbs, this is not going to cut it. If you want to win PMWC,
Yeah.
you got to bump those numbers.
I mean,
up.
we've got 3 groups.
They have
right?
the least
and
frags.
If you're taking 4 teams from each of those groups, likely Red is going to be hoping that it's probably their top 4 that are probably going to make it if you're averaging things out. That's not how it always goes when it's
IHC के पास 42 points है. That's
day
day 1 के हिसाब से तो भाई that's a
very scared about this next game.
good start only.
I mean, with the ways that some
But
of
not
these
for
other teams are playing
Falcons.
right now,
Falcons को ये
right
आखिरी
now,
मैच में
38
कुछ
points on top of
धमाका
that, I'll
करना
love
पड़ेगा bro.
IHC. With them
Or
being
else it's
now
going
in
to
the
be
top 4
difficult
as well, that's
आगे जाके.
impressive. And then
Same
we're
goes for
gonna look at
Vampire
some of the
Esports
other
as
teams
well.
that are going to be coming in tomorrow when Group Jello comes around, like DRX. Boy, I guess with the performance that Harami just had, it's making DRX performance look even worse from day one.
DRX, I
Say
don't
it.
see a world. Is there any world? They have to have an
Tianbar reminds me of
insane day
GDR
tomorrow to try and
without
And the thing is, that
chicken
that's to try
dinner.
to get top 12.
They became champions.
I mean, if they don't do it here, they're going to
Yes,
get
bro.
into the survival stage where only 4
Something like
teams
that,
get
yes.
through, and you have obviously the teams who didn't make it.
But
from here,
Chinese
but you
teams
also
थोड़ा
have teams like Team
spicy
Spirit
है.
waiting for them, looking to make their mark here at PMWC. But speaking
Chicken
of
oriented
Group
बहुत
Four,
कम ही
let's take a
खेलते
look
हैं.
at they're playing yesterday versus today. understand.
They always
Ultra comes
focus
before 7, and they
on
were playing
frags,
on pace with how they were
rotations,
doing yesterday.
fights.
But this is the team lowest at the moment in Group Red.
I mean, for a team that won their PMSL, for a team that had a little bit of hype behind them, because now
IHC with the same lineup that won PM
experience. I was
GC,
expecting a lot
yes.
more. I was going to be honest. I thought they were going to
Alex left the team.
They have disappointed.
I almost bet
इससे
you
पहले
Flush
Alex
in
भी
the
था
opposite
team
way.
में.
Kind of how we
Alex
expected
left
things to go for them.
IHC.
But you know what? We
बाकी same
expect to go to
lineup
our
है.
casters because it's time to get underway here with our final match in our second day of play. Blink, Jackie.
भाई ID मिली आपकी? Yes bro, मिल गया bro. कब का मिल गया?
Jason, your expectations are correct. Myself and
चलो भाई,
Black
final
in the
match.
building. Last game of the day. The games
एक
have
second
been
में ना.
delivering today, Blank. We have had some
Nature's
intense
call
moments
अभी आया
to
मैं.
start the finish, but the grand finale, we've been keeping that waiting in the wings, and I can't wait for it.
The 6th game to take the cake here. I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to watch things explode on the screens. We head to Miramar for one final time today, and then Group Red's done. That is the big thing to look out for here, is that Group Red will no longer be playing. So let me just rattle those off for you. Brute Force Tiamba, For Miracle Vibes, Reject, D plus Kia, D Xavier, Besiktas Black, and the one and only Udo Alliance.
And remember, if you're at home thinking, damn, this looks good, but could it look even better? Maybe on a 144 Hz screen at 120 FPS with low response time, get yourself a GT 20 Pro.
Just get it.
It's that easy. They're
Get
flying
it
off
done.
the shelves.
Super simple. Like Jackie says, they're flying off the shelves, so just watch out. Might hit you in the face, but just try and grab one. You're good to
Use
go.
the defense pan
Use the defense pan.
to catch it.
You got the attack pan, the defense pan. This moment requires a defense pan.
Yeah, not the attack pan. Don't attack the foe. Instead, purchase it and use it, as it will be a really good experience, much like this game is going to be. Match 6 Blank, we've been waiting for this one, and with what we've seen today, I think there's room for something quite crazy here.
There is, yeah, but I mean, this ain't so crazy. It's the exact same playing map we
Let's
saw
go,
from
babe.
last game.
The final
What's this all
match
about? We do
of day 2. Oi,
everyone
internet
just
अब
doing
चोक
the
नहीं करने
exact
का.
same thing. Maybe they'll have learned. Maybe everyone's going to try and take
भाई
up
क्या
that position
chat
over
है
towards
बे?
Western Picado.
सूसू
Pick up
तुम
the
लोग
same
नहीं करते
positions
क्या?
that DXA and ISC were able to get themselves pretty damn good game off the back of. But yeah,
भाई
most
साहब.
teams heading out once again. Team Liquid, I think they had a chance in that game, but sort of messed it up just a little bit. We'd have a much different circle though. Less forgiving, much further over towards that east
Similar
side.
circle
Bad
बने.
Bulls might be able to get a good one off of the back of this.
Tiamba versus Falcons, gunfight.
So, but it's a hot drop between
Oi.
Falcons and Tiamba.
All right, here we go. Strap
Hey,
in.
gaya.
Guys, already the action is kicking
Instant
off. The
ready.
handguns pulled out to deal some damage as Tianba. They've been
Wow,
thrust into
a
fight
change
quite a few
of
times
plan
today.
from
It's been a
Falcons.
bit hit and miss. Last game, they went down with 4 elim points off the back of being crashed on by 2 squads. Into this one, they have 1 man knocked immediately as Falcons look to see how much insult they can add.
I mean, with the revolve,
Finally,
this
bhai,
starts to
gunfight.
devolve right now for Tiamba. Losing a player right off the bat like that is just not enjoyable. And again, Tiamba had built themselves up a massive score bank as well already, so going out, not ideal, but I think that they've already done enough, I would say, in today to make it through to the main tournament, ending this with a second
अगर
place. You
Falcons
wanna
ये
be first,
4
don't
frags
you, really?
निकालेंगे
Oh, yeah.
तो भाई it's
Always
gonna
wanna
be
first. Second
it's gonna be a
feels
great
like,
start.
First to come second, Blank.
Tiamba
The worst.
थोड़ा दे दो ना
You
bro.
want it.
No.
First
तुम already
to come
century
second,
मार दी.
Maybe even third.
दे दो ना 3
Things
kill.
continue
क्या
for a
जाएगा?
team like 4
दो.
Miracle Vibes or DX Xavier. Falcons, though, in 16th place. This fight, winning this one, be able to have a good game off the back of it would be very, very nice for this team, because right now, their point-scoring potential on the day hasn't been amazing. Hasn't been great here, Jackie. Tiamba on the balcony, looking out for some shots here. I'm sure they'd love to take out Alliance in that first place spot. And remember,
लगेगा,
Alliance
time
will be
लगेगा.
stopping playing today alongside of Tiamba, so that would be locked in if that's the case.
That's what they're gunning for and hoping to take. For Falcons as well, as much as you get that opening establishing,
अच्छा
take the
opening तो
first
मिल
elim,
गया.
it's the knock-on effect.
It's
that
always
comes
top,
from it.
यार. It's
You have
always
to
top.
Clean up this fight without any real issues. You don't want to give away picks. You don't want to lose any players on this, as you're leaving yourself in a detriment of a position throughout the rest of this fight.
QC को पकड़ना चाहिए
Man's been
इनको.
lurking upstairs in the compound for some time, Uzi in his hands.
But it's
They
not
come
gonna
running
be
around the
easy.
corner, playing the little off angle on the stairs. It could be kind of cheeky, Blank. You got that headshot hitbox. He's ready.
I love the fact that he's got the double Uzi. He's
Oh,
got
yeah.
an Uzi in the
मैं
back
बता दो क्या
pocket
होने
as
वाला है.
well.
2 बंदे पुश करेंगे QC पे, जो कवर देगा दूसरी बिल्डिंग से
Stun grenade
उसको
round the corner,
ट्रेड में
blinds
लेगा
him.
टॉप.
Quick Molotov. I like
वही
that
वाले
Molotov,
को.
actually. That's really
2 बंदे
good.
पुश करेंगे
Head
QC पे
towards the side
और एक बंदा
room,
कवर देगा.
actually, as well. So this might actually catch him off guard. He is a solo,
देखना.
all on his lonesome.
टॉप देगा
Jumbo brought down
कवर.
to 3 players
Top
pretty
was
early.
exactly where Bond is.
Here's
Oi,
some-
he's knock.
Bond knows that this is going on, and Bond does respond onto East. He was
What?
playing that off angle on the balcony for so long, saw the opportunity to get
Are
stuck
you
in.
serious?
Now, this is what we were talking about. If things really start to unravel here for Falcons, you're going from feeling like, yeah, that was a
Abey,
pretty nice
yaar.
drop to, oh, what have we done?
Yeah, exactly. It's all gone wrong. I mean, to be honest with you, Tiamba's sort of a weird team. To
How
be hot
did
dropping,
East get
though
knocked
I
and
do think
finished,
this
bro?
is more of a case of the situation rather than the plan.
Cameraman,
The
दिखा
playing game
देता.
So far towards that western side, sometimes you have to go for
IC ने
something
back
like
off कर
this,
दी क्या?
but Tiamba have sort of brought it back here. Just a little bit.
Look at this angle from
Average
Tianba.
eliminations here
उस
on
window
film.
से 2 बंदे cover दे सकते हैं.
Goodness
Both
me,
Bond
Falcons.
and QZ.
Gone bad to worse. Since being pipped to the post in PMGC, it's just felt bad for this team.
This is not.
That's one statistic.
It went from
you do want to improve
great.
on. Meanwhile, for Tiamba, things looking a little bit better on the numbers game.
Top को निकालना पड़ेगा.
Up close. Oh, he's coming around the corner.
1v3.
He's throwing out the left hooks.
Falcons got 1v3.
Uppercuts to give out the Falcons, and he makes it uncomfortable. They had the numbers to work with, but you still got a bit of a backline. They do find the peak towards the top floor. Bond, lucky to make his move, can at least go for the medic mission.
I mean, the best part about this is that they've just identified where the last player is. Nowhere in the building. You get a full reset.
Falcons got
Action
DBS,
has to dip
bro.
out.
Falcons
Knows he just
got
has to wrap this
1v3
game out now.
DBS.
Needs to snake it through towards the end. Just get some points. 29 points. Total of 30.
Action,
The
run!
elimination able to pick up early there.
Run for your
They're
money,
in
bro.
that fight. It's not great for them. Similarly, for VPE,
Yeah,
Mad Bulls.
I was celebrating too early.
Not had a great day today. Quick replay on the revolver at the start here. Felt like they were trying to regroup on the building. Unlucky start, but NXC, man, with the DBS.
क्या मारा बे QC? क्या टियानबा में चारों के चारों फाड़वे शॉटर से क्या?
Had that one. And honestly, from the start they had, you're probably thinking, all right, yeah, we can really clean up on this, but not going to go that way. That was the knockback.
कल Falcons को बहुत भारी खेलना पड़ेगा.
Doesn't matter too much.
Pretty smart play from NXC.
They have 30 points
all
today.
He shows from that top floor is the micro Uzi.
Yeah.
Doesn't let him know he's got the DBS until it's too late when they try to push him. So very, very smart play. Obviously, he could have gone topsy-turvy if Falcons had a DBS to themselves, but surely they would have pushed up the stairs and gone for the refrag on that if they had it. So for NXC, he knew he was in a good spot. He knew he's in probably one of the best spots in that situation. So I think for NXC, plays that really smartly, and that's why Tiamba's currently on top.
Spirit का match कब है? Next league stages में है
now.
उनका matches.
1 point ahead of Udo Alliance.
This is
You know,
group
but
stage.
sometimes that's
Group
all you need.
stage
If Udo Alliance
के
go
बाद
down,
होगा league
4
stage.
players out, in the next
Bro.
few minutes, they've already won. They've taken first place.
I'll be happy with that. Like you said earlier, man, put a ribbon on it, ship it off, and just be content with the day as a whole. You do Alliance, though, as much as it felt like a bit of a blip with the uncomfortable fights they were thrown into.
तुम लोग को लग रहा है कि हक दिया? Falcons ने हक नहीं दिया, bro. सामने वाला बहुत प्यारा खेला.
From what we've seen, they've looked good individually.
बहुत प्यारा खेला सामने वाला.
Yeah, I think for Udo Alliance as well.
Tianba is a built freaking different team, guys. बता रहा हूँ मैं.
Tongji Bao, and then just had the unfortunate.
They don't scare for anyone.
Harami,
They have such strong gun power.
So I think
कि भाई
Alliance.
मार के रखेंगे सामने वाले की.
Unfortunate
फर्क
situation.
नहीं पड़ता उनको
Not
कौन
much you
है.
can do about it. Everyone was so close together.
He did 1v3 against Falcons with ease.
Tongji Bao really shouldn't have taken that fight in the first place. But yeah, once they were locked in, they were locked in. There was no escape from it. The key was thrown away. Look at the map though. Tongji Bao currently with a nice central position. Mad Bulls moved out early, headed up towards Impala. They're on their outer edges right now. And DXavian moving in from the north. So those are sort of the big teams I'm looking at. But Reject do have a central
Bro, group stage से कितने टीम बाहर जाएंगे? Group stage में total 24 teams खेल रहे हैं.
More points on this game.
And
they
उसमें
need it.
top
6th place right now.
top
It
12
looks
teams.
good, but it could get bad tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Finals में जाएंगे. Bottom 12 teams league stage में जाएंगे.
And switch up the group. So you'd hope if they have any fight left in them, this is when we'd start to see it displayed, especially here in the last match.
So अभी जो भी teams बाहर जा रहे, वो बाहर नहीं जा रहे, वो जा रहे league stages में. समझे?
Next circle popping soon. See where this one heads off to. Again, a lot of interesting ground around here. I think a lot of times the most uncomfortable finishes would be a hard eastern shift over towards Impala, where you got a lot of that rocky high ground.
Why I don't like this circle, yaar.
Bit more of a
I do not like this circle. It's okay.
It does encompass the entirety
best of the best teams कैसे खेलेंगे ये circle में? Let's see.
A lot of space, Jackie.
बहुत बसड़ होगा.
That map. Making it a bit more awkward for them. Everyone.
ये end circle तक जाएगा guys, बता रहा हूँ मैं.
They usher themselves
Ninth.
into the new zone and look to try and get
9th
ahead
circle
of
तक जाएगा
the
ये.
curve. Find themselves any kind of map control to work with.
Top का reaction देखो.
Everyone moving in.
कौन सा
Udo
reaction?
Alliance up on the hill. Other squads down below. Mad Bulls further ahead. Chulika had a banging game, but then they went really south in the follow-up. You'd hope here that man and the rest of the squad can deliver, and there might be an opportunity for it. You're going to take shots in the side, at least on the rotate. Luckily, the geometry there giving him a little bit of a shroud on the road.
That's a killer rotate from the Mad Bulls, actually. The fact they've been able to make it through as well, that's just an instantaneous rotation. They were stuck out on the eastern side. Impala, DXavier took their position before, but wow, the fact they've been able to get in here on the outer skirts of Los Leones, incredible rotate. Not entirely sure how no one was able to pick off a single member from this team, but they took the right plays. Isolated a lot of the line of sights as well as they headed through. This was overall a really good rotation from the Mad Bulls and could set themselves up for some success, where success looked limited.
Sir, how many matches? 12 or 18?
Look at this, man.
Group stage में 12 matches per team.
Losing the first player, Falcons then just getting ripped to pieces,
and next stage में भी 12 matches per team. And उसका next finals में 18 matches per team.
From the rest of the pack that are now all inside of the zone.
Team Liquid trying to get some scouting done here. Ricardo's and Federale spots him. He crashes out. Will need to try.
How did he survive that?
Tries to get some cover. The reload goes through from Federales and he's behind the rock, but in comes DXavier. Chua here as well. Easy nade for Federales. Only has one nose, has to make it count. First aid kit might go off in time, but no, it will deal the damage necessary to take Cardozo down. Now picking this player back up, dangerous task.
Yeah.
Probably not one that you want to invest into with the rest of the team so far out in the distance on the northeast.
Exposing yourself.
Anna mana India team unda. India team le bro.
Knowing the angles that are there, especially the players that are unknown as well.
Action pe push kar rahe.
Looking to sweep, looking to
nice
clear.
knock. Instant trade.
Crosshair off at least. And
with that, Falcons are officially out at hashtag 16. 30 points hai bhai.
Sort of a cruel game there from Tiamba as well. The fact that they stayed in San Martin just to confirm that last elimination, making sure there's no rat behind them. I mean, you love to see it. You love to see it, and Tiamba will find themselves that final elim, taking them up to 4. But they're very low right now. We're heading into zone 3 very shortly. This game is just blazing by, even in terms of just the rotates alone and the speed of the gameplay that we've seen. Brute force up towards La Bandita, trying to play around some of that geometry in that location. But
zone dekho, teams dekho, number of players dekho.
A lot of this high
it's going to be chaotic, guys. It's going to be chaotic now.
Circle here.
Nothing cozy about this one. The only thing that really is the close grouping. Bit of warmth from all these squads, Blank, because they're going to be on top of one another, trying to fight for survival throughout the duration of this matchup.
Brute force, reject Tokyo.
Like they really are
chicken.
Just having these games, so they get thrown into the
तीनों का chicken कैसा होता था?
Brute force as well. It feels like there's been opportunities to deliver, but they've been uncomfortable in a lot of the situations through other squads being able
to
need
chicken.
Pen them in, leave them having to fight and play defense.
Crate drops here.
D plus किया, reject Tokyo, BJK, brute force.
Yeah, we got some AR.
ये चारों teams को है ना?
Going on.
You like that?
I like that.
Good.
Trophy came up behind it. It's a gorgeous trophy.
जितना हो सके उतने points चाहिए इस match में.
Yeah, I am liking it.
All eyes on them.
See, we'll get to lift that one at the end of the day.
Demo knock.
Rejects onto IHC. Good start for them.
चलो एक point मिल गया.
The flush onto demo.
For reject.
So they're
at 60.
Down. Ziol in the back lines.
Ooh. It's a nice tag back at least. He saw the opportunity to get the damage on. Takes the shot, connects it. Means that he can't overcommit. And Divine does look to dip out, get himself into a better angle to tank himself back up. He's still got his squad around him as well, and they've got split ground to work with, so good height.
Yeah, for Reject, the big
4MV chicken.
The fact that they're far
they don't need
western side right
but
now. They have a lot of ground to cover. Luckily, there is a ton of cover to work with as you pass through Los Leones. You can see here, nice little shot of our map screen here as well. Mad Bulls, 4MV. Well,
according to you, top 3 teams in PMWC.
Guys from Reject,
I have said this multiple times in my stream.
Rotate, but where do you go after that, Jackie? That's the difficulty. D plus Kia.
My prediction is Alpha 7, Tianba,
south side,
and
it's just a
4MV.
tough circle overall. And we'll take
another honorable mention I have mentioned was Reject Tokyo. जो अभी बहुत मार खाई है.
More of a chill match
देखते क्या
after
होगा.
6 games. But no, we want you to play your hearts out all the way.
So my top 3 mentions were Alpha 7,
no flow state
4MV,
gameplay here. It's got to be
and
switched on.
Tianba.
Smart decision making, time and time again. For Tiamba, they've been making their slow rotation round the back, and there is some squads ahead of them as well. Timeline where they could run into a few. You got the spread out as well from Brute Force that have moved up. That's Liquid that are in their eye line that, of course, lost one man earlier on.
ఎందుకు లేదు అన్న ఇండియన్ టీమ్
not a good thing for the team. I think he's a really good player.
No permission from government.
I think Ayala and Chief, though, definitely some of the big names on that team, including Mythic, and this is why I picked them as one of my big predictions, just because it is a team filled with powerhouses.
A D plus क्या split kill रही बे?
That flow that they were looking for in these
क्या
games.
split kill रहे D plus
That's a big issue, especially early on in the tournament. There's still time to bring it back, but you don't want to be bringing it back in the survival stage.
D plus क्या का fight होगा? Talent
Esports
से.
will be going out tomorrow.
Tianba versus TJB.
I'll be able to take some
भाई versus भाई.
these other teams to task. The more easy
Oh,
settings coming through and Tianba getting cut out. I mean, they had a long rotation. They put so much investment.
QZ is the last man standing for Tianba.
From Falcons.
ये भागेगा.
Got that first strike off onto TJB in the backline, but it's not really going to amount to too much. You do get the one full confirmation off the back of it, but the remaining trio has gone down to just a solo. All on one man, barely fighting to keep himself alive in terms of the timing, with the blue biting at him. DX do take a strike onto brute force as well from the sidelines.
Kill चोरी हो गया बे.
Too badly here, actually. I mean, with
ऊपर से मजे ले रहा है Yudu Alliance.
Slightly being more central, it's been given an opportunity.
Brute
to get rid
Force
of
versus
IHC,
Xavier
which means that
Esports.
backstop, a backline that might have caused some big problems.
2v4 fight है.
Has been removed. It's because the potential for the come
निकल
through.
गए.
Massive split here from Alliance. It's something they do so frequently as well. On that north side, controlling so much space as they look.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Xavier, spot of
Guys,
play
मैं
here
giveaway
from
कर
brute
रहा हूँ.
force.
अरे भाई ये सब
Should be able
promotions
to take him
मत करो
down
यार.
pretty easy with a nade. Doesn't want to expose himself either. Just clean this one up.
You see for the rest of the squad how they did opt out to just back off after
Sarah
they
knock
lost the first.
from
They didn't
Baron.
like the fight they had to go up
By
against
brute force.
Xavier, so they left Freezer for dead.
GG.
Rotated out with
GG
that.
brute
So
force.
Prelim going their ways. They picked that one up. Bit of a move now. A reshuffle from the reject squad. For Miracle Vibes do have the height though up top. Hello.
Yeah, nice position. A lot of times you kind of want to come off this one at this stage of the game as the circle comes through, because you know you're probably going to be needing to move at some point. Get your parachute back out again. For Reject, they lost Sarah on that rotate. Could have been a perfect rotate for them as well. All four players making it through. Still has a chance to try and crawl in, but you don't want to invest too many smokes when you know you desperately need those smokes in the future to get through Los Leones. But 4MV's definitely not making it easy. Here's Team Liquid. Car's on fire, but
At least they're still alive at this point. It's looking a bit iffy for them with some of the engagements they were thrown into, had to split up and cut their losses.
TJB की साइड से उतना strength देखने को नहीं मिला so far. सारा what finished. उतार दिया. Leon, legend Leon ने उतार दिया.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Two में मार खा गया.
Instantly dispatched here.
What happened to Nerzed? He is currently the 5th player of Falcons. उसकी जगह पे East खेल रहा है.
But he's making his way in too at this point. Vampire. Quite a lot of teams on this northern edge actually trying to play around these ridges on the valley with Alliance. Making that split a little bit smaller right now. Constricting. Controlling a bit more space, a bit more firmly.
अगला zone कहाँ जाएगा?
Having that split, but a lot of times this is what Alliance does
Left,
well. It's
right, top, bottom.
Accruing a lot of that information early on in the game, so they know what they need to do later. It's what Xavier did last game to get themselves a nice chicken dinner.
थोड़ा ऊपर की तरफ ही गया.
This is such a difficult circle, Jackie. You can see where the crossroads are.
14 teams arrive कर रहे हैं भाई.
Sits all
14.
around it. It really is a case where there's at least 4
It's gonna be chaotic,
positions
guys.
here
Regi
in this
किसी को knock
game
किया.
on the high grounds.
Every
Team Liquid
point
is
matters.
desperate
अरे
for a
Reject के पास
southeast
3
shift.
finishes.
QZ's
Tianba
not lost
बाहर.
in this world, that's for sure. I mean, it was pretty
Reject के
brave
पास
of
3
him.
frags.
I'm pretty lucky that he's even
They're at
survived this
62
long.
right now. They need at least 3 to 4 points more, bro.
Was looking for any opportunities, but they were few.
मैं 66 मान के चल रहा हूँ भाई.
The
lowest.
He is going to be shut down,
66.
taken out of the equation. From the high ground you once had, he starts to make his move as well. For Miracle Vibes, looking to potentially group back up a little bit here as Reject have given space between them. To be aware of this, so they know they've got that timeline. OCO still looking up towards the high ground, believing him to be there. So seeds of doubt in the mind.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty, just wondering about where these players
Tomorrow
are.
Nerzed will play. I hope he does.
As they pass through.
But वो खेलेगा तो बैठेगा कौन?
Let's be honest.
East.
luckily able to get through, but this is the cover I was talking about. It gives you ample chance to get in. They still are on the outskirts of the city and the outskirts of the circle too, but I think that they've circumvented enough of 4MV that this should be a possibility to get in. But with 13 teams still alive, there's been a lot of survivors.
I am sure Senator will take the right decision for the team.
Barely holding on by a thread.
बहुत sorted बंदे यार
Some
वो.
of them.
They know exactly
For
what
a
to
good
do.
chunk of the squads, everyone's sitting.
कर लेंगे. Finals में तो पक्का रहेगा Falcons. Don't you guys worry.
In the game, and the confidence to stay spread as well for UDO Alliance. That's been a big boon for them in the fights they've been taking. These individuals have been really powerful in the 1v1s, in the third parties when they take these backstab.
लग गए पोस्टर के लग गए.
Pressure on, like again here, the long range fight coming in. That is rough.
It's a nice shot as well because that's their initial scout as well. So it's not likely the rest of the team's going to get in. And there's just some great overlooks that Alliance has been controlling. It seems to be the plan from the very beginning of the game. I like this from this team, just cutting out a lot of these rotations on the northern side and just carving themselves out a lot of space to work with going into the end game. Because like I said, 13 teams is a lot, but it's mainly favored that highly just because of a lot of the urban area around here, a lot of the ditches, a lot of the ridge sides where you can sit teams and keep them hidden. Another push out and Tosh picks straight into the rock. There's potential here for some more shots and he has to go back.
Sent packing immediately as he was looking for the getaway, has to turn the vehicle around.
How was he hit that?
All right,
दोनों साइड से पड़
block's
रही
going
है.
to blow. He'll get shut down by the shrapnel on that one, so the getaway mission not going to be completed there.
Just directly into that rock, just ruins the rotate. Tony K is here to play, and he will hit some decent shots over towards Besiktas. Again, these lads have been sat over towards the eastern side for quite some time, and Vampire have not really had too much of an impressive day today, considering these guys were the back-to-back winners of mid-season the last couple of years.
You're going to need something huge, though. Spread those wings, see if they can soar into action going into this last matchup, especially. We're still having 3 players alive at this point. They can build back into it.
When is the finals?
Is up.
मेरे को date पता नहीं exactly. Exactly मुझे डेट नहीं पता है. I think ये month end में होगा. 28th से शायद.
Leons is pushing up. That's a
BJK is about to be out.
Nasty little nade there coming through. The Molotov
Yudu
just
6
cleans
frags,
them
4
out.
man strong.
And they've been pressuring them for so
भाई
long.
Yudu को चाहिए भी नहीं
Leons
points यार.
into the shack. I
बाकी
imagine
लोग को
to
लेने
try
दो ना.
and resupply on whatever supplies they have. I don't think that Besiktas was in too many fights, so they should have a lot on those death crates. But here comes brute force from behind. And Vampires are now stuck between 2 difficult positions, and Leons is just pumping the bullets
too strong.
in.
Cluck is too strong.
For damage and the shots are connecting.
Tony K is barely surviving. 1 HP, 1 HP, 1 गोली का.
Thrown into the commotion, the chaos that's keeping them guessing, and it's lucky
Vampire.
to get onto Tony K, a man that we know can
एक
make
ही
big
बंदा
moves
बचा है
with
Vampire
him
का.
isolated.
Nosy.
You feel confident
गया
to
वो
push
तो
on
यार.
down. Crystal clear vision. The
क्या खेल रही है बे यूडी?
for the hitbox.
यूडी बोल रहा हूँ मैं यूडू. क्या खेल रही है यूडू?
Alliance.
Cluck is a maniac. क्या मार रहा है ये भी?
At Tiamba, the little lead they've
Jimmy,
got,
Cluck,
it's not enough to keep Alliance
and Leon.
at bay. And they're looking
Danger
to hit that
combo, bro,
120, the 10-point average, which
Danger
would have been
team.
a crazy way to finish out this tournament. For them, at least, in Group Red.
Now let's
I'll be
see
glad to see
what
it. With the way
D
they're
plus Kia
playing
is
so
doing.
far,
D plus
it
Kia
doesn't seem that unlikely to me.
so far 0 points.
Bro Harame in a real tough spot. Nades available for Alliance.
Brute
Smoke
force,
going down to
समझो कि वो
cover to peek off the back of.
वो qualify नहीं हो पाएंगे finals के लिए.
All right,
वो league stage पे खेलेंगे.
There we go.
एक ही बंदा बचा
Bides
उनका.
his time. Coil like the Viper and then pounce like an animal in beast mode again. Like you said, there's still nades in the backpack and he feels confident to dash them out now and rain down damage. Man, that's on point.
More damage is flowing through. It's just one guy as well dealing this amount of pain. The smokes go down. They're going to attempt to get some of these reses through. Flex comes out from the side. Worried about
यूडू बहुत मजे लेगा इधर से. सारे
reasonable.
पेटियों से ग्रेनेड्स उठा के.
No one's really looking at this at the moment.
Talon
Got an
versus D plus
isolated
Kia.
fight for Alliance versus Bro Harame.
Most important fight for D plus Kia. Nice one,
Power
Rekia.
not close.
Nice one,
Floor's
Kia.
not sharp enough on that one. As D plus Kia are able to respond back at least in the first engagement that's given to them.
देखो, फिर दो बंदे knock.
Haram
है bros का.
Who does even more damage, but finally there is a bit of a response. Tulica spots the engagement.
Will flush out.
ओए होए 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 Jimmy push कर दिया.
Unable to keep going. Jimmy's up close and personal. Molotov goes
लग गए,
in.
लग गए,
They're
लग गए,
all
लग गए.
burning. Send out the side with the jump shot. Wolf
हरामे ब्रोस
pushing
बाहर
up here
13 finishes.
in the air.
for U2
Feels
Alliance.
the breeze. And his own molly will knock him.
खुद का मॉली से
The
क्या?
only one that can take out Jimmy seems to be himself here.
Nalbo knock.
But he is on fire, literally.
Yeah, he's playing that way.
I don't like the odds of D plus Kia, bro.
Lighting everyone up and making it uncomfortable for them. Recovery mission is going to be a little
I don't like
bit
the odds of D
X
plus
on
Kia.
his back though. And the smooth moves, man. Jimmy, he's had good rotation, but good in the firefights as well, Blank. This is what we're talking
Talent
about.
कुछ गलती
That
करेगा तो
momentum
ही
they've
choke
got
होगा,
behind
bro.
them right now. They're willing to go for confidence plays. This is what that engagement was
Zone
supposed
देखो.
to be, with Talent looking to take the fight against DK+. It's really looking awkward. I mean, you've got the high ground. They're down towards the bottom of the ridge, priming an aid, hoping maybe that would be a nice tap across Misery. He's wanted to get stuck into some of these fights. He's had some unlucky engagements over the course of the past few games. It feels like he gets isolated. He goes down easy. If he can step up here, it'd be a big boon for the team as they go for the push up the hill. Closing the gap,
HP
trying to get those SMGs in close range. The shotguns cause
Nalbo knock.
problems as the bullets rattles off, but it's barely any damage done onto Talon.
Osal
They're
knock.
taking shots and cleaning their way through them bit by bit.
A D plus Kia is down.
D plus Kia 63 points है bro.
Take them out.
बहुत मुश्किल लग रहा है मेरे
with
को.
those smokes.
63 won't be enough.
To get towards that top side, but they miss a crucial Molotov.
I think
which
63
lines
won't
up
be
towards
enough.
That side. It's more missing on
How
the
did D
timing,
plus
really,
Kia go
because
from
we
hashtag
did
1 to
stop them from pushing that
may not
ridge
qualify?
for quite a while, but they sat around redesignating the smokes, and I think
What?
the difference maker there would have been a speedier push. Team Liquid up against DX Saviors. They try and assault their position. Some decent nades coming through. Flax will take down Tulica on the rotate there in the vehicle.
Oh, एक nade से दो बंदे गए.
Nice nade though.
That's a big one.
Mythic.
C4 thrown on the door. Let's see if they can close their gap on it. They want to get up close.
Nice
right?
knock,
They're
Bay.
really taking the fight towards the Xavier here. There is
Xavier
shells
बाहर.
being fired off all over the shop inside of the smokes. Hard to
Talon आ गया
contain
ऊपर से
the
आखिरी
rest
बंदा
of the
ये
squad,
Liquid
but
का.
Xavier on the wrong end of the sword as they're slain. It continues to go on as well. Oh mate, what's
कितने
happening?
fights?
A nuts engagement
Yoru
there
from
Team
Talon.
Liquid, honestly.
इसने 1v3 किया.
Mythic goes crazy.
D
in those
plus
endgame
Kia को,
moments,
and
almost
इधर भी
wins
एक
the
आखिरी
trade,
final
but
blow
it's
दिया.
Talon on the high ground, and Reject still in. With their little cool rotates towards the end of the game, just micro stuttering their way into the circle. This is big. And
Yudu
this is
कितने बंदे
Jimmy's
बचे अभी?
instantaneous knocks over towards all these guys, walks back into his own Molotov.
Yudu के पास है
I think he was
13
just
frags,
riding
3
the
man
high
strong.
at that point.
High ground is the
वे
fight. that we're
5
seeing
3-man
before
teams
our
बची
very
वे.
eyes here. Tulica again taking bullets from range as you've got Reject on that elevated angle. Meanwhile, down
Jimmy
towards
knock.
the bottom end of it, that's Alliance that have been forced to fight this continuously.
Jimmy
Madball,
finish.
They got some of the business here. They're looking to see if they can keep themselves alive. Small shroud of the smoke.
Oh,
That's gonna dissipate.
ऊपर
Bullets
से
will
पड़ी
connect
इसको.
off the clean angle. as
ऊपर से
Reject
पड़ी
is stuck
इसको.
into that one.
Reject की तरफ
This
से.
high ground is just disgusting.
Bro, I think
to
Reject
play
qualified.
against. These nades coming through, massive one onto Misery. That might just open things up a little bit here for Reject. They get this high ground.
Reject will
They have
qualify.
a real winning chance in this game. Another nade over the top. A good amount of chip damage, but it's Axel who has to be the linchpin here. That one looks close, goes a bit too far. The airburst is not there, and the two players in the back now trying to attempt to keep Axel
Reggie,
at
अकेला
play.
push मत
But this
करो,
gives
bro.
time for Alliance to regroup, reconsider their options. 13 eliminations.
लगा ही था
once
मुझे यही
again.
होगा.
This has been one of the most
ये अकेला push करके मर जाता है यार.
elimination-heavy teams in the game so far.
And Reject. It looks
It's okay,
so
कोई बात
strong
नहीं, अभी
with
भी
how
2
they
man
were
है.
playing it up on top. But Axel's backline with the response back from Misery as well. They put the pressure back and flipped the script, making it uncomfortable for them to hold. And you're split. Your attention's now between two different pathways when they want to converge onto you. And this gives time for the other squads. Like you said, you can reset, start to move up, get yourselves into a better
कौन
position.
निकलेगा इस
And
winner
once
chicken
they're
dinner smash
infighting,
में?
you can scale up.
I think 4MV निकालेगा.
Apex real close.
I think
here.
4MV
The nade
निकालेगा.
goes
Dinner.
along from Reject.
बाकी we'll
Not
see.
able to take him down. Baron playing a perfect backstop mentality for the team, allowing Apex to get nice and close. Does drop off the angle for a second here.
D plus total 6 points in 6
Miracle
matches.
vibes.
I know, right? क्या हुआ आज?
Towards the compound side, Alliance slowing it down.
It's like किसी ने
The two duos versus the two trios that are still
किसी ने
alive.
बहुत
and
भारी
kicking.
वाला पनौती
High
लगा
ground
दी
could
D
be
plus
so
यहाँ पे.
prevalent. It could be so beneficial. Misery scouting down below, clearing all these angles, wants to have a good assess of the lay of the land and know exactly where Alliance could be. Doesn't over-egg the pudding though, Blank. He pulls back, plays with the rest of the squad. They're looking to play this smart.
Yeah, for Talon, this is should be in the back pocket, right?
मैंने बोला था ना
Just
9
have
circle
to
तक
play
आएगा ये
intelligently,
game बोल के.
Not push too far
Death circle
out,
has begun.
and not shake the boat on the top of this mountain. because the opportunity is here for them to get a ton of points off the back of this one. But again, this is a team that has been struggling in the group stage. Alliance.
जो ऊपर है उन्हीं का फायदा है बे.
Biding their time.
नीचे वाले जोन से
Believe
मरेंगे.
it, but we're in the final circle here. This is going to crunch everyone in. And it's
So
very
Talon,
dangerous for Talon.
I think.
Because they've not been able to get enough done at this point in time that the circle's going to push them off that high ground into the jaws of Alliance and 4MV.
Misery. His scouting mission worked to at least get
Okay. सबसे पहले जोन
Now it's not his
ऊपर ही
nades
हिट
that
कर
are
रहा
being
है.
thrown in. They're taking the splash
सबसे
damage
पहला
that's
fight
thrown
होगा
across from
Reject
trying to keep
and
them
Talon
penned
का.
in. You can see it with the split here from the top-down view. The way both sides of the coin are looking very similar, but Talon look to take the initiative.
मार दिए
with
बे,
the use
मार
of the
दिए, बहुत से
utility and
Talon
their
9
gun
finishes,
skill.
3-man
They
strong.
shut down Reject,
अब 4MV
reject
against
the
fight
chance
इनका.
of them finding supremacy on this one, claim control of the hill, and make their lives slightly easier. For Miracle Vibes still have utility to play with.
Ludo
and
is
they
just
really
taking
are.
all the
Throwing
notes.
out the dynamite. Say goodbye to the first man. Talon forced to recoil and reset.
पुश कर रहा है
Crunch of a
4MV.
grenade there.
बहुत सही.
Another
आखिरी
one
बंदा है Talon
off
का.
the top from Baron. The Barony is in session. Refus in the meantime is taking down Alliance. This could be a full sweep onto Talon here.
क्या बात है bro, well played
Apex
4MV.
Predator inside the lobby. Now looks towards
चलो,
Alliance
अब 2v2.
here to break them up. Their last game of the day. Refus drops down from up on high.
अरे रे. Well tried.
Drop down into the engagement, now panicking. The snap second decision making of how to recover this one. You
1v1.
know you're down effectively.
1v1.
1v2 isolated fight. You got nades raining down on top of your head. Like you said, the Apex Predator, the man that's been making the difference here for Miracle Vibes, so close to upsetting the potential of another
Rev दो.
another chicken dinner for
जो rep
Alliance.
देगा,
If he can
उसका
just
game bro.
find control of the game.
जो rep
from this
देगा, उसका
point,
game है.
doesn't want to waste his time going for the
You do
res
cannot rev.
which is out to the nades. You got the push
Nade.
and flax. He's
Low,
looking
low,
to
low,
just
low,
move
low.
in. Heavy chip damage done that's going to keep him pent. He's struggling.
Excellent,
The
bे.
drop comes
Well
through,
played, Apex.
denies
Well played.
Alliance, and they grab that one.
मैंने बोला था 4MV का चिकन है.
Finishing game
कर दो
there.
prediction
Was
ऊपर.
tough, great angles held, and Talon
Well
just
played,
could
well
not
played.
face up against them.
मुझे लगा
Reject
गलती
crossbows
करेगा कुछ.
under the force
But नहीं,
of the
सही
Talon's
time पे
weight,
उसने
but it's 4MV to
FPP
lift
switch
them
करके
high and toss them down.
सही खेला
What a
बे.
game
Apex
from
बहुत सही
them.
खेला.
Not easy whatsoever. Taking two fights at the same time to enable themselves to take
भाई
that
मेरे को
game.
डॉग
And
को
the
देख के
final
इतना
moments of
इंट्रोवर्ट वाला
1v1.
फील क्यों आता है.
Not an
देखना,
easy
look at
decision to
dog.
make that jump off
इधर
the top game.
डॉग का
Easy
बॉडी
1v
लैंग्वेज
to
देखना
lift them
इधर.
high and toss them down under the force of the Talon's weight, but it's 4MV to lift them high and toss them down. What a game from them. Not easy whatsoever.
कितना shy
Taking two
introvert वाला
fights at the same
vibe
time
देता है
to
वो.
enable themselves to take that game.
Excellent,
In
way,
the
excellent.
final moments, a 1v1. Not an easy
Now it's
decision
time
to make that jump off the top
for the
side,
overall
hit
standings,
the air
भाई.
shot as well.
देखना
You
पड़ेगा.
can kind of see the difference between a team like 4MV and Reject. The
I think
way that
Reject
4MV
qualified है.
set this fight up. They had that backline member. They had a
मतलब
general
qualified
idea
है
of
नहीं,
where
qualified
to
हो
be
जाएगा.
sending these grenades because they had constant information flowing back from
65
their backline.
above is
So
good.
Apex just tosses these grenades in, and they're all on target. It really does require you to have a very
Deplace किया थोड़ा दिक्कत में है. 63 won't be enough.
And again, this is how
I
a lot
feel
of
like.
teams describe 4MV is just tactical in their nature.
कल भी last match chicken, आज भी.
Because they've had a slow start.
आज ये second chicken है ना 4MV का?
Finish strong and bring that momentum out when it
No.
matters.
This was the first.
It's gonna be a good one.
आज का ये first chicken था.
Energy as well.
कल भी last, आज भी last.
I'm feeling pretty
सही
happy
बोल
with
रहे हो.
that result.
Yeah, you
Miramar
absolutely
थोड़ा
are. I mean, for
stronger है.
4MV to finish things off there,
4MV का.
Group red with a win, going into hopefully not so
Weekendy चाहिए वापस कॉम्पे में ब्रो. Weekendy is मेरे को कैंसर लगता है Weekendy.
And it's what you desperately need because you don't want to be going.
I'm not a fan of Weekendy or Sandhawk. Sandhawk फिर भी ठीक है, but Weekendy भाई कुछ भी होता है Weekendy में.
Yeah, you thought that difficulty level was hard. We're gonna double it. Keep it going.
We're gonna dial that
70 minimum. No.
all the way up.
70 के नीचे ही रहेगा cut off.
Studio with Jason Kaplan.
The max the cut off will go to is 68 around.
Man, I'm just happy to see 4MV close things out for another day. They closed out things yesterday.
70 तब जाएगा जब नीचे वाले टीम्स नीचे रहेंगे, ऊपर वाले टीम्स ऊपर रहेंगे.
And 7
तब उतना बड़ा नंबर बनेगा.
You're seeing all these other teams I brought up to you. You never like realized it that other teams just can't seem to compete when it comes to 4MV with nades. Taking on Talon with no vision, opening things up for them to
60
knock
पे
them out.
रुकेगा नहीं
give a
bro.
shout out to
60 no.
All right, because of Boom, you started mentioning how good 4 Miracle Vibes grenades were, and ever since then, I just, every single time, man, they throw a nade, it hits it perfectly without them even knowing.
भाई
if the
PUBG
player's actually
पहले
there or
से
not.
इतना स्मूथ
Really
था,
impressive.
ऊपर से 120 FPS
Because
आने
that's
के
what it
बाद
is,
तो
right?
सुपर
Boom,
स्मूथ हो गया.
I'm
मैंने खेला नहीं but
But Colors, you did
yeah
look at the end,
definitely.
though, for
मैं
a line.
90 FPS पे
And
खेला
very
मैंने
awkward
PUBG
play
मोबाइल
to
बहुत
talk
स्मूथ है
about
ब्रो.
the final zone.
Yeah,
बहुत
so
स्मूथ है.
it's a little bit rough, right? Because if you take
20
that
पॉइंट मिला.
1v1 off the
चाहिए भी नहीं भाई इनको
play,
क्वालिफिकेशन
really
के
go
लिए.
for a res or anything like
ये
that,
क्वालिफाइड है.
you kind of want to keep yourself up against the wall if you're the one on the
कितने
ground.
मिला? Reject को 10 पॉइंट मिला.
Foreign
या
V
qualified
trying to
reject.
charge up and in, trying to go for the damage here. I
They have
feel like
69
you're a little
points,
bit
reject
better
now.
to just stay up against the wall and wait for Foreign V to have to try and come off.
बता रहा हूँ ना,
Maybe
reject
take a
जब
little bit
चाहिए
less
तब
damage,
वो
maybe you
performance
win
निकाल के
when
आएगा.
drop shot comes in, but it's really a fine line. Very, very close, and Foreign V does make it out in the end.
We're also talking about Talon Esports being able to finish off the day there with 14 points. And Reject, too. One of the teams that's not going to be playing tomorrow. They're going to be sitting out. It's going to be 10 points as they already played all of their matches. And going back to what we were talking about Alliance,
सही टाइम पे सही
I guess
नंबर
we
ऑफ
have to
पॉइंट्स
start
निकाले ये.
nitpicking a little bit with that team.
My
Has to be
Falcons
the
यार,
endgame,
my
because
heart
every
bleeds for
single time
Falcons.
They have gotten a chicken dinner in the past. It's always been a little bit sketchy for us.
Well, speaking of nitpicking here, Team Falcons.
IHC actually
you saw top.
मुझे लगा थोड़ा फॉर्म में नहीं है बट एक दो मैचेस बढ़िया निकाल के वो लोग भी अच्छा खासा पॉइंट्स निकाले.
And they did
Happy for
score a
IHC.
ridiculously low amount of points here today. But one thing we have to keep in mind is looking into tomorrow, as we were discussing, Group Yellow does seem to be, and statistically, as we saw with day one, the weakest team, or sorry, weakest group that we have here.
Yep.
So now kind of you have to look at the comparison of how did Red do against Yellow, but how's Green going to do against Yellow?
It's weird, right? Because you would think to yourself, coming in, oh, well, if Red's good
ऐसे ही
against
वर्ल्ड
Yellow, then Green
चैंपियंस
certainly
नहीं
will.
है
However,
रिजेक्ट. एग्जैक्टली ब्रो, एग्जैक्टली. जो भी हल्के में ले रिजेक्ट को उनका गेम प्ले फाइनल्स में दिखेगा तुम लोग को. ये लीग स्टेजेस में नहीं दिखेगा.
Dominated too.
लेट्स इधर एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे, ट्राई कर रहे कुछ नया.
There is
ऐसा हो
so
सकता
many
है.
teams in Group
इधर
Yellow
रेजी भाई अकेला
that
क्यों घुस गए भाई.
performed absolutely awful in day one.
Reji
I wonder
बहुत
if them
aggressive
being
player
able
है
to
भाई.
sit out today, being able to do a little bit more homework, watching those VODs, doing all of that stuff. If maybe tomorrow they're going to be bringing a spark that was missing in that first day.
I think one thing that I'm having to keep in mind is this is the first day of play for Group Green, right? Yesterday, Group Red played a day. They had 6 matches under their belt. Then they
ब्रो
come
गेम
in
प्ले वीडियो
today
कब आ
against
रही है
Warm
आपकी
against
ब्रो?
the
अभी
top
मैं
guys
गेम प्ले ही नहीं
with
कर रहा हूँ
that.
ब्रो. पूरा दिन
But they went in cold
इसी में
against
निकल जाते हैं
the
मेरा.
easiest group. Now we're seeing the
I
other
don't
way
have
to happen. where Group
much
Green's
time.
gonna go into tomorrow against the weakest group, warmed
वो है
up.
प्रॉब्लम.
There is a potential. I'm sorry, I'm doing
भाई
some,
भाई
like,
I8 है
weird
क्या?
4D
I8 नहीं है,
chess right
क्वालीफाई
here,
नहीं हुआ I8.
where they could pull off a ton of points, and that means if you're in Group Red at the bottom of your leader of your group, you could easily be knocked out.
Yeah, but what if Group Green, right? If they...
It's true. Keep going. What do you got?
I've got nothing.
I'm letting you cook.
I was just, I mean, you just cooked for about a good 3 minutes. It was,
Hyderabad
it was
Hydra की
spectacular.
invite.
Young Chef's kiss, I think. I don't know.
इवलेदु स्काउट
Well, you were talking
रेंडो
about
टीम
Group Red
ओनर
outdoing Group Green today. So
यानी कि
take a look
इनवाइट
here at
इच्छारो
our daily
इधर
winners,
रॉन्ग
which
ब्रो.
actually means we had 2 chicken
Our
dinners
team-
for our Group Green, and the rest
Our
went the
team
way of
played
Group
but
Red.
did not qualify,
Of course,
that's why we did not
Alliance
get
with
the invite.
back-to-back.
I mean, they almost got 3 on the day. Let's be real. Like, Alliance...
पहला मैच लिक्विड, सेकंड TJB, थर्ड यूडू, फोर्थ यूडू, बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स, फिफ्थ Xavier, and sixth 4MV.
The lobby. It is going to be difficult to be able to get away
ये
with
था भाई
something
पूरा
like
दिन
this,
का
but even in
results.
class game, I loved their approach.
Overall
It's
standings दिखा दो
between
भाई,
the Lost
दिखा दो.
Leonis, not Lost Leonis scenario. Coming in from that north side.
कल भी लाइव करोगे?
fights the
Yes
way
करूंगा.
they did. Alliance looked
Unless
good all
कुछ
day, and they
कुछ
kept doing
काम
it
आ
throughout
गया
the
तो
day.
पता नहीं.
And even towards the end
But
of
अभी
the
के
day,
लिए तो
you
मेरा
can see
plan है करने
teams
का.
like Tiamba that are in a way with the amount of points that they have secure a spot already.
Why is Indian team not playing?
They seemed like they were just slacking off a little bit more. They were willing to engage into fights that maybe
थक-
earlier in the day they
थक
weren't
चुका हूँ भाई
willing
मैं
to
इसका
do.
आंसर
And
कर
also
करके.
with us having a back-to-back chicken dinner winner today.
यूडू जैसा खेलना हुआ कल
Kind of what I was
Falcons को.
mentioning yesterday in regards
यूडू
of
जैसा
how
खेलने की
the
जरूरत नहीं है.
uncertainty, what
They need
happened within
40
those
points.
groups. And now you were saying
यूडू जैसा खेलेंगे तो
Red,
और बढ़िया.
at least we now possibly
Cut
have a
off, I
favorite,
think
but who
60,
knows? I mean, it's only day
67,
2.
68,
Yeah, none of us know, and that's
66
kind
इन
of
तीनों
the
नंबर में एक
upside
नंबर
here,
होगा.
something that makes me really excited
I
for
think.
tomorrow, what will happen. But
Well, nerds
it
will play
is time
tomorrow.
to get into it, and I asked you guys this
I don't
beforehand,
think
so
so.
prepare
बाकी we'll see.
who our Sony MVP of the day is going to be. Do you have an answer for me? I think we're all in agreement it's probably from Alliance or QZ.
I think it's somebody from Alliance.
I think as a team they'll take a call
I'm
and
going
they'll
to
see.
also agree. Do you have a name?
I think probably
I have a name.
Easty खेलेगा कल.
I do not.
If things don't go well,
Oh, yeah.
probably
Yeah.
नर्जेट
try.
लीग स्टेजेस में खेलेगा,
formula.
ऐसा हो सकता
Yeah,
है.
across the team, everyone really.
Why
played a
didn't
good
RC
split.
have direct invitation? Yes,
Okay.
this is
So let's take a look here at our Sony
This is-
MVP of the day and who it's going to be.
MVP of the day. कल रेजी था, आज क्लक
Oh, okay.
क्लक.
Okay, that's fine.
To be fair, he in one of those matches we did see him playing that high ground position, giving them cover.
Yeah.
बहुत प्यारा खेला है. आज 15 frags निकाला है, 3500 damage.
One of the reasons that he's actually
इसके nades बहुत accurate थे भाई, बहुत accurate थे.
that he gets the MVP, but either
And
way,
इसका team में
this
है
is the one. The fact is,
अपना
Alliance,
Leon.
everyone's been extremely well. I'd actually be really curious
God,
to see like,
Leon.
the breakdown per player of how many limbs and how much damage they have
बहुत
across
प्यारा
the
खेला
team,
है
because
आज.
it's got to be pretty close.
I think
MVP
it's an
of the day
interesting
is
thing,
Cluck.
obviously. We've seen them do those big wide splits, right? And in order to be able to get away with those big
ये
wide
नेड
splits
बहुत
in lobbies
बहुत
like
सही था ये
this,
नेड.
each individual player needs to have a lot of confidence about being able to stay alive, and in that case, they need to be having confidence in taking their fights themselves. So it doesn't surprise me that
Yudu
again,
looks
any
very
of them
strong.
could have probably taken the MVP spot.
Hopefully
But with
finals में भी
Gia,
ऐसी खेले.
he was able to take it.
Definitely
And
a
there was moments
contender
where he was in
for the
central
trophy.
positions in the splits. There was moments where he was able to do a lot of fragments.
Solid
as well.
team है
Great
ये.
stuff.
And I think you got to give the flowers to whoever's scouting currently for Alliance, because every single time they do go into those splits, they make sure that their back is fully secure. They make sure that they're not going to be engaging into any surprise fights, which usually is the case for some of the other teams. They might end up getting surprised when they do end up with those big splits. Alliance right now.
Spike by
playing a
DRS
perfect day.
could not qualify,
and I
brother.
don't think any of us would have ever predicted.
Nerdzit
and
का
I think even
synergy
Indo talent would never predict it.
बताया
The
है,
Alliance
they
is the
should
top
continue with
team from
Nerdzit, I guess.
SEA. But you
पता
know what?
नहीं,
They're
bro.
gonna be doing it. They're gonna be topping the table at the end of day 2. We're gonna see here by how much.
चलो, the overall standings are here.
That's good. That's good.
Reject हो गया 69. I think
Nobody
reject
so far
is
has got
safe,
themselves
bro.
3 wins
Reject
on the
is
board.
safe.
Never mind. So many kind of extra higher.
D plus किया.
I think 7C is exactly what I'm looking at. Fact
बहुत
is, okay, none of these teams on
BT
this
वाला
page play
number में
tomorrow.
है 63.
So that means they have
BJK,
over 70
no.
point lead.
They have to
compared
play
any
league
other
stages.
team
Brute
from
force,
Group Green or Group
they have
Yellow.
to
For
play
70 points,
league stages.
For someone to close that gap, I think we might be looking at our first place finish at the end of group stage.
Top 5 teams I think
I
qualified.
think Alliance might be doing it. It depends on how dominating Green can potentially be against Yellow, but 70-something points on a day?
Yeah, if someone has a huge pop-off day, maybe they can make it.
I mean, Alliance
That
only
is-
have
That's a huge testament to what they've been able to do
60
here.
points a day on average from
I think
this.
the thing I'm going to be looking at now is going to be on that 6,
122
7, and 8
points
place.
निकाले भाई Yudu तो
Those
भाई.
teams, I feel like with the performance that they had today, especially D+,
Highest
they're gonna
frags
be
Yudu के
kinda
पास है
fighting
अब,
their
79.
nails, hoping that
Second
tomorrow
Teamba.
some of the teams don't end up performing well and overpassing them, because I feel like they didn't do well enough.
That's the thing, right? We were theorizing alongside John Allen what the cutoff might actually be for that 12th place spot. And because Alliance and Tiamba have soaked up the
D
points
plus
that they
किया.
actually have been able to...
आज नींद नहीं
I
आएगी
feel
D
like
plus
Reject
किया
might
players
actually
को.
be safe now. Obviously,
कल
you would
बहुत-
think maybe 4 teams from red, 4 teams from green, 4 teams from yellow. But Reject
ऐसा था भाई,
might be
ग्राफ
safe,
ऐसा था.
so
कल
maybe
D
we'll
plus
get
किया का
5
ऐसा गया
from
पूरा
red
peak.
going in. D
फिर
plus
आज
here,
we
Reject
rock
has
bottom.
brute force. It is scary
What the
times, I
fuck?
think.
It's crazy to see Besiktas there, because they did end up getting a win.
मुझे
but
लगा
just
D
those
plus किया
elimination points
2.0
from that
भाई.
team were absolutely non-existent. And now we
Talon
look at some of the other
Esports,
performances.
day 1 में they
Alpha
took,
IHC,
they
I
got
felt like
52
that team
points.
performed so well, especially at the first 2 games that we're kind of scratching our heads. We're like, okay,
Talon,
we're going to be getting the
strong
same
start.
IHC that we've been seeing recently. Or
Talon भी qualify हो
possibly
जाएगा.
at least getting a new IHC. So far, I'm impressed with the last 4 games.
Falcons, Vampire,
Yes.
दोनों.
That's it. That's a contribution to the conversation.
TJB
I mean, yeah,
also,
big day nonetheless.
36
You can see
points.
here further down the list, and again, all these teams will be playing tomorrow. Are there any teams that you're
Bro,
kind of
tomorrow
disappointed in
जो
their current
intense
position?
होगा
I would
matches,
go with Mad Bulls. I would go with Boom.
जो मजा आएगा कल.
And, even maybe IWNRX,
I just can't wait.
especially being that low.
Are you just going to name every team on the
I
page?
named 3.
Boom
If there's
Esports,
8 teams there, I
one
named
of
3,
the-
James. Come on.
One
That's
of my
fine.
predictions.
Yeah, I mean,
कल comeback
I
के लिए.
actually expected quite a bit.
देखते
even
भाई
though
क्या
I
होगा
wasn't
कल.
super confident about
The thing
South
about
Korea's
tomorrow
chances,
is,
which
it will happen
plus now
tomorrow.
might find themselves in a bit of a danger zone. I did expect more than
And with that, PMWC day 2 has come to an end. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream. अगर तुम लोग को थोड़ा भी मजा आया ना भाई, लाइक करना मत भूलना, सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलना. इनके कल भी स्ट्रीम करूँ क्या मैं? कल एक्चुअली कुछ काम है मेरा एक्चुअली यार. कल एक्चुअली मेरा काम है. शायद मैं पहला 2 मैचेस मिस कर सकता हूँ. पता नहीं. मैं सोचा ग्रुप स्टेज है, ग्रुप स्टेज उतना भी मिस करूंगा तो भी नहीं चलेगा बोल के लगा, बट ग्रुप स्टेज में क्या मैचेस चल रहे भाई, क्या ही मैचेस हो रहे हैं. मेरे को मन कर रहा है कि कल भी बैठू पूरा स्टार्टिंग से लेके एंड तक. अकॉर्डिंग टू यू हु विल बी द एमवीपी? जो भी टीम फाइनल्स में फाड़ेगा उसी टीम का एक प्लेयर बनेगा एमवीपी. सिंपल सी बात, हर टीम में एमवीपी प्लेयर है ब्रो, हर टीम में है एमवीपी प्लेयर। कल 12 मैचेस होंगे क्या? नो, कल 6 मैचेस होंगे। लोअर टीम इन ग्रुप स्टेज that manage to reach final will step up. Absolutely, absolutely. Bro, did you notice 8 teams played 12 matches are in top 8 though? वही बता रहा हूं ब्रो, द नंबर that they are having, मेरे हिसाब से सारे टीम्स के 12 मैचेस होने के बाद कट ऑफ रहेगा 67-68 के आसपास, अकॉर्डिंग टू मी। वो ऊपर भी जा सकता है, बट नीचे तो बहुत मुश्किल है जाना। तो कल फाइनल 6 मैचेस होंगे, उसके बाद जो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में टॉप 12 पे रहेंगे वो जाएंगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, बॉटम 12 टीम्स जाएंगे लीग स्टेजेस में। तो कल का दिन बहुत इंटेंस जाएगा। स्टे ट्यून्ड, मैं मोस्टली ट्राई करूंगा अर्ली ही स्टार्ट करने के लिए स्ट्रीम। अगर थोड़ा इधर उधर लेट हुआ तो माफ कर देना, क्योंकि कल कुछ काम है मेरे को, ठीक है। चलो, विद दैट बीइंग सेड, मिलता आप लोग से नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम पे। अंटिल देन, पीस। अभी तक स्ट्रीम देख रहा है तो एक ग्लास पानी पीना। स्टे हाइड्रेटेड। बाय गाइस।